Can one of y'all share it? I don't even know how to do the audio on this.
I'll play it because I want to hear it.
Yeah. You know, Patty's ready. She's around to be like, where do I got to position myself? Everybody got their.
Okay. This is the one that's on Instagram.
There was a slum of income. Let me just describe some of the steps, and you tell me if I'm being paranoid. First, create a masked police force. Get people who are used to looking at that. Normalize snatching people off the street. Get them used to that. Normalize seeing the National Guard, and the military on the street. Then start talking about crime in the capital, which is basically, it's always been a fairly crime-ridden city. This is our nation's capital where elections are decided. And then because the crime is so bad, have other states start sending their troops, not just the National Guard there in D.C., but now at least 6 other states are sending their troops, which then Trump can then federalize. So you're having many states' troops on the ground there, and now they're under federal control. So you have in the capital a sort of permanent police presence. So when an election dispute might come up, just hypothetically, I don't want to be a big pessimist, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of the iteration that the Democrats do have a chance of winning, and they might win the next election. I just don't think they're ever going to take power, because this is what's going to happen. Because I think this coup is going to go off a lot smoother than the last one. There was a slum of income.
And one more thing, Patty. Excuse me, you guys. Water. Please stop talking about assassinations in people's room. You're gonna get our rooms clipped to hell. And I asked you a million times, let's not use a different word, do something. But don't talk about assassinating people. Because people will report our rooms. And then what?
I'm just saying
I'm
what
going to ask you
happened.
to go to prison.
No, I'm already saying what happened. I'm not
No, be careful though.
No, seriously, just use another word. Find another word. You spelled it all out in motherfucking caps. Just do another word. Just say, what's a word, y'all? I don't know what a word is.
Yeah, help me out.
I'll think of something.
Neutralize.
You don't watch mafia movies? You gotta use their words. What the mafia use.
No, you're not going to use none of that. Swimming with the fishes. I don't need none of that. Nothing about you upstream. I don't want to.
We gotta take a vacation.
He needs to go night-night. That's it. Night-night. I don't know.
We gotta go down we gotta go down, take a trip.
I promise you that shit can get you locked out.
How do we talk about it? Because we can't let them censor us on what actually happened in history.
Bro.
Yeah, I got it with the history thing, but don't threaten anybody's life.
Oh, I'm not threatening.
I will report your ass.
I'm not threatening nothing. I'm just talking about what already happened.
You trying to get us all backed up? Shit.
Oh, y'all can't.
No, I'm not going to Uganda.
I ain't going.
I'm
Against my will.
Don't hit too much in Uganda now.
Yeah, it's not against my will. I'm
Like worse than Uganda. I'll be over heaven. Yeah.
Oh no, they said this what's his name over there?
Obrego.
Yeah, they said Obrego don't know English. Like he's gonna be fucked.
Well, I thought they gave him an option to go. I would go to Costa Rica. You just send me there all day.
Fuck that, but you gotta say he's guilty when he's not guilty.
But look at your choices, Patty. Now, okay, listen. They're walking up to you. They said this morning is the deadline. All right? So, I'm not guilty, but I got to think about me and my family. It's like, what if they want him out? No matter what, he's going to be out. So, where would you rather be? You rather be in...
Yeah, but he can't take his family. He's going to jail.
He can't take his family?
He's going to jail.
I thought they were just deporting him.
No, it's not like... If that was the case, then it would be less stressful. I would just leave to Costa Rica and just take my family.
That's what I was saying. But if
but they're saying I gotta go to jail.
No,
He had a pending civil case. So if you're suing the United States government for millions of dollars, why plead guilty? Get your
citizenship in another country, right? There's some countries, as long as you have X amount of dollars in your pocket or in your bank account, or you're getting X amount of dollars paid monthly, guess what? Your ass can stay in that country, you can get citizenship. Like, come on, like, fuck it.
Hey, so you would go to Uganda at this point. Let me go look up Uganda's situation, because I don't know. I don't know if I want to be in Uganda.
We don't know that situation. They're gonna throw us down there, and we ain't gonna know what the fuck's going on. They're not even gonna land. They're gonna throw us with a parachute.
Right, and then there's no way for his immigration lawyers to like try to fight pending cases that they may have because of false imprisonment in El Salvador. He lost a lot of fucking weight. He was abused. There's a lot of shit that happened in El Salvador that he needs to fucking like.
I hope he got enough.
Okay, so I'm looking at Uganda because I want to get some information. So first of all, First Strike is a landlocked country in East Africa, but it has a diverse landscape, including snow-capped, can't pronounce this, mountains and Lake Victoria, Africa's largest freshwater lake. Okay, it came up another point with the freshwater lake. Abundant wildlife, including chimpanzees, mountain gorillas, and often referred to as the Pearl of Africa. English language is spoken there and Swahili. Government is utilitarian. Okay, I don't know what the hell that means. And then nicknamed the Pearl of Africa. I read that. It's formerly British. That's why they speak English.
You can move to Kampala.
Is he going to go to jail in Uganda, or is he just going to be let out? I mean, like, let free?
He's going to jail there too.
Oh, well, fuck it, y'all. I ain't got no answers. Because if the ultimate is jail in these two countries, I don't know. He got a hard decision.
That's the thing. Costa Rica's better because he speaks the language.
Yeah. But you have to plead guilty. You guys keep saying, so what y'all want me to do?
Well, I'm not pleading guilty. We taking this shit. I'm taking this shit to the grave. So if I die, my wife is gonna continue suing.
Let me tell you something. If he get $1 million, I'm looking up the housing market in Kampala, and that's the capital.
Yeah,
It's
Kampala.
a place to live. You can get a really nice house for like $280,000.
He gonna win. It's just he gotta ride it out, and it's just.
And how long is that? How long is that?
Oh my God, only knows. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I hope he has people around him who are really giving him, and I'm sure he does. I hope
Civil
he does.
rights lawyers, yeah.
Who are telling him these are the options, this is what I would do, or this is what I think you should do in your situation, because listen, they want this man. I told you when he came back, I said they are going to get him, and they're not going to let him stay here under any circumstances. These motherfuckers do not care. They're out to make a point with this man, and he's gone. He's out of here. Yeah.
And then his ass, when he went to do the check-in, he made sure everybody know. That shit was sad. If y'all watch that shit,
Yeah, I see it. That's horrible.
it made my eyes water.
Those kids are gonna be traumatized.
They are, because he just seen their daddy Friday. Got to kiss, love, hug on him and everything, and then now he's got to go back to him.
Man, that was some bullshit right there. Even though let me out for like 24 hours. That was some
That was bullshit after 160 days.
Yeah. They playing a dirty ass game. These dirty ass Republicans or whatever they call themselves, and they're playing some dirty ass games. And if we get back in the power, when we get back in the power, I swear to God, if we don't do the retribution tour like Trump, I'm done. Because this is some
You know what? They need to reopen them fucking charges, because I think Jack Smith, when he closed them, it was, what was it? Let me look it up. But I believe he closed them with room for reopening. But then there's a statute of limitations, so they definitely have to like bring those charges on as soon as they fucking get her.
And see, that's a problem, Pure Blood. You know, you fell into this. I don't even know I'm talking to you. Because because I got time, I guess, and I'm bored. But you fell into this whole thing. The Democratic Party is not all about homosexuality. I don't understand why you guys think that is our number one fucking focus. Let people live. It's none of my fucking business what people do behind their doors, under their roof. And it's yours either. If I come to your house and look and see what the fuck you're doing sexually, it might be a problem for me also. So I don't care what people do. I don't. I'm too busy worried about the fuck what my vagina is doing. I do not fucking care. And you shouldn't either. Take 30 days and say, I'm gonna mind my fucking business for 30 days. And see how refreshing and freeing it is. You know, I do it every day. Today is the first day of minding my motherfucking business for 30 days. And I do it every 30 days.
Here, bud, get up here.
Yeah, he got issues. He's not doing anything.
Here, bud. Like, what is it? Well, how is it affecting you how someone else lives? It's not like, how is it encroaching your house?
Who said all that?
You talking about, okay, let's scroll up. It's you started talking about. Yeah, but you said that you added liberals. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Just say, okay, if you would have just said, oh, you know, and also they don't believe in homosexuality, which no one is talking about, I probably wouldn't even said shit. But then you attached it to a group of people. Seriously though, go speak to some people instead of writing in the chat. If you go talk to people in Starbucks or wherever else the fuck, they don't care about that. They're like, we care about what's happening with us. If you're gay, good for you. If you're lesbian, good for you. I don't give a fuck if you binary, unmarried, two-nary, three-nary, four-nary. I don't care. I don't. I spend all day doing these body modifications on these people. And I don't give a fuck. You know what? That's their body. That's theirs. It's not mine. It's none of my fucking business. I don't have to live in their body. I don't have to pay their rent. I don't have to fuck them. I don't have nothing to do with them. If they decide to come in and they want to take their tits off because they want to look a little bit more masculine, if they want to go and have their penis revised because they want to be feminine, how does that affect you? How? Just how? Are you fucking them? Just how? Explain it to me why this is even in your brain, why it even makes any difference to you. The only thing I fuck up is that I'm supposed to be she when they're he and she. I almost got fired 2 or 3 times because my brain has to. No, it's serious business. I almost got fired 2 or 3 times. Different facilities that I go to when they're doing these augmentations and transformations, and I'm looking clearly at one thing, and my brain just has to, you know. And sometimes I go, okay, sir, and it's not a sir anymore, and I have to stop that. That's my bad, me. So anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't went on a tangent for nothing.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Morning.
Hi. Lisa, I'm listening to you, and I'm just thinking a lot about how people seem so threatened by what is different from them. I mean, this thing about, we talk about the other, xenophobia is all based on fear of the other. That's the actual definition of it. So I don't know if something happens inside of us, but if something feels too different than either my concept about myself or the choices I make, suddenly it's a threat. And so what you're saying is just so clear, which is, what the fuck does it have to do with you? How does this threaten you? Why are you wasting your time and energy to even engage in any question in your mind about making a judgment about them? That's just insane.
This is a group
Really
of
stop and
liberal,
break it down.
socialist,
So
Marxist,
that's what I
communist
want to say.
Democrats here on Clubhouse.
Letting
out all their dirty little secrets.
Somebody made another point in my room months ago. Well, that we're paying for it. Okay, I've never looked at who's paying for this shit. When I have the chart, mostly because I don't care. You understand what I'm saying?
You think Medicaid pays for this? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Medicaid don't even pay for plastic surgery.
Hello.
Okay, you may get a breast reduction with Medicaid if it's damaging your back or if you have multiple rashes underneath your breast. But let's be clear, a lot of this is fucking cash, or some private shit, or half private, half cash.
And Mel, I have the chart sitting right in front of me, and I don't give a fuck. I've never gone into the financial section because I'm too busy taking care of the fucking patient and documenting my narcs and my vitals and shit. And I'm being honest with you guys, I don't ever look because it's none of my fucking business. As long as I get paid at the end of that shift, it's on. When I don't get paid, then I'm interested. Other than that, people come in there to make decisions about their personal body, right? I don't agree with the fucking clit piercings, but I know a couple of friends who wants to get that shit done. I don't care. It's like, I'll go with you to make sure you don't get a fucking infection. That's the only part I'm playing.
And that's the thing, a lot of these people that complain about this shit, they've never even been around a trans person in their life.
Never. Y'all have never been around a trans
They've never
person.
seen one, been in the bathroom with one, and if you did, you didn't fucking know, clearly.
Yo, okay, let me tell you guys a quick story. So, my brother-in-law, he unfortunately passed away in January. So, but he was really active in San Francisco. He was really active in San Francisco, like super active. And he was given an award a couple months ago for his work. And his two parents, my in-laws, they're both like super MAGA. Like they're super, military Catholic, like hardcore Republican, right? But the award was at a gala. When I say a gala, it's GAYLA. A gala where there's hella, it's deep San Francisco, right? And obviously everybody there is super active, like in the community, LGBTQ event, and they were there to accept the award on their son's behalf. And so I got to see like two hardcore MAGAs have a great time with a bunch of like LGBTQ folks, and they got to see like the other side. Like, dude, these are real people, y'all. Like, you guys are, you know what I'm saying? And they were in front. They were getting a standing ovation because, man, my brother-in-law was freaking the shit over here, dude. And so, yeah, I was just like, that was like an experience, and they get to see that side. And they're, they signed up to donate and everything. Yeah, it was like sponsored by, what's her name? Pelosi's, I guess, the nonprofit or whatever. They were like, hey, are we gonna get to see Pelosi? Like, they were like excited. So it was like a really good experience to have them like see that side.
This is my brother Jeremy.
What was that?
Oh, I was just asking, these are your parents. This was your brother?
No, this is my brother-in-law. So my in-laws.
Brother. Oh.
His parents, yeah.
So
my wife's parents.
But he died, is what you said.
Yeah, he passed away, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. So what you're saying is that it took them seeing the celebration of his contribution and his legacy for them to realize the people they were hanging out with were normal, regular people like them, and they can do something. It's poignant and sort of bittersweet. He probably didn't get that kind of acknowledgement when he was alive.
Yeah.
He probably did in San Francisco. I would think that he did. I would hope he did.
He was saying his parents were MAGA.
What was that? What was the question?
He was saying she was because of this
because if he would have got the award anyway, so they would have been there anyway. He's still alive. But it's nice to see that, and unfortunately he wasn't there to see it, but he kind of was there because everybody there was just talking about him all night.
So it's a tribute. It's a tribute to. But also a great example of what happens when you put human beings together in a room, take away ideology, take away labels, and see them experience an actual real person just like them as a person, seeing people as people. I think from now on in this space and everywhere else, I'm just going to say my platform is human rights, period, and it covers it. Because I think all these labels really get in the way. But that's a great story, Jeremy.
I like that. And circling back, y'all, if you don't mind, to Brego Garcia, if you don't mind, because I'm an advocate of human rights, and you guys know it. I don't care who the fuck. And then when you start talking about children, I'll lose my mind. So, just a reminder, we're not talking about kids around here. Okay, so they're saying that Brego Garcia, y'all, we're all hoping for the best for this young man. They're saying that he will never. Well, let me go down and put this down. Find out where they said it here. They said he will never be free on American soil. So if you guys understand that, he has to make a critical decision today. I know what we would like, and if hopes and dreams were something, I don't remember the end of that, but he's gonna have to make a critical decision today, and it's very, very fucking sad. He's either going to Uganda or he can admit
Costa Rica rocks. Go to Costa Rica.
We talked about the Costa Rica aspect, but he'll still be in jail. I thought they were just gonna parachute him in and let him. Yeah, I didn't either. I thought they were going. The way they making it seem like if you just say you're guilty, we'll send you to Costa Rica, but it's not that. They're saying I'm gonna keep reading, because if he's going to go to jail in Costa Rica, which jail is better, Uganda or Costa Rica? So I'm trying to read here and make sure that's the option.
Costa Rica, because Costa Rica has more American flags and people are more respectful. I have no idea about Uganda though.
We have to think about the prisons though, not just the
Yeah, that's what
outside.
I'm trying to research. Y'all research which prison. Is he really going to prison? Okay, because if you tell me all I gotta do is say I'm guilty and you'll release me in Costa Rica, I'm gonna take that deal, because I don't want to go to jail, and I think I speak Spanish. I'll be able to make me a life with my family in a beautiful place called Costa Rica. But if you're telling me I'm going to jail no matter what, oh my God, he has a hard decision. I'll just read it.
This is protocol. The whole thing about this is that they're gonna start using this as a standard.
Hi, John.
What's up? How you doing?
Doing okay. How about you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for contributing to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. Thank you, Jane.
I forgot. Yeah. Well, I'll get vilified. I like it.
Did you hear
I won't wouldn't vote for you. This was more of a friendly donation to support you.
Well, you're a little bit like Peter. You're like my Peter Thiel. You're funding lawfare against some of your deepest, worst enemies on this app. I salute you in the battle, Jane. Pooh!
Thank you. Did you win against who?
Yeah.
Brad S?
They sent me. Somebody sent me a text message and says your knee. He says, what did he say? He said, you don't have to worry about Brad. You've put your knee on his throat. I was like, ooh, damn. I was like, I didn't think atrocious, but apparently he has scuttled his ship. He's running for the mountains with his wolf, and he's living, like, what is his
Like
name?
on a survival
He's
show?
like Ted Bundy, or not Ted Bundy. Who's the guy who was living in the forest? The Unabomber. Anyways, I'm just teasing, but no, everything is fine. I mean, the whole thing was I wanted to stop him from harassing me. I wanted to stop Dr. Adams from harassing me, and I wanted to stop who's the other? Oh, Matt Cool. There's a whole bunch of people. Pepe, everybody. They're all harassing me in the campaign, and I hope this warning will prevent people from basically doing slander, defamation, and libel against me.
I hope so too. And in the process, you're cleaning up the streets for others who might not have to take that vitriol. Although we're all on this app voluntarily, so I'm not one to complain about it. When I looked into this years ago, the first thing that you'll be asked is, well, why did you stay on that app? As far as like the threats and all of that.
Well, it doesn't negate. He's still breaking the law by saying the horrific homicidal ideation that he says on this app. So
Yeah, I know. And I'm really glad you are standing up to that. Very few people, men in particular, ever say shit. So it's been very refreshing. Good job.
He's very schizophrenic to listen to because sometimes he'll be talking about statistics, data, news, etc. But then when you hear him like rapid fire off death threats mixed in with other things, you're like, did I just hear that correctly?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, what?
And they're going around
Yeah.
saying others are mentally unstable. So it's a whole inverted universe, I suppose.
Yeah, if you go around throwing stones and you yourself are doing what you're accusing other people of doing or behaving or being, like it's all. That's why I say all communication is projection.
Well, I find the angle interesting how many women line up to support these men.
I think that's psychological because have you ever been to the zoo and observed silverback gorillas with their harem of female gorillas?
Yeah, but I agree with you without even that. Yeah, of course. This is socialized into us. You must, at all costs, protect. I don't know the details of this.
It's either Munchausen syndrome or what's the other one where you're getting abused? Is that Munchausen syndrome?
No, Stockholm.
Stockholm. I think it's either Stockholm or Munchausen.
Or a hybrid, a combo, a new condition. Well, John, good luck. I'm heading out.
Okay, take care.
But thank you for keeping me up to date. I'm very interested.
And thank you for donating to the campaign, Jane.
Sure.
Take care, buddy.
That is East Africa.
They're saying you either. So if you do not,
That's what it says. Okay, good night. Close your mic. Other people want to talk. You're not the only person here. Shush.
We gotta get over like the why is this happening? We gotta get over that. We already know why this is happening. We gotta go with what options are actually on the table, because we gotta make sure is this whatever is best for him, right? And he has to make that. And here's what I say: you better have a really good attorney go line by line, make sure there's no freaking like loopholes in there or anything like that they might make it worse for you. So have them read it, the read between the lines.
Well, he has attorneys. That's the whole point, y'all. I'm reading the article. I read it 3 times. She's right about serving the time, and I don't know what kind of time that is, but Costa Rica has agreed to take him as a refugee. So if you agree to take me as a refugee, then I don't know. That means that you are under your protection as Costa Rica. So I don't know how long they're going to decide to keep him in jail as a Spanish-speaking country. I don't know about the circumstances under his family, if they can go. He has lawyers.
I'm going to take a step back here because that doesn't make any sense. To accept someone as a refugee is not a prisoner. So that's the thing is those are 2 different languages we're talking about. So if he's willing to accept them, it sounds like to me, my understanding from what I'm hearing from you and what I heard, is that he's able to go to Costa Rica as a refugee, will not be put in prison, because a refugee is not a prisoner.
I'm reading to you from this article, and it's from the New York Times. You guys can take it for its value. You can go read it yourself. It said here that I just lost my space.
Yeah, they just ultimatum him. Right? That's it. They cornered him into those options.
I just lost my space. Go ahead, talk. You guys have to go back to my space where it said Costa Rica will take you as a.
Then what would happen to his civil case going on with what would happen to his civil case going on? What would happen to his civil case that he has against the United States government? So if he was to plead guilty, what does that mean for his civil case? Because he has a civil case.
Good question. It would mean a lot if you plead guilty to being that. The guilty plea would be to the trafficking, Patty. And I think the civil case is for him not going through due process. Am I correct, or you guys can correct me?
So, but what I was going to say is we have to remember that his so-called crime, which they're calling human trafficking was that he had a pile of immigrants in his car crossing over so that they could get work. And I think that's not really what human trafficking means, but that's what they used to start this whole mess.
That case was already thrown out, right?
Exactly. And also that
I don't think they had anything on him. So they don't have any, that's not human trafficking.
See, I'm not done talking. Sorry. Of course it's not human trafficking, but I want to say that I want to put it in the same, we've got a whiteboard going on here and there's this. Also remember that ICE is now doing raids and detaining people based on things like not wearing their seatbelt. So this is a precedence that is so much bigger and what's going to become much more worse as this, militarization goes into Chicago, New York, everywhere else that it's going to go. So I just want to remind us that that's what people are being stopped by and then convicted of. And then what happens is they try to resist. Now that's a felony, resisting arrest. So what started out as my seatbelt wasn't on turns into this. So we have to keep focused on, I would give anything for a rail to be safe and okay, but there's a bigger question at hand with what they're able to call criminal.
And the biggest question also, once again, is the civil liberties part of it. So this is setting a precedent for that. And next thing I know it, you're right, I'm pulled over by the police for a seatbelt, which I always have my seatbelts on. Now they're doing your lights in the back, whatever. And then that guy in Washington, D.C. the other day, they were stuck in traffic, literally stuck in traffic, the one that I played the other day. And they walked up to this guy's car because he looked illegal. One more time, looked illegal. So if you look illegal, whatever he refused to open roll down the window. It was DC cops, and it was also the National Guard, or whatever they call those people, in the uniform. They broke his window, which is the new standard. If you don't roll down your window's gonna get smashed. They pulled him out, grown-ass man, through the window, and started asking him for his papers. Well, he never got a chance to pull the papers out because he was resisting arrest because they were pulling and yanking. I don't know how do I go limp, pulling me off the car and dragging me and throwing me to the ground? So, yeah, they had 12 people on him. He kept crying. Y'all remember that? He was crying.
Yeah.
Literally crying. Said, I'm not a criminal. I work here, blah, 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 blah. They didn't give a fuck. They hoisted, they put all of them had on his knee, on his back. They cuffed him, and they threw them in the van. Now, how is this even fucking legal in this country? This stuff go down. He didn't have a chance to go for his wallet.
But the things that you're seeing, them breaking windows, breaking in barber shops, breaking the windows of barber shops. I mean, this fucking stuff is, how is it illegal? I mean, this is really, they're like throwing these people down on the fucking pavement, hitting their heads. And they don't even know if they have the right person.
Yeah, I know they've been doing this to black folk for the last 100 years.
Yeah, we know that.
Oh, shit. I mean, you see it so shocked and appalled.
Any of this shit, I don't agree with it. Any black, white, any gray, brown, I don't agree with any of that stuff.
Well, that's
I
what they
never
practice
have.
in all
I
this.
just believe it's hard, but it's not acceptable. It's not right.
It just, I don't know. I don't want to, excuse me, First Lady.
Excuse me.
And you passing gas off mic. So
Not yet.
I don't want to, I don't want the thing to be missed that they have been doing this on black people. This is that they were doing this and black people were saying this, and nobody really cared. And now that people that look kind of white is happening to people are up in arms like, what's going on?
I know you're not giving a thumbs up that when you just was talking about gays, you need to go sit down and wait for a minute. I'm gonna talk to you.
So don't get offended. See.
I'm offended.
But what I'm saying is, are you a white lady?
I see.
I'm saying that it's just interesting to hear, as a person who's had this happen to me several times, to hear the outrage when we've been screaming it from the top of our lungs for like years and years and years. And I mean, you know, I understand that it is outrageous, it's bad, it's terrible, but there's the reason why you may not, from a lot of black people, from a lot of urban areas, they may be like, you know, whatever. It's because it's like, this is not abnormal, like breaking windows and all of this stuff has happened to me, all of it. And I've never been a drug dealer.
You've had the police break, you've seen.
Several. No, not seen it. It's happened to me. I've had my dog taken away from me. I've had all kind of ridiculous shit happen with the police. No National Guard, no nothing. But this is just what happens to, if you are a black man, but man especially, I can almost, I would bet any amount of money we could just tell black men to come up here and tell their stories, and all of them will have one. All of them. So it's just, I say that to say we have to listen to our citizens, because even though, you know, we may not think black people are telling the truth, black people, like always, have been the first to let America know, hey, this is not.
I would say also child labor.
Especially in the so-called marijuana fields.
Shit.
I believe it's only 10 o'clock. I'm bored.
You're overstimulated from last week. I know. I need to look and see if there's anything going on in the hallway.
What's that?
I need to look and see if there's anything even going on in the hallway.
Maybe I wasn't much. I think Chillison has a room open. Yeah, I don't see anything major going on right now.
Well, that's what we were talking about with the Menendez case, and I just got frustrated with just, not all of them, but just certain, just dumb as a box of runs. I'm talking drooling on the floor, stupid. Just everything turns into a little argument. It's like, dude, I read the case. You're sitting there reading off of ChatGPT, and you're not even acknowledging the fact that there are two separate cases. There was a case that ended in a deadlock, and then there was a case that ended in their conviction. So it just got frustrating.
I forgot about that. You're right. They did deadlock the first time.
Yeah, there was a lot going on back then. You had the OJ trial going on, the McMartin case. Like, there was a lot of stuff going on back then. Josh Gabor slapping cops.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the Phil Spector case. Remember the Phil Spector case? The musician, I think it was Phil Spector. Did he shoot his wife or something?
Are you talking about the white dude with the afro?
Yeah.
That dude was weird. Yeah, I think in her sleep.
Maybe we were as crazy back then as we are now. Maybe it's just spotlighted because of social media.
I think we're better now. You don't see any celebrities running around slapping cops.
No, we just have them like little Nas X walking down the middle of Ventura Boulevard.
In his 90s, yeah.
Wearing his underwear and fuzzy boots, like what the fuck?
Oh man, that was hysterical. I was like, what the fuck? Posing like he's on the runway. And that's what I was about to say. He was so creepy. Right?
He was so crazy with that.
So the Turtle Boulevard is very dark. I don't know if y'all have ever been out here. It's very, very, very dark.
Yes, it is.
I mean, at least his tidy whities were white.
Christine, that's why people were trying to claim he was overdosing. I'm like, yeah, no, overdose doesn't look like that. That was a calculated move. He made sure his underwear were spotless.
Yes, that and those boots.
That would have been funny if he had fallen and shitted on himself.
I was just like, why? What is this happening right now? It was kind of very reminiscent of Britney Spears.
And Martin, remember years ago when Martin Lawrence had that breakdown, like on Hollywood Boulevard or some street in LA, and I think he was in his underwear too, or was it a diaper? Either way it goes, Martin had that breakdown. He was in the
So
middle of
sad. I loved Martin Lawrence too.
Yeah. And a pistol. I think he had a gun too.
I feel bad for laughing, but I see that at least once a week.
So it's just another day.
Well, no. So when I was on the phone earlier, I was calling LAPD. There was two homeless people that just, they just started setting up shop. And I'm just like, okay, this man's playing with the lighter. We just had those fires in January. Like, can you please, like, remove this person? Like, take him to a shelter or something? Yeah, I can't wait till the Olympics comes to town and get rid of all the homeless people.
What's that, 2 years?
2028.
It's summer games, right?
Yep. Come on, Serendipity. Where in Southern California
know.
are they going to have the winter
I know.
Olympics?
You're thinking, wait, it doesn't really snow very much in Cali, does it? I guess you got to go pretty far north.
I mean, you could go to Big Bear or, like up north, but for the most part, it's not really prime skiing territory. It snows in LA, in Mount Baldy.
Really?
Yeah. I was on Clubhouse in the snow one time. I got bored during the holidays and I just drove out there.
I don't know. I guess I kind of felt like LA getting snow was like us getting snow. Yes, I can technically say we get it every few years or so, but not really. It never amounts to much. I'm shedding so bad. Like, I must be losing my summer coat or something. So, definitely, so.
It's kind of fun living in a big city. Like I see a jet tune every day.
I don't think I'd like it. I like being close enough to be there if I want to be there, but it's not being.
Citizens are Medici Persians near border of dangerous escalation, and these people are demonic. They've been bombing the shit out of Syria for a while. Israel says that he was Hezbollah men trying to rebuild group in southern Lebanon. Wow. We have, I guess old in critical condition after a piano falls on it.
Yeah.
That's something new. That's a Israeli, I think, Jewish kid, man. 3 years old.
Is the piano okay?
Calm down, bro. Calm down, man. We need to calm down. What's up, Mark? Let's see. You want to speak, Mark? No? Anyways.
Mark, what side are you on?
I think he's on a phone call, maybe.
But you know, this app has been glitching like for 2 days as well. So
Yeah. I think it's, are you using the iPhone, Ocean?
no, I don't like iPhone. But there's the
Are
other
you using
one.
Android? Oh my god, you disappointed me.
Why?
I was gonna mock the iPhone. I was gonna mock the iPhone thing, but anyways.
But you know, iPhone is like for dummies. It's like, I'm sorry, but like they created.
Someone please speak general in here.
Sorry.
There's a brother here, general, that he'll fight you for the iPhone thing.
No, I think.
Oh wow, speaking of general, listen to Ocean. She's saying iPhone is garbage, it's for stupid people.
I didn't say that. I said that they created it for people with Down syndrome and autistic people. No, it's true. It's true. The original design of the iPhone is so you don't need to read and you go by colors and shapes. It's like the whole thing is like simplified for really simple, intelligent.
General, what's up with you, bro?
Assalamualaikum.
Right, do you hear what she said?
You know what's interesting is sister. I don't want to call sister Ocean out. She was having issues with the app earlier on, and she didn't know where to find the update. So I think it's enough that
I just said April. I never said the more intelligent one.
well in that case.
No, I like to challenge myself in life. So if I'm gonna take something technological, I will take the most difficult one. I'm kidding. Yeah, you did out me. I am that.
Yeah, I thought so. Next time, just stay in lane and insult iPhone.
You just actually proved that you are in my level. So wherever I am, you know, technically, you're there with me because it's still made for, you know. There's
No, at all. I think the beauty of it is that it's a multi-trillion-dollar company. It designed a product to be much bigger. It was one of the first smartphones, to be fair.
one of the first.
One of the first smartphones. Using a smartphone shouldn't be rocket science, right? It should be very fluid.
It was Android the first smartphone, not iPhone in general. You know this.
No, one of the I said one of the first. One of the first.
One of the worst, but it came after Android phone came out. So one of the you can say maybe one of the.
I mean, no person in the scientific or tech community will say that Android is more fluid than iOS. iOS is built like that.
Also, first was not the best.
Exactly. First is always not the best.
No, the first is always the original, which, you know,
But that doesn't matter. Do we want to be first in everything? No. Do we
No,
want to be
but-
perfect in everything? Yes.
But jokes aside, I mean, it's more like sophisticated and more advanced. I'm not saying I'm better at that one. I'm just saying it is. This is reality.
Which one is?
The Android.
Android is not more sophisticated and or advanced.
Between
That's just
come on.
use your sophisticated AI and ask it which operating system is more secure.
I don't like that your tone now, General. You come at me like at least when someone wants to win.
I don't really care about winning. I have both.
He has both.
But yeah, I don't
He has
really.
both. But The one that you
There's good arguments to be made that iOS is good, and there's arguments to be made that Android is good. I personally don't like Android. It's just a very clunky operating system.
I want to get the Chinese phone. Weiwu? Is that what it's called?
Huawei. Not Weiwu.
Actually, mine is a Huawei, that's an Android.
It's Huawei.
Wait, isn't Huawei Android?
Yeah, it's Chinese though. He said Chinese.
I have the Chinese version, that one.
Which one? Oh, you have the folding one or the normal one? Really big.
The normal one with the thin one.
Is it the one with the the round cameras at the back? Like
With the round. You know, I'm not.
Not the brand name. It's the. I mean,
It's I have the Motorola.
Motorola.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, Motorola's American, but it's owned by Lenovo.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that.
So you could say it's Chinese, I guess.
It was according to.
I didn't know they still sold phones. I thought it was just no way they have the foldables.
No, but mine is like every cheap one too. Like mine isn't really advanced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a foldable one.
So, anyways, I think, oh wow, we got Zach in here. What's up, Omar? Assalamualaikum.
What up? Muslim.
Welcome, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Zach, what do you think about them going out to the hospital?
That was a very quiet alaikum salam. You don't want to give me a hearty alaikum. I gave you a good
I can say
salam
shalom to
alaikum.
you.
I did. I'm not going to say
You said it under your
Yeah,
begrudgingly. You said it begrudgingly.
encouraging you. My question to you, what do you think about the hospital attack, Zach?
I haven't heard about the most recent hospital attack.
I put the article in the chat. If you scroll up, you'll be able to
Put
see
the
it.
link in the chat.
You want to see it? I'll put the link in the chat.
Israel, hold on. Hospital attack.
And guess what?
Journalists, 20 people, 5
Trump was pissed off.
That's a lot of journalists.
Trump was pissed, and guess what? These are mainstream journalists.
Last streaming voices reporting about them dying silently. Alright.
These fuckers are killing mainstream journalists, your white brothers and sisters.
Starved.
I'm sure they'll find a way to defend this.
Ceasefire now. Okay, great. Ceasefire now. Let's have a ceasefire now. I agree. Ceasefire.
Would you agree that they are targeting hospital workers?
They're targeting people who are appear to be hospital workers. I don't know if they are hospital.
They're targeting journalists and hospital workers. You agree on that? No, nobody's agreeing.
Shlomi, our friend Shlomi. Do you know Shlomi?
Yes.
Do you like Shlomi?
Yeah, okay.
Do you respect Shlomi? Do you believe Shlomi? Do you believe Shlomi?
You don't have to respect.
Do you believe Shlomi?
I don't believe Shlomi, the news stories came out. I don't believe his news stories, the one I want
What
to
are
ask.
his news stories? Which stories do you believe? Which
He
stories?
kind of changed the whole story on us.
How did he change it?
We have somebody sent me a clip of when I questioned him. We did a Q&A. It was an hour and 30 minutes. Some of the answers were very, interesting. We asked him one of the questions. We asked him, "Would you have dinner with somebody?"
I was there on that.
Do you know what he said? Do you know what he said?
He said he would have dinner.
Yeah, there you go. What does that make you feel? What does that say?
Just for being a frequent fan of yours, that I was here on.
I don't remember you were here. You didn't have a trash bag. I don't know your trash bag.
I was probably Nature Hero, or maybe I was Ishmael the Gorilla. Remember, I used to be Ishmael the Gorilla.
Why would you put a gorilla's picture on it? Because you were racist.
No,
It's like, oh,
people
man.
thought I was racist.
I'm trying to get you to change your mind. I'm trying to get you to change your mind.
It was.
You can be racist if I can be racist.
White people can't be racist. White people don't experience racism.
We're experiencing racism when what? Nobody is being racist to you.
Yeah, white people can't be racist.
Anyway, Shlomi said that he was held in Gaza as a prisoner of Gaza. And Shlomi said that the guy who was holding him prisoner was literally a journalist. And so if you don't believe Shlomi, you don't believe Shlomi, okay? But if you do believe Shlomi, wait a minute, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. If you don't believe Shlomi, you don't believe Shlomi. But if you do believe Shlomi, then you have to admit that there are some people who are journalists. I'm not saying the guy was a Hamas fighter. I'm not saying he was a Hamas fighter, but he was a journalist who was also holding a man hostage in
He was living with the family. I didn't hear him say he was a journalist. How did you know he was a journalist? If he was a journalist, did he go out and freaking have a camera and he would record everything?
I think he went out and he freaking had a camera and he was fucking record everything.
He was recording what was going on with the hostages. That's how they send out videos of the hostages. He wasn't a journalist. When we asked him questions, Zach, when we asked him questions, he didn't say journalist.
You're disingenuous.
No, he didn't say he was a journalist. No, but he didn't say it.
I hear you.
Okay, can you provide evidence where he said he was a journalist? The clips, hold on, Zach, the clips I have, nowhere in there he said he was a journalist.
He posted online that he was held hostage by
that's what I'm saying. He changed the whole fucking story. What he told us on the clips that we have is way different than what he said, what he wrote afterwards, because he changed the story after the pressure.
On the clips that he had, he said he would have dinner with the guy, but did he say that he was a journalist?
No, he didn't say he was a journalist. That's what I'm saying. Literally, bro, I don't know who you're on about, man. Seriously. See, now you're being intellectually dishonest.
I just said about you. I just said that
Zach, we have data. We have proof. I have evidence. I'm not lying. And the other day, we had Shuki that played his clip.
Look, I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about.
So are you going to deny the evidence that I have?
What evidence that you have about
I have the actual clip on that day when we did a Q&A, right? Shuki brought it to our attention. Shuki's the one that played it, the whole the clip. It's about an hour and 30 minutes long. All right, in this same room. Nowhere in there he said he was a captive under journalist. I think what he did after he did whatever he did, he changed the whole fucking story. And guess what? Him and there's people on on a case. They filed a lawsuit against Mahmoud Khalil and a whole bunch of other people. I came across a PDF file because you have a lawyer as a moderator as well. You know Ace, right, Zach? She's a lawyer, by the way, by profession. She came across a court case. Do you know whose name is mentioned? Shalomi's name mentioned on there. Who else? Mahmoud Khalil. Who else? CARE, the organization that fights for the Muslim rights in America. That get discriminated against at the hotel, whatever. There was even a whole bunch of cases about hijab or whatever. Some people even got fired just for wearing a hijab in America. And CARE is a non-profit organization that fights for the on behalf of Muslims. And so Shalomi is one of the people on there. There's other people on there as well, and you have the Jewish organization, and they even went after Jews for Peace on that document. It's a case that has been filed in court of law, and even against that Colombian student. Literally, Shalomi went to Jerusalem Post. He made a comment. I don't know what he did. He asked him this question. He said he heard some names. We asked him, do you speak Arabic? He said, no, he doesn't speak Arabic. And then Hayes asked him, how the hell did you know about that person's name that was protesting at the Columbia University? Do you know that person got arrested thanks to Shalomi? And Shalomi fucked up the whole thing. Yeah, Shalomi fucked up the whole thing. And I was in a shock. And when he came in here, he's like, no, I didn't say any of that. Then how did the newspaper spin the whole narrative? They didn't fucking spin it out of nowhere. And then now we see a court case. And Shalomi's name is on there. It means Shalomi is in on it, and he lied to us. He did a fucking put on us. And that's what bothers me. And we actually have evidence. Can you imagine if this evidence was presented in court of law? His fucking whole case will go down the toilet. Yeah, you can't go around and change a fucking story and lie about it. nowhere in those clips, and we asked him multiple times, who was that person? We asked him a whole bunch of questions. Nowhere in the fucking clip he said he's a journalist. And then he came around and he changed his whole story. That's what bothers me about fucking liars, man.
Greetings to the room. I was in here the other day and someone said that the Gazans cannot leave, but I recently saw like this organization called Heal Palestine that has been like bringing people to the United States. So I just want to make sure I'm not being scammed or anything like that because I've been keeping up with their page.
Yeah, the United States canceled the visas by the Sister Santos. There was a 3,000 visa that they issued and they canceled it. So there's no more kids allowed, thanks to Marco Rubio. And there's some Zionist bitch or, man bitch. They got into, they canceled the visas.
Well, this particular family came over the beginning of August.
It's for amputee kids, by the way, Sister Santos. Amputee kids? Yeah, if your kid is amputated, then they'll bring you, but they canceled all these visas. They're going to send them back.
They're going to send them back to Gaza?
It's very small. It's like less than 3,000. Do you know what the population of Gaza is? It's about 2 million.
We need
How many kids
2 million?
No. Do you know how many kids have died like recently last week due to starvation? Was more than 1,500 kids.
Accept all 2 million?
Zach. Did I say 2 million? I'm giving you facts.
You just said 2 million, actually.
I said
Hello, my friend.
Zach.
Why are you speaking in his mouth?
Hang on, Bushin. I didn't say 2 million. Recently, just 1 week, about 50 to 100 kids died due to starvation. Okay? In 1 week. Hold on, Zach. I said 50. Yes, I said 50 to 100 kids.
Oh, 50 to 100.
Yeah, every Zach, every minute, every 40 minutes, there's one child dying in Gaza. Every 40 minutes. Either due to starvation or due to sniping them.
My friend, repeat that.
Every 40 minutes, a child is dying in Gaza.
I'm a liar, Caleb. Go ask your little show me brother, the one that lied on fucking the stage. And there's a court case going on in related to fucking show me and a whole bunch of these psychopaths. They filed a lawsuit in court of law in the U.S. You guys think that you're the fucking big shots, we're not gonna. I'm a huge liar. A motherfucker showed me light on my stage, and we have his clips. The other day, Shuki played his own fucking clip. It was an hour and 30 minutes. How he lied. But anyways, there's no point. So, and look up the data. How many kids are dying every 40 minutes? Go look it up. There's one child dying every 40 minutes, either due to starvation, the sniping, or burning them or killing them. These motherfuckers are demonic. Yeah. Anyways.
I left and came back. Something happened to my phone. But I was here just seeing it, Mary. You said there is amputees, but you're saying that the U.S. is canceling the visas because I guess some Zionists that were, working to get it canceled or lobbying or something. Is that accurate?
What did you say?
So you're saying that even for the amputees and stuff like that, they're canceling visas. But my thing is, how is Heal Palestine getting people out in the first? Like, how are they getting people out, and why is that not being replicated?
So UAE came out recently, and UAE said that they're. Yeah, Matt, can you please mute up respectfully? Right, let's mute up. UAE came out. They're supposed to take in about 15,000 injured people. Injured Palestinians, and the injured Palestinians, and they're in the process. But I I don't know how this is going to work out. Maybe so that the organization that you're talking about, it works with a lot of different countries. Whoever wants to take the kids in, and America has been pushing it. That the country should step in. European countries, even France came out. France said we can give the refugee status to some of the people. And let's see, I mean, these people are the same demonic people, including the fucking U.S. government. We've got a bunch of pedos in there, right? And they sold thanks to Israel. We had a pedo that ran away from Las Vegas, right? He was able to get out of it because the state attorney apparently is an Israeli Jew. And she let him out. She let him out, got a $10,000 bond, right? And out of the $10,000 in America, usually you pay 10%, which is $1,000. And he was able to leave the country. A pedophile out of jail, walking on the streets of Nevada. Nevada is one of those tough states on pedophilia, right? Walking on the streets of Nevada, getting, packing up his fucking bags and whatnot, getting to the airport, a pedophile, and allowed to fly back to Israel. And it's not Israel anymore, it's a pedo island. And this is the problem with and what Israel does, it protects, the pedophiles, a whole bunch of them. And the spies, like you had Jonathan Pollard, fucking spied on America for Israel. He's living on the streets of fucking Israel now. So, yep, there's a lot that's going on. And Jeffrey Epstein, if it was to come out, we will have to clean up the house. There's a lot of pedos in fucking Congress. Ehud Barak, that's a former Israeli prime minister. He has visited the Epstein Island more than 30 times, according to Times of Israel. And Epstein has been to Israel in 2008. And you have Ghislaine Maxwell. What they did, they moved her to the lower security prison, and either they're probably gonna assassinate her or do something, And apparently, the prison that they moved her to, the lower security prison, they don't usually allow pedophiles in there. I don't know how they allow Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, she had a conversation with the FBI like days before, so apparently she gave them some really crucial information, and they moved her right after that without even explaining anything. I think she's probably helping them. Either she's helping them to catch other bigger fish, or she knows things that would look very bad if they got out, so they're making some type of secret deals with her. I saw a thing today that came out about her that shortly after she was, I guess, it came out about the pedophilia stuff. She was a couple of years later, she was at a Clinton event. The same way when Epstein got caught up the first time, and they let him go right back out and do the same thing. So, it's all messed up. It's all messed up. You know what the sick stuff I saw under the comments though for the Hill Palestine video that I was talking about with the kid, and that the kids that they were rescuing and stuff like that with the family. This particular video I was seeing, people are under the freaking comments talking about, I thought the kids were starving. I thought people were starving there. Why do they look so healthy? It's so sick.
The audacity of those people.
Yeah, they want them to be.
They want them to actually look like they're starving.
Yeah.
These kids don't even look like they're starving.
Calm down with the anti-Semitic rhetoric. Calm down with the anti-Semitic rhetoric. They are starving. Mocking the starving children, while they're getting butchered and slaughtered by your disgusting Zionist criminal entity, a disgusting entity, that freaking, every majority of the world is pro-Patty because for a reason. Because of your disgusting Zionist entity, they lost the PR war as well. Nobody in the future, if you claim to be, Israeli, they're not going to respect you. They're going to beat the shit out of you. And that's what's going on all over the world. And some of the countries are putting a ban on Israelis.
That was my out of pocket for saying I laughed. and the starving people in 1945 in like the camps? Or what? Like how do you want to play it, bro? You know what I mean? Like,
That's not something you never knew.
that's what I'm saying. So it's just like, well, just refrain from these dumbass comments, my friend, and you won't get it.
Weren't terrorists. You had a lot of these guys that were like special forces.
People like Zach are too dumb to understand that. There are different classes of people in Gaza. You have people that are able to use cell phones to start fundraisers, and just maybe they might be able to raise enough money to buy some protein, and not like grain or food. But there's a lot of people who don't really have access to getting data chips, and they don't have cell phones. They don't have like the ability to start fundraisers. In the lower class parts of Gaza, people who are already food insecure even before the genocide.
Including preventing, reporting, addressing, and tracking acts of hate and bias.
Majority.
Starts at home and kids in the school will have
Of
responsibility.
course, you're gonna have some kids that are gonna come out of Gaza that are able to seek help, and they're not like skin and bones, but that doesn't mean that they weren't food insecure either. They weren't hungry most of the time before they were able to leave. Fucking retard.
My friend, these individuals in 1945, they look like they're doing just fine. They're clothed. Let me see. God damn it. They look like they're doing just fine in that camp right there. Right?
There's a picture of a fat guy in a concentration camp.
No, the people in those pictures actually look like they were starving.
No. They look real healthy.
No,
I don't know what
they're
you
super
know.
skinny.
They're
They're gone.
No, they're in their real original cool form. They're in their real cool form.
No. What you're saying is not comparable to what I was saying.
They have cerebral palsy.
It's a.
Well, how can you look at that picture that you have of David and not feel bad for those people, and not be inspired by how far they've come?
Okay, so the same way that you're at my neck about that, but this goofball over here was like, oh yeah, you want to see whatever snide comment he said. But once again, I'm the crazy guy for applying the same pressure. Shut your bitch ass up. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, bro? Like, that's why y'all all weirdo, goofy. Like, bro, the motherfucker said the same shit I'm saying, and y'all want to address me. Shut the fuck up.
You're sending pictures of the
Shut the
people's
fuck up.
ancestors.
And free Palestine.
It's all inhumane. All of it.
I'm just giving him what he wants.
Like goes further back than that.
Well, some of those people didn't survive. Many of them did not.
And so, what's that got to do with
Same thing in Gaza. His sisters are the same thing in Gaza. So many people did not survive. They died because of starvation.
And I hope that they have a comeback story as well. I really do. I truly do.
And they're dying every day. But then you have this idiot, Zach, my friend, right? I don't even want to attack his personal life. I mean, what I know about it. But, if I have, I can say a lot of shit about it and you'll piss him off. But I don't want to go down that path. But then, you see starving children and it's a fact. It's not just for me. It's the U.S. aid company and all of these organizations that came out and said there's a fucking standard at like level 5 or level 4.
I just want to say, sister, first and foremost, I apologize for crashing out. You didn't deserve that. I'd be overanalyzing shit. And once again, whenever it comes to for this case, because I hate even using the word Jewish, for the Jewish people, it's always, oh my God, how could you? Unbelievable, shocking. And then, but people can get away with the craziest statements to Palestine. It's like, why? Because you can't see it, because you're not directly actively trying to look for these atrocities or what. But a lot of people just have a blind eye to current, present day, and me talking about almost 100 years ago is out of pocket. It's kind of crazy to me, but whatever.
Well, my biggest thing is I don't understand why more places are not helping. I don't get it. And Mary's tried to break it down to me, but I don't understand why their other Muslim brothers and sisters in surrounding countries are in bed with the U.S., in bed with Israel, in bed with everybody, and not helping them. I don't get it, and that's what frustrates me. It makes me very angry, and I also don't like the fact that I don't feel like there's nothing I can do. I'm not a person who believes in protest. I'm not wasting my breath and I'm not going outside standing with the freaking sign. I want to get those people out of that situation. What can I do? What can I realistically do to get those people, even one person, out of that situation? And I've asked people on this app, and they've told me there's no way for them to get out. That it's impossible for them to leave. So with that being said, what do I do?
First of all, Arab countries and Muslim countries in general, you don't want to be complicit in the genocide of Palestinians.
Well, they are being complicit, and they're going to have to take account. They're going to have to take account for turning a blind eye at what's happening to their fellow Muslims. You're going to have to turn blind. The world is watching. And I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the government.
Okay. Even the government knows if the Palestinians go to Egypt, Israel will take Gaza, and then Egypt is going to do next. They don't want to be complicit. I believe it's a good thing. It's the duty of Western countries, especially America, to stop it. They can literally end it right now.
Everyone's duty. It is everyone's duty.
They can end it next hour, but they don't want to because we all.
Why are you putting everything on the United States? I agree. The United States has not been helping, but it's everyone's duty.
Our tax money pays for it. Our tax money is paid for the genocide and occupation, by the way. That's the truth. People will like it, but it's the fact. So America is the one that's supposed to be ending this, by the way, not Egypt or Jordan, because these countries, they know if they allow Palestinians in, their countries are going to be at risk, and the Palestinians will also be at risk.
Who cares? There's lives at risk. Who cares? So you're not willing to risk your life and your safety and your comfortability for someone else. That's all it comes down to. They don't want to sacrifice. So they're just going to let them die. You're going to sit and let someone die rather than take the risk and save their life.
Why should they leave? Why should they leave Gaza?
Now we're saying why should they leave? Because you said they are starving and they're being genocided. I believe that it's better to retain their life. That is what's most important as their life at this point.
You're doing this thing where you blame everyone else but the Zionists that are actually killing them. And you're trying to
what is this just saying? Sister, what is it you're saying? You say that the people in Gaza need to... Wait, my friend, I'm just asking something. Be quiet, please, mute. So I'm asking his sister, are you saying that why aren't the people in Gaza leave Gaza now because they're being genocided?
I'm saying first.
Wait. Just yes or no question. Yes or no question. You're thinking that because they're being genocided, they should leave? Yes or no? Is that your argument?
I've been told they can't leave.
Yes or no?
I don't know. I've been told they cannot leave. That is not an option. But if it were an option, then yes, they need to leave.
So you're saying that fact is that they cannot leave, even if they would want to leave, right? And if they could leave, you say they should leave. But right now, they can't.
Save their lives.
So where we are in this situation now, they cannot leave. They're not allowed. What is it your argument is in this context? That what is it you're saying? That
why is the government of Jordan and Egypt not doing more? Why are they not accepting them in? Why are they not fighting back?
Because
and there's so many fellow Muslims. I don't understand that.
Sister, they want this genocide to happen. They don't want the Gaza people to leave.
Wait, who wants it to happen?
What we're seeing right now is that basically the Israeli government is in co-op with Egypt and Jordan, right? So they are in agreement to make it so expensive and basically making it impossible for people to leave through money. And on the other side, they're not being able to go from that place, as we can see. So reality, circumstantial evidence is telling us that they are being genocided with a purpose of being genocided. Do you understand now? Like, do you understand the difference?
Why, I get all that, but why are these other countries not helping? Why
We're
is
not
Jordan
asking
denying them entry? Why is he denying them entry?
Sister, we know why.
No, I don't know why. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know why. I don't know.
Hang on, sister, I gave you the answer. You're asking the same question.
Yeah, you told me the other day.
I said they're Muslim majority countries. They're not
Let
Muslim.
us know what you said the other day.
One second. Ocean, please, 1 second. So they're Muslim majority countries. The leaders are the puppet of who? America and Israel. I explained it to you in detail. You're doing the same thing on purpose. I know you want to troll, but sister, if I tell you one thing, I like you to concede to the point. Moving forward, don't bring up the same fucking point. Right? I told you this.
I'm just saying that makes me
I told you this. I understand. It makes everybody angry, but the issue here is if I tell you something once or twice, that's it. You go with it because you know America. It's in bed, and they planted a whole bunch of puppets in GCC countries. GCC means Gulf, countries, right? The leaders are in bed with America, and they cannot attack Israel without facing the consequences for America. America gives protection to Israel. That's why Egypt on silent mode as well. Egypt would not touch Israel because the backing is by America, and everybody's scared of America. That's the problem we have, and it's the enemy within. Where we live, I live in America, you live in America, Zero is from America, Dave's from America, a lot of us are from America, right? And we, the biggest enemy is enemy within. Our enemy is the fucking government of America. That's actually, we have domestic policies, right? We vouch for the rights, the human lives, and a whole bunch of good shit. But when it comes down to the four people in four nations, they get treated like shit. No human rights of any kind. Just kill, genocide them, genocide the shit out of them, oppress them, suppress them, occupy them, and do a whole bunch of shit like we did in Iraq, like we did in Afghanistan. Not to mention in Afghanistan, we killed over 20,000 people, and we detained a whole bunch of sisters into the detention camp, right? And these soldiers, they raped the sisters. That's why America parted ways with ICC, International Criminal Court, and ICJ, because they did not want on a world stage for their soldiers to get prosecuted. And if you ask the people from Afghan, one of my moderators, she's from Afghanistan. Her name is Sahia, right? When she comes in, you can ask her, would you want those people to be brought to justice at the international court or inside America? She would tell you at the International Criminal Court. Because America is very biased, just like a fucking Israeli court is biased. And these people that have committed war crimes in Gaza, if you ask people in Palestine, they would want International Criminal Court or inside Gaza for these fuckers to be prosecuted. That literally fucking molest them, kill them, rape them, and snipe them. They kill a whole bunch of journalists, even in the recent news. If you check the chat, they killed a whole bunch of forget the Al Jazeera journalists. They just sniped and killed and bombed hospitals twice. It's like what Josh said, it's a double target on the same hospital. And these journalists were from Reuters and whatnot. They're mainstream journalists. Not even freaking Al Jazeera anymore. And Trump came out. Trump is pissed off. Trump said, I'm sad. I didn't know about this.
Because Trump is not the enemy that people try to make him out to be. He's not. He's not the person that people want him to be. And I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like people need to stop putting this jacket on him and stuff like that, because honestly, he might be one of our only hopes. To get the conversation going and stuff, because he's trying to get out of that relationship with
Sister, what are you saying?
He's trying to get out of bed with Israel. He's been trying.
Sister,
It's getting deeper and deeper because of all the information they have against him.
Is he on Epstein files? Let's go one step. Is he on Epstein files? Sister, tell us.
Maybe because he was friends with him. I don't know. I don't think, but Trump's not a pedophile.
Wait.
And then, brother, please don't call, sister to be with. I was doing something. I was on another call when you did that, brother. Respectfully, don't call.
He apologized. I don't take it personally. I can be that sometimes.
It's not safe to
I
call
think
anyone.
I'm taking that from Amir.
It's just like common sense. You shouldn't call anyone a bitch.
Yeah, it's more so being offensive to the other women in the room.
If I can break down another
But I can
element
deal
of
with
this,
that.
sister. If I can break down another element real quick, the thing why these countries are more in bed with Israel is because they actually hate the Iranian axis more than they hate Israel. So you look at Saudi, for example. They don't care how many people have to die in Gaza for them to eventually cut out a deal so that the people within Palestine open diplomatic relations with, the GCC countries. Because eventually, they want to build a port in Gaza and then they can make money off of it. Their main goal is to separate them from being aligned with the Iranian axis, which is the axis that is supporting them with weapons and militarily and morally, actually. And then part two of that is if you want to look at my PTR, tell me who those people are, and might answer a couple more questions for you.
Also, you're not taking into account that Sisi would do the very same exact thing to his people if he had to. You're not looking at that. I mean, it's not that they are worried about. Sisi's not worried about Iran. They're both in BRICS. They're both BRICS members. But Sisi knows that if he had to do the same exact thing to his people, he would. He would slaughter millions if he had to stay in power. And so would MDS in Saudi Arabia. If he had to slaughter millions of his own people to stay in power, he'd do this very same exact thing. Evil is evil. Birds of a feather flock together.
I'm looking at your PCR, Josh. It said Saudi, somebody from Saudi.
That's Mohammed bin Salman and Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, this is the thing. There's a lot of people that have pictures with Epstein because he moved in billionaire circles. That doesn't mean because they were pictured with him that they were involved in that.
Wait, let me just say something. If it looks like a duck, acts like a duck, then it's a duck. He had literally said if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he will fuck her. Okay? I knew Miss New York. I worked with Miss New York, and she said that he would go through where the women were changing and just bust in. Okay? This man is a pedophile. He is a pedophile. He is a pedophile. He's president of the United States. He doesn't care about the United States. He's here to make money. That's it. Pretending. Why is he pretending as if there's no Epstein list? Oh no. Oh, by the way, the White House just opened up a TikTok. White House, official TikTok White House. They got trolled so bad saying, where's the Epstein list? Where's the Epstein list? But even his base is asking for this Epstein list.
Understand. I don't know. Listen, the next question, my final question is, what can I do to help the cause? I don't believe in marching. I don't believe in any of that. I will donate money. I will do things that will result in actual change. But I'm not getting out there and holding up no sign because I don't think that does anything for anybody. I didn't even do that for George Floyd. So my question is, what can I as an individual do to help, if anything, to help the people of Palestine?
It worked in Australia. I mean, those people protested when they crossed that bridge. When they crossed that bridge.
That was in the 1960s.
I've got a question actually, just on building up.
They get you fucking Zionists right now.
What? You don't want to hear?
Let him speak. We need the opposite side.
If you don't want to hear me, just go ahead and
Please hang on. No. Hang on. We need to hear the other side as well. Go on.
I have a question actually. My sister is asking, what can she do to help the people of Palestine? She doesn't want to go out and protest, but she wants to maybe donate money or something. So my question is, do you think that if she were to lobby or advocate or encourage her friends to advocate against Israel, like if Israel had less power, or if Israel in line with the United States, or if we stop sending money to Israel, basically something that would make Israel less powerful.
Well, we're about to elect, inshallah, the new mayor of New York, who's not taking any APAC money. So we need to start electing politicians that are not taking any type of APAC money or any kind of Israel.
So would you? Is this your attempt to answer my question?
Okay.
I just said it.
So what? Can you repeat the question, Zach, so we can dive into it?
Independent medicine or anything, first aid, everything is set here. They have everything they can possibly.
So are you part of HR, or in some way you administer this kind of stuff, or no?
I'm kind of, but I'm not really. I wouldn't say officially.
Because you could just give everyone, like a $20 gift card a week for snacks or whatever, and then people don't have to.
Mom, didn't I tell you what you do about your mouth?
But in Philadelphia, you need it.
You see,
Every day from this shit.
From what shit? What's the shit that dies from?
People kill people in the city. 14-year-olds carjacking.
So what you're telling me is all the kids that are dying in rural neighborhoods, right? Rural areas in this country, which is a lot, by the way. You're saying like you're not gonna count any of that. You're just gonna talk about blue states and blue cities, right?
You see how you do that?
Philadelphia? That's a red state. Sorry.
Okay.
California was almost red.
California was never red. Sorry, buddy.
Close.
Not close. No, not in my lifetime. Sorry.
This last election was close.
No. Okay. Yeah, never mind. It's showing y'all.
Why do you think Governor Newsom wants to gerrymander the state? And what happens if it reverses all of that?
So this is how it started.
What happens?
So
What happens if Governor Newsom
So buddy.
of the state actually puts up the state?
Okay. So little boy, listen. Are you saying that's how it started with Newsom? Is this what we're gonna go with?
No.
That's the story we're gonna go with, right? Okay. So no. Okay. Let's see if you have any
the last time
honesty.
it was better was under.
Let's see if you have any honesty. Answer me this, young
Arnold
man.
Schwarzenegger said
Yeah.
the change since he was in office.
Okay, young man. Answer me this question. Why did Newsom decide to want to do the gerrymandering this time? Why did
Because he wanted to get a few more votes in the state.
Okay, yeah, but why?
Because he figured Texas was going to take some away from him.
Oh, okay. So you got some honesty. Yeah, he figured that Texas is doing disservice to their own
But
constituents
Pennsylvania
by
is doing
stealing
it
them.
too. Other states are doing it. That's
Okay,
the only state.
do you know how to
But
focus?
what happens?
Do you know how to focus?
When it backfires on Newsom?
What happens when it backfires on Texas? What happens when it backfires? It'll not become a red state.
Backfire on Texas. It's going to be a red state.
You don't understand.
Texas will become red.
Hey, school city, it's only congressional district. They didn't even redraw the state districts. Only the congressional districts. So
Yeah,
how
he doesn't
is it gonna
understand
do
this. He doesn't understand this.
Make that make
I
sense.
do. Pennsylvania's even gerrymandering. New York State wants to gerrymander.
Yes.
Why? Why?
This is
CEO.
nothing new.
Come get your board.
This is nothing new.
Okay, why?
Why?
Why do you hurry?
Why? Because they think that
That's
the
your boy.
Democrats are going to be best
Say-
for America.
No.
And when the Republicans push everybody should get a job and everybody deserves a job, and you care more about the illegal immigrants taking your jobs.
Yeah, but
That's what the states believe. The
most people.
America believes you should
Okay,
have
yeah,
your
but
own job, not
all of the
just
good jobs. Hey, see, stop. You're just running your mouth. All of the good jobs, right, that were held by people in this country who work for the government, they were losing it under Donald. Donald made them lose their job. He hired them. Right. So what? So what are you talking about? You're talking about people. You're talking about people who I think detained, kicked out of the country People who've been detained, kicked out of the country, who were doing a particular job. Meanwhile, the really good, high-paying jobs that Donald got rid of. What are you talking about?
He didn't get rid of. He
didn't get rid of them. Shane, okay, can you bring up the number? Can you bring up the number of individuals who lost their job under the Donald?
For a truck driver, you're doing all of this? You guys are a bunch of idiots.
I know, I do feel like I'm an idiot.
You very educated motherfucker pushing a 40,000-pound rig, and you basically are the imitation of a fourth grader. Shut up.
No, hey, come on. Give him at least 5th grade. You got that.
Yes.
Point, I agree with you on some of your ideas.
Right, so now one of my biggest ideas is for you to shut the fuck up, you stupid ass motherfucker.
That wasn't the
Real quick. Yeah, somebody else jump in.
What was your idea? What was your idea?
Your idea.
Who would like to jump in?
Doing the t-shirts.
Alright.
Doing the t-shirts.
Oh, okay.
This guy's finance voice.
See, so now you, look at that.
No, and let me just say, the only reason why I wanted to jump in, because I obviously, let me finish. Honestly, I don't really know where you guys stand on that position. I'm assuming that it's but what I would say, as a DC resident,
And my support.
that's a big topic now. But since, no, I don't get his point out. I want to hear it. But but so this is actually coming from the Hill, which is generally pretty nonpartisan, but definitely probably a little bit more left-leaning. But since Trump's executive order, and this was published about 48 minutes ago, I think it was, that there have been 0 homicides in DC since August 13th. And DC typically, on average, has about 4 to 5 homicides per week. So I don't know. Maybe we saved
per week
lives.
They have 3 per week, just something like that. And then also, I have a question for you. So, like, the day, so
I'm so triggered, but you got.
I have a question. I just want to ask an honest question. So, with the stats you just read about like crime being down and stuff, why all of a sudden is there a need to arm the National Guard if the current approach of them being unarmed has led to these results? What is the point of arming them now?
They already had their arms. That's the thing.
In DC, I'm asking, they're arming the DC National Guard. They weren't armed before, or arming them now in DC. Why? Why do they need to be armed if it's working already? They did not. What do you mean? On Saturday, I can give you the article if you want. On Saturday, Hegseth said that National Guard is now, all of them are going to be armed. They were previously unarmed in DC.
Not all of them. Some.
Why would you ask a truck driver for any information on this?
I mean, outside of like the National Guard being armed, could you maybe just answer my question? Because I literally have not spoken much, but I mean, like, whether or not, the National Guard is armed or unarmed, I didn't know that piece, but I mean, like, can we, like, just sort of ignore the fact that there have been, like, no murders in DC?
It's wonderful. Hey, look, it's wonderful. It's wonderful that the last 10 days, crime is down. That's wonderful. Now, I wouldn't say that there haven't been any carjackings.
This is having an impact on the business community in DC as well.
That is true. That is a good point.
And so, nothing is happening. People feel like they're under a military occupation walking down the streets with their papers because this is the move. So I think,
I don't feel like that as a black DC
I'm sure. If you want to take that as a win, if you want to take that as a win,
why can't I
that's wonderful for you. But this is not America. This is not America anymore. For you to feel
people do it every day. Cool. Ain't nobody.
Why would you have to walk down the street if you're black?
The only people that are scared of DC is you.
I'm not. Why would you have to worry if you're black if you gotta have people?
Okay, let's have Hood and Quinn go back and forth. Cool, if you could just like hold out for a moment. So Hood, so Quinn brought up the point about the economic consequences in terms of the small businesses being impacted. Do you have any thoughts?
Who cares?
They're making money, the small businesses.
What is it, like phase 2 or phase 7? What was it, like you changing your color
Hold
now?
on, just take Take a 3-minute timeout, alright? Just take a 3-minute timeout. Mute for 3 minutes, thanks.
I think to get like the real authentic pink, you would have to
I definitely, sort of the streets aren't as busy. I think that it is having an impact.
And that's a good thing, yeah, that's a wonderful.
God, the impulse control in this room is.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's good.
Let Hood just speak. I'm interrupted.
Yeah, so as a 25-year Black American DC resident and homeowner, I think it is having an impact, to the local businesses. But at the same time, I think that there's probably going to be an opportunity for like tourism to return, especially if they feel safer in coming to DC. And according to the numbers, listen, I'm just reporting the numbers that DC is safer. So I think that while this may be a short-term dip, with tourism, I think that it will rebound and maybe rebound bigger and better. That's my thoughts on it. Cool. You got 2 minutes left. Cool. You got 2 minutes left on your mute.
Who are you talking to? I'm sorry.
So here's what I'm going to say real quick.
Yeah, they're
So
only.
I don't know how we got to these stats so fast. That's number one. Number two, this concept about DC like not being safe in the first place that was kind of laughable. I know lots of other DC residents, and they never felt this way. And I've seen the stats before. This whole National Guard thing, and it was already low. So this is kind of weird. I don't know why this was ever a talking point, and why do we even need to argue this? It's just wrong. Like, it's all fucking fake information. So you're saying that, like, let's just say, like, let's say this. They can probably fudge numbers like robberies, burglaries. I don't think that you can really like fudge like murder results. Like, does somebody get correct? So
But what you're ignoring is that what people are reacting to is being occupied. So all the time, you remember when motherfuckers was going, popping their heads off about the lockdowns and what if the National Guard was deployed to make sure that people complied with the lockdowns? Like this is not an emergency situation. People's freedoms, their sense of freedom. You talk about their sense of safety. Their sense of freedom is being impacted. It's impacting your local economy, right, negatively, as it would impact our economy in Chicago, while we're still getting major tourism dollars. Nobody's afraid, like, except for motherfuckers who only know Chicago from watching it on fucking Fox News. Yeah. That is it. Yeah. So you can feel scared. Like, it's a lot of scared, cowardly motherfuckers walking around here. I've never been scared even to walk through project buildings. I have done so in my life in this city. Okay? Like, give me a fucking break. And let's not ignore the fact that
So I think we do have to be careful here in terms of like sanitizing DC too much. Like it did make really good progress in 2024, but it's still ranked 4th per capita for murders and 7th for violence crime overall in the U.S. So there's a lot of room for improvement. We can make all the comments we make, but without sanitizing DC, it's getting to be a bit much.
Excuse me, sir. If we're going to look at the data, I know you heard me talking, sir. If we look at the data and we look at an average from 2022 to 2024, we definitely see the uptick of the improvement. Would you not say that as well?
I said that. I said we can talk about the improvements, and there was an improvement in 2024. Absolutely. It's going in the right direction, 100%.
So it is going in the right direction. So when you say sanitize it, like, what are we talking about? They're in the process of working it. It doesn't happen overnight.
So when I say like it seems like we're sanitizing it, it's like when people are saying like DC safe and all this and that. If you're number 4 out of every city in America for murder per capita and number 7 overall for violence crime, that don't count as safe.
CEO.
It just doesn't.
CEO. As a nation, we know what our problems stem from gun violence.
Yes, I agree.
And as a nation, we have said through in the public square that we are okay with that.
I hear that argument.
Don't look at cities in the base talking about gun crimes when people have walked through preschools and blown fucking white toddlers away, and white folks did nothing.
What's wrong with that?
Like who needs to shut the fuck up? Because we see how y'all react to crime in your neighborhoods and your communities. You do nothing because you would rather have your guns, and so be it.
There comes a point when there's illegal gun ownership. That's
all the mass shootings were by legal gun owners.
Let me just say this real quick. If I can just say something real fast.
Every day,
Bro, you've been for that on the sound. Yeah, let me just say one quick thing. As a 25-year
I'm calling the police because you keep talking.
DC resident, let me just say this. I haven't spoken much, but I would say that since I purchased my property 25 years ago.
I don't care. You said that before. Every speech is.
Moderators, could you guys check your view?
Every speech you make is my house 25 years. So yeah, everything else.
Let him get his point out. Jesus Christ.
When's it gonna be my turn?
You'll be next. You're right after.
Oh, I go after truck drivers. How do I follow
after
truck?
You're after.
Oh, he's a clown. How do I follow a clown? All right, go ahead, Hood. Hurry up, you little bitch.
This is weird. But anyway, what I would say is that sort of the big issue and the big concern that I had, with DC and sort of everything that's a function of it is the racial wealth gap, in DC. And, certainly, since I bought my property, quite honestly, I didn't really know much about the neighborhood.
Let's talk about your property again. No, we want to focus on.
I think you need to shut the fuck up and let me finish. Like, you're not funny, you're not clever, you're not cute. You're just really annoying. And I think that you're preventing people.
The point's not on stage right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the big issue is really the racial wealth gap in DC. And as much as crime, since I lived in DC 25 years ago, and it was even worse before I moved to DC, that the reduction in crime in DC, it's not a function of sort of like the Washingtonians, the native Washingtonians, that they, the education improved or their wealth position improved or any of those things to sort of eradicate, a lot of the violence and crime in DC, but it's because they were literally gentrified out.
like the white conservative establishment. And, I'm just a firm believer in the core of who I am. I think that white liberals, across this nation have been ethnically cleansing the Black American population across all of our inner cities, which is why they're so pressed and will do anything to replace that population with illegal immigrants. So, let me finish, I'll land. So, listen, like when we see, people bragging about, DC is, the crime is improving, and that's only because wealthy white liberals are forcing and gentrifying Black people out of their neighborhoods, and so that's it.
So, when you said white liberals are ethnically genociding Black people, that's a really big allegation. So, can you give your evidence?
Yeah, I think that when you look at our voting patterns, it's like, Black Americans, we're overwhelmingly, support the Democratic Party, which is sort of the engine under it are, white liberal and white liberal ideologies and oligarchs. And I think that we've put them in control of our politics. And I just fundamentally, this is just me, like Malcolm X said, really the only difference between like a white liberal and a white conservative is that they both want power. But what the white liberals done is that they've been very effective in posing as like the Black Americans' friend and benefactor. But sort of the core of who both white liberals and white conservatives are is that they're both anchored, in my opinion, at ensuring that white people control the wealth in this country and that white people control the politics. I think that everything else is sort of red herring issues. But even like when we look at, say, for example, the Democrats and their political chance of addressing wealth inequality through reparations legislation. We saw that Gavin Newsom, after the 2-year reparations task force, AB 3121, they came out with 2 bills, out of that to advance reparations in California, which basically were derailed by the California Black Caucus and Gavin Newsom himself. And then even when we look at Westmore in Maryland, he had an opportunity to create a reparations task force similar to California. So white liberals, I think, listen. I think that white liberals and white conservatives are just different wings of the same bird. And trust me, our politics to white liberals is crazy. That's just
okay. We're having a conversation. So, Westmore just said no to a study because they already had pre-studies, right? He said, come back with an action plan and then I'll do something on it. So what was your issue there? And second, can you not say the whole thing about white liberals are committing ethnic genocide? Because I asked you for an example of
I said the white liberal establishment. The white liberal establishment.
Okay. Yeah. So I didn't.
Margaret Sanger did that.
I didn't hear an example of the ethnic genocide.
No, not Margaret Sanger, stupid. Margaret Sanger controls stupid. Imagine if you had Margaret Sanger advocating for birth control, not abortion, you assholes. Read a book. Margaret Sanger advocated for birth control. Read a book. Stupid ass.
White liberals have been genociding Black people for decades.
So y'all against birth control? Is that what y'all are coming for now? Yeah, because Black people are the only one that use birth control.
20 million Black people have died.
And you don't give a fuck. How do your Black neighbors feel about it? Or do you live in a segregated community? Do you have any Black friends?
Having more families.
Get the fuck out.
But the fathers, Democrats push separation of fathers from family.
Yeah, but can we like moderate this space?
Flames go. I'm sorry, say your name right. How do I say your name? I'm sorry. How do I say your name? King. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have the
A generation from now, are gonna be talking about the Democrats put when all of them y'all for the fucking military, the police.
I'm doing it. Y'all talking over each other. Can you stop, please?
Nobody's talking.
No, you were, ma'am. I wouldn't have did that.
I was talking. Nobody was talking over me.
Okay, so I'm crazy now. I'm a crazy nigga. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, remember how we wanted to talk about the crime bill, but we didn't want to talk about all the black people that was behind the scenes rooting for the shit? Now, y'all are the ones rooting for the shit. A police state. Y'all are going to be satisfied till stop and frisk is back. But a generation from now, y'all will be blaming it on the Democrats. And we see you, and we're going to put that in the record.
I'm not in
was the
Kansas.
Democrats. 1994 was the Democrats. No,
That was not my point. My point is that there was a whole cadre of Negroes, like Hood, behind the scenes advocating for that, for them to do that. Black people supported the crime bill in '94. People like him, because they didn't quote unquote feel safe, regardless to what the statistics may have shown or whatever.
Well, you know, they're also. Can other people talk? Thanks. There are also ministers and business people and a lot of people in the community that supported the crime bill, though, Queen. We gotta be real with that.
That's my
and
point.
not just what you consider just the niggas. It was a lot. My mother's pastor supported it, John L. Branham, and he had one of the biggest churches. I think it was on Main and I don't know, over there in that area. So he supported it because every day they would come in when they go to worship, there was a lot of shit going on. So I'm not.
No,
you see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to push against you. I'm just adding.
I'm saying
All right,
that is my point, Lisa. That's my point.
Okay, I got you, sis.
But you understand that a generation later, where were those people speaking up and explaining why they did that during election times when we had an opportunity to vote for the status quo versus a fascist? Where were they reminding people that no, we asked for that? We wanted that.
Yes,
we were down with the stop and frisk. We were down with the mass incarceration.
So,
because basically,
you're right. No way to be found.
Real quick, I just want to tell Lisa. So, interesting enough to your point, 58% of African Americans supported the crime bill compared to 49% of white people. So, black community supported it more.
And this is nothing but a reality. We have learned nothing. That is my point. We have learned nothing.
Listen, let me just say this one real quick. Literally, I think that just because you're black doesn't mean that your politics is anchored in like how politics can benefit the black community. If that's not you, that's fine. But I think that for those black people that want to weaponize and leverage politics to improve the black community, I guess sort of the message that I'm saying is that I think that we need, as black people, that group of black people, I think we really need to start envisioning a different way of doing politics. Because if we continue to sort of fight banter, between supporting and advocating for Republicans or Democrats. I just think that we're always going to be in this perpetual cycle of like status quo because neither of these parties are anchored in weaponizing politics to improve the Black community outside of just using us for our vote. And I think that as long as like Black people just see ourselves, fighting to defend being on plantation A or plantation B, I just think we'll never get anywhere. I think that we need to envision a bigger politics.
Why anything that have to do with us is plantation? I don't know why you keep using that terminology. Plantation. A plantation mindset. There's nothing about Black people that are going to talk over me. Are you going to talk over me? No, I'm not trying to do shit. I just asked for a minute so I can finish my. This plantation bullshit that you make. Okay, I'm gonna mute you or either throw you down. One or the other. One or the other. But you coming in here and just loading on shit on stage talking about plantation this, plantation that. You don't use that type of terminology when you talk about white folks. There's nothing about me being on a fucking plantation in 2025, sir. Not one fucking thing. Not my kids, not me, not my family, not my fucking community. So you need to find another fucking talking point when you start talking about, my community. Seriously, I'm getting sick and tired of that. And these white folks come and take this shit that you're saying and they take it and they spread it out. Just like we had this motherfucker in here the other day who said that you niggas, and I'm gonna say you niggas, because he called me a nigga for straight out the bat. And I said, how do you find you have the authority to call me out my name? He goes, because you guys use it as a term of endearment. So I'm calling you a nigga. And this is the shit that you guys started. So don't come in here and start talking about a motherfucking plantation. And then all the people sitting in the audience who don't look like me, who don't give a fuck about me, who don't give a fuck about my community, all of a sudden they hollering, they're echoing your fucking talking points. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Because you don't recognize that you're being, like, our community is being used as a pawn right now in this situation.
Our community's being used as a pawn by both parties.
I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about y'all pedophiles.
Our history as Black people in this country politically didn't start on August 25th, 2025 and
Yuri, you can speak to me directly. Yuri, you can speak to me directly. Okay, I said it. So what is the problem with what I said, Yuri? You're on stage. You get a mic. Okay, so what? Okay, are you on mic, Yuri? Go ahead. I'm not trying to attack you, sis. I'm just asking for clarification. Promise, it's no attack. You went back and had something to say about what I said. So.
I can't hear her. Can anyone else?
Is there something wrong with your mic, Yuri? Are you trying to speak? You might have to come back.
I don't think they're on plantation. I think you're saying.
Hey, I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't what I think. I don't really give a fuck, Al.
That's not
You're on a
nice.
fucking plantation because you think that shit is cute. Go right ahead. Nobody's stopping you. I said me, my family, and my community. Where you live, plantation might be a thing, babe.
That's because
you black people are fucking confused.
It's not even from America. Like,
you don't know where the fuck I'm from.
You're an immigrant.
I'm not a fucking
You don't
immigrant.
have relatives that live in of American slaves that have family that live on plantation.
Fuck me.
I know
You don't know where the fuck I'm from. You're just talking out your ass as
you're an
usual.
immigrant. You're an immigrant, Lisa. You're an
You're
immigrant.
what they call those people? Audience observer. How about that? Go ahead, Yuri. It's on you.
It's kind of interesting that just being
tell you how to feel. I don't tell you what to say. I don't tell you how to take care of your family. I don't tell you shit. I said to me. So don't get on here telling me how to feel about somebody saying that I'm on a fucking plantation. The nerve of you. Who the fuck are you? Are you the black king now? That we gotta, whatever you say, we have to take it and we have to eat it? Who the fuck are you, Al?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're offended because it's reference to slavery, but I'm not offended by slavery. And I'm not offended. If you're an immigrant, that's probably why you're
I'm
offended.
not a fucking immigrant. Would you like me to call you out your name in a minute? My people's blood is in this soil. I am not a fucking immigrant. And what difference does it make if I the fuck was? I am not an immigrant. Did I ever tell you that? Did I ever tell you that? Did I send you a copy of my fucking birth certificate and my passport? Did I send you my people's history? Did I do any of that for you, Al? For you to come out of your fucking ass and call me an immigrant? Did I do any of that? Are you listening to the hood rat because you both men? And you gonna suck his dick. I'm telling you, I am not a fucking immigrant.
So you were 0.5% of the slavery?
I've met 50%.
Jeez, Ayo, what's going on here?
Yeah, I'm being petty. I'm trying to respect your stage with these motherfucking prudence. I'm trying to be nice. They don't know me well enough to be in here trying to tell me I'm a motherfucking immigrant. They don't know me. Them niggas ain't even seen me, never met me, probably never heard me come off mic. Now all of a sudden I'm a fucking immigrant to them two kunites. Stop it. I'm not asking you your heritage. Not one fucking time did I come off a mic and question where you from and who you are. Not one fucking time, Al. So what's your problem with me today? What is it? You want me to be an immigrant? You're attracted to spicy, indigenous people? Are you? What is going on today?
I think you only got a little bit of a lighter color because your family mixed with white person.
What?
Shut the fuck up.
Light skin.
There are a lot of people in this room, sir, who are mixed. And what's your problem with it? What's your fucking problem with it? There are a lot of people on this stage who are more light of skin, like you want to say. So what's your fucking problem with it?
I don't know what's going on.
Sir,
You're saying you're not a legal immigrant.
Where are you from? Are you a recent immigrant? How many generations have you been here?
Well, my family heritage goes back to a president. Which president?
President Clinton.
I'm about to block your dumbass. I swear to God, I have nobody on my block list. You're going to be the first motherfucker.
Lisa, do you think that my life revolves around like
Do you think my life revolves around you, nigga?
fucking clubhouse? Like,
Do you fucking no, I don't think it revolves around Clubhouse.
like
You
fucking
weirdo.
love me.
I think you come in here and you think you gotta.
I don't even
You
know
think that you can.
Like, why do I give a fuck
So
about
get out of my drawers, nigga. If you don't know me, climb out. Climb out. I know you like it there. I know you love it there. But climb the fuck out.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it
He's a
back.
fucking idiot.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. So yeah, who said that? Who said let's talk about Trump? Alright, so let's just stick to knowing what we know. If you have to ask a question, just ask a question. I don't know Lisa's background, but I don't think that she's an immigrant. So we can move along. Next on the docket, what's going on? Nothing? Y'all done?
Can I just say really quickly,
Be nice, Al. Be nice, Al.
I don't see anything else on the whole plantation thing because I think it's a sore spot for a lot of people.
Keep
I'm trying to keep the beat. I'm saying for me personally, like when people mention, getting off the Democratic plantation.
Is that your wife in your PTR? Al.
You know it is.
So you better not say another fucking thing to me. Because I will roast and toast and chop and dice your motherfucking ass right now. I'm going to let you know that.
May I ask a question?
It just shows you haven't matured and grown out of your
So this is something that I have found myself pondering on a lot recently.
in the dawn of conservative black men and how they talk about the nuclear family. And for me, I always am stunned or lost on how to continue because their nuclear family always is an example of the whiteouts of their bloodline. The nuclear family, familial unit that they speak of is never a black man, a black woman, and black children. It's always
Why does it matter to you?
a white woman and mixed children, and they purposely seek out the whiteout of their bloodline, and that is just amazing to me because in a generation or two that Queen spoke of, their children won't even be black, phenotypically or like y'all are your own bloodline, and it's comical to me. Like you are colonizing your own bloodline.
The same way
It's insane to me.
And then has his fucking PTR and his stuff in French. Nigga, you got a nerve. You really got a fucking nerve here. And I'm gonna let you live right now because you got a fucking nerve.
But it's called the nuclear. Hold on, Kosi. Give me a second, Kosi. Kosi, stand down. So it's called the nuclear family. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters exactly what the race of that nuclear family is. It's just being a unit. So
it does when the nuclear family is brought up as a remedy to black community problems, and then black men say, "Oh, black nuclear family," but now all of a sudden that concept is lost upon you. I don't understand. Y'all let
black women are nasty.
but no one listens to it.
Black. Why is he talking to me? Y'all lay out these solutions to communal problems, and then when we go back to the table and say, "Hey, Mr. Leader of community, this resolution does not fit the community outlook." And now
Black
we watch
women
it
are nasty to black men.
But a black
Are you a black man?
Kosi, I don't know why Kosi.
Hold on for a second. Kosi, are you a black man?
No, but I can see it.
Do you fuck black men? Do you fuck black men?
Black
So why are you talking? This
Black
conversation
women
does not
are
pertain to
nasty
you.
to black men.
This conversation does not pertain to you. You're not a black man, nor do you fuck black men, so how do you know?
But why do you think the household's separate?
This conversation is not pertaining to you, because if you want me to talk about you, we can talk about how white men have a bad day at work, go home, and commit femicide.
White man.
Okay? All because you didn't get that grant, and Maria came in and made $2 more than you. Don't start with that. Because white men have a million problems as well.
The white guys.
But it's just proof how you're nasty to black men. Your attitude towards the black man is just
Ain't nobody more nasty to black them than a white man who has a bad day. Y'all have CP of your children and then come home and kill everybody and commit suicide. What are you talking about?
your boys do it on the street because their mothers are the only ones raising them.
Oh my God. So the black men who do sleep with the black women and get them pregnant legal, those guys are losers. Those men don't count for the majority, the 80+%, maybe
That
black
has
men who
nothing
actually
to do
do.
with
I'm saying, but
the point I made. You're just
there's a lot of black men.
when I'm talking about black, because I specifically spoke about a particular type of black man.
But those are the minutiae of society. Why are you even giving them credence?
Procreate with white women, and they talk about the longevity in the
Even that's a
black community,
minute.
and it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, but why don't you focus on the majority versus the minority of people who do things?
Because I'm focusing on what I brought up in the conversation. That's why.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, people get.
I brought up
Why is Kosi stop
Okay,
talking?
let me help out real quick. Women. So women, Kosi, you're in the truck. I know you think that we're supposed to just pay attention to you because you lack color, but that's not going to happen. Omari and Oasis are having a conversation, and we're going to allow them. If you continue to interrupt one more time, that's all you have. You will be placed in the GO. Okay?
Thank you. Go ahead, Oasis Amar.
No, I get. I'll go ahead, so I'll let you go first.
Well, you know, because you're talking about why am I focusing on a specific sector of people as if I did not specify in my initial offering. So I'm focusing on them because that's the group of people I want to learn more about. I'm trying to get to the psyche of it. It's not about, oh my God, one bad apple, throwing out one bad apple that ruins the bunch. No, I want to figure out why that apple turned bad to begin with.
Yeah, I think the men who do that, and I do see these talking points from some black men, and a lot of times the men who particularly probably lean more right? But I would say, I always push back and say, look, why did the black man leave? He laid down with a black woman, got her pregnant, then took off. You know, I think, what's his name, Tommy Sotomayor, or whatever the hell his name is, he got like a gang, he's been divorced multiple times, but he is the worst advocate, you know, speaker for that movement, which is, what do they call themselves? Incels, whatever they call them?
Yeah, whatever.
And so, these folks they've been broken up, they can never keep a relationship, but they're able to talk, you know, be able to communicate, and they get a big following. They just the loudest voices on the internet. That's all. But most black men love black women. Like I might not be married to. I've been with my wife since I was 15 years old. Right? I'm 47. So, but before I did nothing with black women. She's Hawaiian. So doesn't mean that I don't love black women.
Nobody here.
That's just like
You know what your wife since you was 15 years old?
I mean, yeah, 92.
Have you loved any other black woman before 15?
Listen,
What's going on? Wait, you was in love before 15?
Oh yeah. Allison.
Yeah.
Well, her name was, yeah. So she was black. Her name was Allison. But anyways, that's my point.
One whole black woman in my entire life.
This is the thing that gets me though, because you don't have to put a silver lining in. The silver lining when y'all give y'all responses always, y'all had that one black woman 10 years ago, 6 years old, with all my, like, that's, the silver lining is not needed to justify your point. Just say on the fact that you were not there.
If I was divorced, I would marry someone like Lisa. I would probably marry another black woman like
I
her.
do not give a fuck, Omari. Your dick is not big enough. First of all, nigga. Fuck if you marry me or not, because I don't need you, Negro. You're not a prize. You are not a fucking prize. I'm raising one man. And let me tell you what the caveat is.
Why is she off of me?
Like your dumb, ignorant ass. Okay? I don't know why you niggas is in my panties today. For what? I don't know. I ain't said nothing to you. Flag winding, white worshiping motherfuckers. I ain't said nothing to y'all. So get out of my lane. Shut up, trucker, and drive.
I just took a straight.
This is what I'm telling you. I don't need you, Omari, like you some fucking prize, like I gotta marry your fucking ass. You nothing. You and this other hood rat at the end are out. Like you guys are fucking prizes.
Okay, he was
Look
just
at me
saying.
and then look at you and make a decision.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, the conversation, somebody asked him about marrying a black woman. He said if he were to get married again, he would marry a woman like Lisa. That wasn't
He
it.
said not like Lisa.
I said like Lisa.
Like
Oh,
Lisa.
Omari, I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Omari. You guys got me mad because this nigga hood rat and this salt and pepper Al don't come for me. You got the wrong one. Don't let the glasses fool you, okay? I'm the right one today, and I'll be the right one all day. You keep messing with me.
Lisa, that was good stuff. Yeah, she you could point out. I mean, I never claimed to be a prize, okay, but that's fine.
Omari, you had my feelings in it because I love you, and I know you're married. And I'm your side piece, and all of a sudden you're gonna get up here and start disrespecting me?
Nah.
We been through? What the hell?
Nah, never. I was like, damn. That's what I figured. I blame Al anyway. I was gonna punch Al and Kosi for that one anyway.
Hold on. Listen, at this point, I think that Lisa and Nikki are evil fraternal twins. They don't even fucking know it.
You're gonna get in trouble. God wants me so bad.
They're literally the same person.
It's not that, well, okay, I don't have a problem with that. Me and Mickey can be the same person, but you need to stop. Stop doing what you're doing, because you're making me feel like you're an enemy of my people, and I'm not an immigrant. If I was an immigrant, I'd be proud of it. I don't have to, downplay my situation, but I'm just saying for you make it seem like you're an enemy of our people, and that's what's really, I think, got me going. So let me tell you something good. I apologize for saying your mother should have swallowed your dumb ass. I apologize. I apologize for every bad thing that I said about you, okay? Can we start over, me and you?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go on a date. You gotta pay though. Let's go on a date.
I always pay. Ask around.
I'm actually married, so.
Well, I can't go out with you then. We're good.
So just back to
You stealing my one-liners.
where's my apology?
I didn't apologize.
You remember Lisa, you remember when I told Mayor Kennedy that his mama should have swallowed him and he had a fit? He had a conviction on stage. I thought he was gonna die right there.
I wasn't trying to be as mean as I sounded. Since I'm an immigrant, I'm spicy. I'm not an aggressive, angry black woman, so I can be labeled as spicy since I'm an immigrant. But I love black men. I love you guys. Just please don't marginalize me or our community, and we'll be good.
Well, can I get an apology from Oasis? Because Oasis, I don't know what her issue was. She got on stage to attack me.
That's for her.
If we're giving out apologies, Oasis, I'll take one.
Well, I was gonna say
Really quick. So I don't know reference me.
Yes, I'm ready for my apology.
You better off having that white woman ancestors apologize to you and kiss my ass.
I'm gonna tell you to give him an apology. That's weird. Y'all weird to hear.
You still there?
Illinois Election Commission.
Oh, yeah, I'm still here, yeah.
Illinois 16 voter roll for
Oh, I didn't say Al, I said L. Hi, I'm here. Hey, sweetie, I don't know if you saw my response in the chat. Being an immigrant, there's nothing insulting about being called an immigrant. But when a Black American is called an immigrant, when somebody, if they're not an immigrant, it feels like an insult. Because see, I know my family's past all the way to slavery. I know where I come from. I know what my family sacrificed. And it's insulting because I was born here. My parents were born here. My grandparents were born here. And my great-great-grandparents were born here. So, and none of us asked to be here.
Right.
And I can't freaking leave. I wish I could. I'm not going to abandon my children, even though they're grown. I'm not going to just abandon my home and my children. But I wish I could leave because I'm scared about what's about to happen. It ain't going to happen to me. It's going to happen to Al and anybody else in here that's pretending to be white or white adjacent.
I don't know.
Or our white adjacent.
I want to hear Sanders. Can you continue? I'm listening.
So no, it's not an insult, not at all, because I have friends from lots of different nationalities, immigrants, everything. I mean, I grew up with a bunch of Jewish kids. I went to synagogue. I did everything because we all went to church together. I went to the Catholic churches. I did everything because we were all together. That's how I was raised. So no, it's not an insult, but then again, it is because when you look at the way we're being. I'm sorry.
I was hearing it used as an insult. I mean, I'm proud of being an immigrant, that my grandparents immigrated here and built what they did. I think for you guys, it's like a double thing. It's, they're saying.
What did your grandparents build? They had America was already built.
So I'm saying,
They didn't build
not only are they saying that, they're also negating what your family and your descendants did to build this country. Both are. But I was reading it and hearing it as the word immigrant seems to be flung about right now as an insult, which is, first of all, stupid because other than the Native Americans, we are all immigrants.
No, we're not immigrants. Black Americans are not immigrants.
Yeah, we're not.
We did not voluntarily come here like exactly.
So what I understand, because I'm here to understand, what you're saying that when I use the word immigrant to describe my grandparents who came over out of need from Russia and to flee from the Holocaust, that the way
Al's point and our point is that the slaves that came to America, unlike your Russian ancestors who came to America voluntarily based on need, is that we were brought here and our ancestors were brought here against their will. So we don't consider ourselves
set up shop outside of
I got it. That's really helpful clarity for me. Thank you.
And even worse than that, right? Your ancestors came here because America was a highly developed country based on the free labor of our ancestors, right? So your ancestors fled to America because of economic opportunity based on the exploitation of Black Americans. So for you to go on this app and say, "Oh, we're immigrants," is very disrespectful.
No, they actually came here because they weren't really that well liked in their own country.
Well, that's their own fault.
Usually they had nowhere to go, and America actually turned most Jews away. So there's a lot of history here, but I'm just trying to understand.
You can look up anti-Semitism in Europe and where it originated.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that with you. It's helpful for me to understand how you're using the word immigrant. So thank you. Here to learn.
Yeah, our arrival as slaves predated the formation of this nation. So a lot of us consider ourselves native Black Americans. There's some that argue that we're actually indigenous and native to the land. I don't support that position, but I can say that we're native to the formation of America as a union.
Yeah, can I just say for Sandra or anyone else who thinks I have something coming to me because I'm part of the white community, I'm not afraid of anything. All this fear mongering about Trump, none of that affects me. I'm not affected by that.
What community?
He's a part of the white community, he said.
Go ahead, admit it.
He said he's a white man because he put his penis in a white vagina.
They
So he's a white man.
admit it, and they gonna whip you sitting.
And every Sunday he gets to sit at the white table when he goes to visit his in-laws.
What interracial double dollars going on here?
Rachel,
He eats chicken with pepper and salt with mashed potatoes and corn.
But you know what's interesting? Let me just say,
That's what I said, salt and pepper only.
But let me just say this: if this is in fact Al's wife or partner of a white woman, do you think that he, given his...
That is his wife. We know that's his wife. It's not the first time we meet him.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that given his position on empowering and advocating for Black people, that if he were ashamed of his wife, do you think that he would put his photo up?
This Negro, where did he advocate for the Black family? He just said he went over to whiteness. The white then come over to Blackness. This is crazy as hell. Because when my mother married my dad, there was a total separation between him and his whole fucking family. Because it's not him submerging or us submerging into whiteness. It's just wild. That was the wildest statement I've heard Black men say, I think, in the history of Black men.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
That's not dramatic.
I say from here to Marvin at the Billington event. It forwards to Joe Severino. So he actually was a military Joe Severino. So then he goes to Lou. Now at the break, and I told him, I know, of course he knows who Joe Severino is. But now that's just lying and that's the disingenuousness. Say what's not up with us. And Ryan was right. The reason that we lose all these elections, the reason that we're constantly losing is that part of you have like $1,000 in the bank, something like that, in the Cooktown GOP. You have no money, no resources, and what you're doing is you're utilized to be elders. So it's just about the great job of the to say we need to make a representative action. You haven't done it for 10 years. You just have a chance to raise the now. You don't even be here because nobody cares. Because nobody knows what comes from the radios and nobody knows who you are. What they know is that we serve. We know the JB losers. None of this is true in Cook County. They're getting 23% of the vote. Is that funny? So the 23% of the vote is for the election. And now if you really have 50 wards, you have 50 wards, and of the 50 wards in Chicago, you only have 5 race captains. I mean, you're an abject failure. You've been an abject failure for winning elections, and you're talking about winning elections. That's called perfection. Most people can see it. Most people know that. We're failing over and over, and we'd like to change that. So
Shut the fuck up, nigga. I was trying to be a little fucking respectful. Now you got me out my body. You fucking clown. Shut the fuck up. Go back to your fucking rat hole that you came out, you fucking. Now who's fucking next?
I guess I don't get this argument though. I mean, didn't they fight for that? I don't know what year was it, 1967 or some shit like that? What year was that? Loving v. Virginia. Didn't they fight for interracial marriage and for that equality to be able to marry and be whoever you want? Like, why?
Don't say them. You are part of them. Say us.
No, we all. I mean,
Iron Omar loses and crashes out of the debate with congressional candidate Mark Rice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What is the big deal if you find someone that you love and she doesn't have the same skin as you? Like, I don't get it. When
That's why I'm kind of confused too, because Kamala Harris has 2 immigrant parents.
I don't care about anyone's name.
So I'm saying my kids won't be black. Kamala Harris is a black woman somehow, even though both her parents are immigrants and they're from, they're not even black themselves. So I'm confused how Kamala Harris is black. This whole thing is very, very strange. The way they try to manipulate.
Still be like an outsider to your own body and see yourself doing it, but be powerless to stop it. You know, I understand just a physical drug addiction. You know, you're sick and aching, you feel like shit if you don't take the drug. But you know, gambling is not palpable like that in the same way. So anyway, I will mute. I've been talking.
No, that's fascinating.
Omar loses and crashes out in debate with congressional candidate Mark Rice.
And of course, you know, I think about the people who design slot machines now and are the same people who develop video games, because they are, you know, they're not mechanical reels anymore. They're just computer software. So I think like they must have the best video game developers in the world and the best psychologists in the world, all working in tandem to make the experience as addictive as possible. So like, I couldn't imagine being on one of those teams and knowing that your life's work goes to creating a product that is most effective at destroying people's lives in such an efficient way.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, good morning, Holly.
Was that hey? Okay. Are you already done with your shower?
I am.
Good job.
Right?
Wash your hair and everything?
Sarah is a tiny woman. She's not a big back. Like, it doesn't need to take her that long. Like, what do you mean?
I use it as therapy for myself. I'm like, I need an hour. Okay?
I need to, but I do the therapy showers. This was just a get my hair washed. Yes, you know?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I like a long hot shower from just saying.
Oh, it was nice and hot. They're always nice and hot.
Then at the end, I make it super freaking icy cold for like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. My body temperature. Oh yeah, it's good for you.
My house is cold enough that like getting out of the shower, you step into a freaking iceberg. So
Yeah, that's the best. I live in a condo and somebody had the brilliant idea of instead of putting the bathroom at where the windows are, they put it in the middle of the unit, you know, like in the middle of the box, basically of several units. So it's on the inside of the building. And so, and what the significance traps in moisture unless you have, fan can only do so much work. And you have to have a dehumidifier. I don't know how people survive without one. Because then the other one thing is they also have a closet next to the bathroom. What? Let's have everything cold.
Where is it?
The closet?
Yeah, like the geographical region.
I'm sorry. In Atlanta.
Oh. Is that considered tropical?
It's subtropical.
Now I want a nap. We're gonna take a nap.
I don't know.
I don't know if they can. I don't know if it's constitutionally protected because we restrict the constitutional rights of many immigrants. For instance, like you're well aware, you can't be in certain types of protests as an immigrant to this, like on a college visa. You can, and that can be revoked at any point in time, given the Secretary of State. And all of this, like, all we hear is like they're being deported without due process. They're being deported, and there is due process. There's a process in place. You just don't agree with the way that due process is, and you should argue that point rather than say that there's no due process and they're illegally being deported. There is no evidence of them being illegally, and I'm aware that there's Abu, whatever his name was, just recently picked up today, and he's facing deportation again. We'll see how that goes. But I think that's a fair point. Like, if you have a lot of people that are born in the American flag, we just saw that with the No Kings, and then standing there and holding up another nation's flag, and you're an immigrant here illegally or on a visa, I don't know if I can give you a pass on that. I don't know if that should be there. You're not a full citizen here.
Well, there is federal law that supports that, and that's in the White House statement, but we've talked about that federal law before that gives the discretion to the Secretary of State, and it's what and to DHS, and it's what they're using now to vet people from out of the country trying to get student visas as well as permits. They're relying on, I think it's US Code 8 to find this section. So it's a different discretion that they have. They have it falls under a different section of the law. So I think you can argue that they can.
Brad, you make a great comment, and I'm just going to tell you my personal point of view, which is not a legal observation. You have somebody, let's say, coming here from Mexico, Venezuela, South America, wherever, that comes here under asylum. They come here because we protect them from whatever horrible things they would happen to them if they come back to their country. And then what do when they're in our country? They burn our flag as a total sign of disrespect. Yet they want to stay here because of our protections. What do I say? I say, in this game, just a personal opinion, fuck you. If you want to come here to be protected from your own country, and then you decide to burn our flag, you know what? Go back to your country and suffer the consequences. But, again, if you're an American citizen, and I would never do it, Brad, I know you would never do it, but you are allowed constitutionally to burn the flag. But don't come here from another country and expect us to protect you and then burn the symbol of our country. Again, that's my emotional opinion. Not my legal opinion.
I was going to say, Steve, you're making an emotional argument against American laws and principles and saying, because I feel that you should do X, Y, and Z because you want to be here, you have no right to protest and tell us that while you want to be here.
Which is exactly why I started off by saying that.
So to be a citizen from like the UK, you have to do the monarchy and all that shit.
And
so if you have,
let's put it this way. The point that Brad made American government demonizing the flag is what has made the people stand up because they believe in the flag. We don't need permission.
You know, PJ, if you were to move to America and become a citizen, you have to verbally denounce the Queen. You have to verbally denounce the whole monarchy system of Great Britain in order to get your citizenship. So if you have to do that, of course, if you're a foreigner here, you shouldn't be burning the flag. Now, I believe it's illegal for foreigners to do that shit, but not American citizens.
I just heard.
Well, it's something we wouldn't want to. It would have to be really bad. I understand the whole wonderful idea of America. I mean, if anything, the one country I would go to on this planet would be the US. I can't think. Maybe some of the Scandinavian countries, but if I was to do what you described and denounce my sovereignty, and I'm ex-military as well, I've sworn the oath of allegiance more than once. It would. I think my inclination would be to stay and fight. That would be my inclination. And even in the face of civil war, which a professor at the Imperial War College has been talking about a lot recently, I think we've all been on the brink of civil war, and I think we should all stay at home. We should band together geopolitically in the same moral values and processes that keep generations safe in the future. But we need to stay at home, we need to protect our flag, symbolically, if nothing else.
You know what's interesting? If we were to have a civil war here, it's like for internal beefs. Your civil war over there is about external beefs. Like, you know, you have an invasion of Islam and things that are coming into your country from the outside. Where our internal beef is internal. Like, we just have, our civil war is about different ideologies and what should run the country.
Yeah, we're not going to have a civil war here. That's not going to happen. And for anybody that thinks it will, just tell me where the line of demarcation is. Tell me where the civil war is actually going to happen.
I don't think it's going to be a civil war, Steve, but I do think at some point the economic squeeze is going to come to a point where Americans are going to revolt.
The economic squeeze is already happening, maybe.
I'm saying, right, but we're still, for the most part, credit is pacifying us, right? Credit pacifies us, right? Because you pay bills on time, you can loan yourself to the teeth, right? Borrow money to the teeth. So, but I think that
no, actually you can't, because at some point someone's going to say, "Screw you, I'm not going to loan you any more money."
That's fair, but I'm saying, but my point is that I think that at some point that's when there's going to come a point which, like, we're going to, you know, realize the culture wars aren't enough to distract us, and like a revolt is coming if major economic change doesn't happen.
Well, if you're talking about loaning money, that already happened this year, because last year 2 of the 3 credit ratings lowered us from a AAA to a AA.
I mean individual. I'm talking about individual.
Oh, individual credit. Oh, okay.
Yes. I'm not talking about the country. I'm talking about individual credit, because right now, and there's bubbles. There's like a used car bubble happening right now. Credit card. There's got to be a credit card bubble at some point. But there's a used car bubble happening because freaking car loans are like 84 months, and the average car loan I think in this country is like $800, which is insane. But again, Americans, the only reason that we're comfortable is because we can borrow to live, and it's gonna crash.
I don't know, the market's been too. I hear this, but like, take a look at the market. It's really been performing.
Yes,
well.
the New York Stock Exchange is higher than it's ever been.
So,
Please continue it.
Trying to understand that, you know, like, take a look at your stocks, and then, you know, explain the bubble with respect to where the market is right now and where your stocks are performing. I did want to say, I put in the chat.
We don't say that the average person is not concerned with the stock market.
Well,
that's how I was going to say.
They have taken their savings and invested them wisely. I hope so.
But most of
the stock market is only about like a small majority.
But the majority of Americans live check to check. They did a study that said that average American can't even afford a $400 emergency. Like, people, like, so yeah, it's like, and that's why you always hear about the wealth gap just widening. You know, the rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. Pretty soon, all of America is going to be like a third world country. You're either really rich or you're really poor. There is no middle.
I don't know, DJ.
do only rich people have stock? I mean, people have 401ks that are invested in markets. I mean, if you work in a job, you have a pension account, you know.
Well,
Excuse me, Rubaya, you finished? I'm sorry that you don't have a 401k. Like, sorry for you. Wait a sec. Can I just go back to the other point for 1 sec? Because this dude, I put it in the chat. When I said U.S. Code 8 and the authority for the Secretary of State and DHS with respect to the topic and their ability to make that determination to remove someone or revoke a visa or not permit a visa based on there's either social media or a decision that they would be harmful to the country. So that hasn't been overturned, but that statute is in place. It hasn't been, to my knowledge. I don't know if it ever came in front of SCOTUS. It'd be interesting, but it hasn't been overturned.
I'm just asking what that. Oh my bad. I was just saying what the average American. I was just saying what that average American. Remember, the average American can't afford a $400 emergency, so they're not paying attention to their 401k. They just hope that that's something that they can access when they're in their 70s. But they're not sitting there. You know, they need their immediate needs taken care of today. They want to make sure that they're able to feed their family tonight, pay their car note, all of that type of shit. Now, I'm sitting in my car at a restaurant, and I just placed a futures trade before the market closes in 2 hours. It's already up $400. I'm not the average American, because tomorrow, if I don't close this trade out at 5 o'clock, I could wake up tomorrow and this shit would be negative $6,000, and I'm okay with that. I'll just close the trade and go trade again the next day. The average American can't do that. That's all I was saying.
I hear you. I was also going to say that we had how many rooms back in early April of everyone attacking Trump because the market had been, so volatile and had gone down so much, and everyone was trashing Trump and the administration, and everyone was focused on the market. And now that the market's performing, it's just funny. The same people all of a sudden think the market's irrelevant, but they surely didn't think it was irrelevant on Clubhouse in early April.
I'll say this real quick. So the market criticism of Trump were legit because he was doing stupid things that affect the market, like immediately, right? So those criticisms were legit, right? But the separate argument about most people caring about the market should not be the number one indicator of the economy, because even when thousands of jobs are lost, the market still manages to creep back up, right? That's just because rich people aren't going to let their money squander. Ultimately, they're going to pass policies so that they can be beneficial. But to his point, regular folks are using their 401ks as rainy day funds. That's not talked about. But they don't have any savings. When times erupt, they dip into that. So when it comes time to retire, and we know this is the effect, that those 401ks, even without that rainy day fund, support themselves in retirement.
You got out or finished?
No, I'll finish.
I'd like to get back in again if I can. Go ahead. Okay. I was trying to make the point about constitutionality. Go back to and the way we determine whether something is constitutional or not. And I'm not going to try to make a big speech on this kind of thing, but when you go back to Galileo, and he came up with a new idea that the Earth rotated around the sun rather than the sun rotating around the Earth. And nobody could defeat his argument based on the science. But the church immediately declared him a heretic because the Bible said. In other words, they relied on the Bible, not specific scientific argument against Galileo. When people do things that we don't like politically today, there is an immediate attempt to say that's unconstitutional, rather than getting into the specifics of what that person is trying to do. And if you can claim something is unconstitutional and you don't get kickback, I mean, if it's unconstitutional, then clearly you've won the argument. But if it's not, and we have a process to determine whether things are unconstitutional or not. I mean, I could make the point that for 100 years or so, separate but equal in the United States public education system, racial separate but equal was constitutional because it was a law passed by Congress, and there had been no ruling against that law by the Supreme Court. Now, you don't like the law, but at the time it was not unconstitutional. And so let's be careful when we claim people are doing things that are unconstitutional or vice versa, because there is a detailed, infuriatingly slow process to determine the constitutionality or not. Now, if you don't like what Trump has done in his executive order, fine, argue the details of it, but don't just say he's an idiot, it's unconstitutional, therefore I win the argument. That was the point that I was trying to make. And I believe I had one other point I was trying to make too, but I'm so old I forget those things, so I'll stay on the stage and see if I can remember it. But if we can sort of figure out a way to calm down the rhetoric, calm down the let's get into the details of a specific thing and not take this broad brush, Trump's an idiot, it's unconstitutional, I'm right, you're wrong, let's impeach his ass and get somebody else in place. That just creates more chaos. It doesn't solve any problems at all. Thank you.
And I agree with you, man. I'm proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget that man who died and gave that right to me.
Yeah, man, Jesus. You're sounding like Bro from back in the old clubhouse days. Remember the guy, Bro? I think he was Kenyan. He used to say some little goofy shit like rapping something American flag, like he's a super patriot.
I am. I voted for Trump, man. Trump stands for patriotism. He's the best.
Oh, that's what. Thank you. But that was the other point that I'm trying to make. What is Trump really trying to do at a fundamental level with his putting the police in D.C., his recent executive order, and underlying a lot of his ranting and raving? Trump is trying to reinstill respect for some fundamental values in the country, like respect for law and order, respect for, and he's going about it in his typical ham-handed way, and I don't agree with the way that he's going about doing it. But I'll guarantee, I referenced it earlier, that when I was serving, I had nothing to do with Vietnam, I was on submarines, but when I was serving during the war, the Vietnam War, the American flag was being burned all over the place, and I really hated it. And I would argue against it. And I didn't join any protests or anything, but there ought to be a law was my mantra at the time.
What are you telling all these niggers running around here doing all God knows what?
Oh, wait, come on,
Come on.
wait a minute.
Now we gotta be niggers, bro.
All right, everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. So I'm going to give this warning, and I'm going to leave this idiot in the room, but you can just stay down in the audience, and I'll let the others strike your words off. First and foremost, this is the political compass. I am a conservative. I am biased. I'm an Irishman. I'm an American first. I would bomb the hell out of the leprechauns over in Ireland if we went to war. But I'm going to say this. in this house, in this room, everybody from every background, regardless of race, regardless of religion, regardless of culture. I don't care if you're Native American, to African, to Indian, to Asian, to Japanese, to Russian. I do not care. I don't care if you're Palestinian and Israeli. You can take all that external stuff and you can throw that bullshit out somewhere else. There's 6,412 rooms on Clubhouse and about 1 million of them on Twitter and every other freaking platform that exists out there that'll pander to your target bedsheet wanting asses to have that whole like tiki torch race war shit any day of the week. I promise you, they all exist out there. But here, we're going to talk about things that are going on, the kitchen table issues. We're going to talk about it. We're going to respect other people's opinion, even if they are on the other side of the aisle, whether they're liberal or completely batshit crazy. I have tolerated some pretty extreme opinions in this room, and I don't mean today. I have met in my course of running this and creating this space. So I can tell you, I've heard some fantastical opinions, and I have tolerated all. We're going to listen to Captain Hansen. We're going to allow other people to come up on stage, even if they're on the left side of the aisle, the right side of the aisle. If you're a Christian nationalist, as long as you don't take me off of that whole push, we'll allow you to have your opinion. Your opinions are not safe for critique. Your opinions are not safe for challenges. However, you will be respectful to each other, at least on my stages in this house. Because when it comes down to it, this 6'2" Irishman can get really pissed off at times. And I have no problem unleashing. But I would like to have a civil discourse. I mean, you can go to healthy debates. JB's got one of those trash rooms going. You've got a couple other ones that are going in the hallway that I can see right now. Go enjoy them. Here, I want to have a really nice conversation. So let's please get back to that.
So, Brad, I will respect everything you said except for one group, and that's Bears fans, because bump them. They can all burn in sports hell.
Oh, and one more thing. One more thing. What the hell or whatever, I'm removing you from my room because I wanted you to have to endure that. And so now I'm going to remove you. And for anybody else, don't come up on my stage, for the N-word, I don't give a damn. I really don't care what race you are. I could care less. I don't fucking care. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Race has no construct in my room. It doesn't exist in my world. I have daughters that are multiracial. I was married to a multiracial woman. I don't care what race it is. And again, the same thing. Don't come up here with anti-Semitism. Don't come up here with anti-Catholicism and anti-Muslim. I'm not about that today. I'm not about that most of the times. So again, we can create rooms elsewhere, but here, that's not the place. But go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry.
Abby's not responding. I'm just going to try to put a period behind the final point that I was trying to make. Trump, in his ham-handed way, is trying to demand more respect for what I would call traditional conservative American values. He's going about it in a ham-handed way. Sometimes he may be doing it illegally. But that's what he's trying to do. And there are a significant number of people, I don't include myself in it, but there are a very large number of people that believe that radical desecration of American values and symbols like the flag are being desecrated, and they want to put a stop to it. That runs counter to our ability to have a free and open debate, and as PJ, the Englishman, was alluding to, he's keeping an eye on that very carefully. But we've had many other times in our nation's history where we've had the same kind of chaos and rancorous debate, and we have survived it. But Trump is trying to put his thumb on the scales to, through the force of law, disallow any desecration of fundamental American symbols and values. I think he's doing it in a ham-handed, wrong way and sometimes illegal way, but there are a lot of people that support what he's trying to do, and we can argue whether that's good or bad, and I will leave it at that.
Yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people that support Trump is trying to do. Over 150 million people are supporting what Trump is trying to do. Unfortunately, there's 200 million people that are against what Trump is trying to do. Traditional American values, I'll just name one.
Where do you draw that number out of curiosity?
I draw that number that there are 350 million people that are in America that are American citizens, and close to half want what Trump does, and there are close to half that what Trump doesn't want. That's where I draw that number. But anyways, yeah, my pleasure. But I'm going to go to one American value, one traditional American value, marriage. We'll talk about marriage. I mean, a lot of people would consider the nuclear family. Marriage is a traditional American value. You know how long it's been since the divorce rate was under 80%? You can argue 50%, but it's really 80%. It's been over 40 or 50 years. Do you realize? Well, that's 40 years, yeah. Do you realize that 80% of all marriages end in divorce under 25 years? Do you realize that all marriages where people get married at 25 years or under, 80% end in divorce? There's your one biggest, I think, traditional family value, marriage. And we've got an 80% divorce rate. Can't legislate that. Can't executive order that. Trump can't do anything about that.
So like clockwork, right? That's what's the trending topic on X right now. How Kamala Harris was right. We owe her an apology. Trump is a fascist dictator. He's stripping away constitutional right. He's ushering in the police state. And all the people who voted Trump owes the country an apology.
Yeah, well, the only problem with X, and I'm sure what you're saying, sir, is true, but the problem with what's on X is that we are not a fascist state. We will never be a fascist state. And the reason is because you can go on a street corner right now, you can have a sign, and you can say whatever you want, and the government cannot arrest you and throw you in jail. You can talk about whatever you want, and the government cannot knock down your front door, tie your hands behind your back, put a hood over your head, drag you into jail, and torture you, find out who your sympathizers are, and then kill you and dismember your body, and so you'll never be seen again. That's what a fascist state is. We will never, ever be.
And look at all
never say never. But I agree that we're away from never say never.
Some of the big ticket liberals come into your room like Tara. Like they hope.
Hey, easy there, DJ.
And I like Tara, but I find it strange that she's in a conservative room right now because she just hopes we're in here finally bashing Trump. That's her hopes and wishes right now.
We all know.
Really, isn't that fascinating that you're speaking for me? I'm driving and I thought this looked interesting. But, thank you so much for characterizing why I came in.
You're welcome to join us anytime, Tira. Thank you.
Well, I like you, Tira. I think you're one of the reasonable leftists.
Can I just say one thing about the executive order about the flag burning? Nothing in that order, very little in that order is new. Basically, it is still illegal. It is still legal to burn a flag. It is currently illegal to burn a flag if you do it to foment an imminent threat or, disorderly conduct of some kind, right? That's all he basically said in most of it. The difference is twofold. A, he suggested that he wants to raise the issue again with the Supreme Court. B, he's using it as a way to get rid of visa holders. If they do things like that. So those are the differences. Everything else he said, if you read the order, is basically just the law and the Constitution as it currently is interpreted. So I'm not, I think Trump does a lot of these things. Oh, we're going to do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, this one, if you read it, he's basically saying, we will do our best to, but most of it is, pursuant to the Constitution, right? right? So far, the Supreme Court in Texas v. Johnson held that flag burning is legal. It's expression, right? You can't just stop it. However, he might be able to bring it to this court, which is a different court, and we'll see what they say. I don't think they're going to change that one, to be honest. But if you burn a flag and you try and hit someone over the head with it, or you destroy a street corner, you can be arrested now.
Well, you don't need to burn a flag to hit someone over the head with it. You could do it without burning it, right?
Well, correct. But all I'm saying is that if you read the order, and I did read the order, basically what it's saying is, he makes a whole big deal of it, but it's saying that if you're doing it in the commission of another crime, in effect, right, we're going to punish you. But you can always still do that right now.
Well, I didn't read the order, but, if I want to go ahead and roll up a joint and smoke some marijuana, and then I want to grab someone's hand and burn them with third-degree burns, I guess that's illegal also, even though marijuana is legal in California.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
I have look, when it comes to the American flag and, whether or not it's free speech or not, I've always found it quite curious. Me, on a personal level, just me personally, I do not like the notion of being able to burn the American flag. I think that should not be held up as an aspect of free speech. And in my opinion, the reason for that is that it incites a certain type of ideology. And again, most countries do not allow this, and they understand, and there's a reason why they don't allow this. Okay, and it does cause resentment of said country. And again, I'm all for free speech. Just on this particular issue, it does rub me the wrong way as an American when it comes to the aspect of setting the American flag on fire. Because you want to make a statement on how your grievances. But again, we're blessed living in the United States of America because that's the only place that you're able to do that.
Exactly, Thomas. And I totally appreciate and respect what Thomas said because he differentiated fact from opinion. He gave his opinion. He doesn't like it, and that's cool. I totally respect that. He also made another factual point. Most countries don't allow this, and that's because there's no other country that has the First Amendment like the United States. I'm just going to say, I respect what Thomas said. He's absolutely.
But that was what I was saying earlier, that the quotes from SCOTUS, both in the in the dissenting opinions and the majority opinions, and then quotes later when interviewed, were how not repulsive, I don't want to use that word, how distasteful it was for them to have to rule this way, but they ruled this way to stay compliant with what they felt was in line with the Constitution. But again, it's completely split. You had someone like Scalia voting, in the ruling to allow it when he is a conservative justice. You just look at the breakdown of how they ruled in those two cases. And Tara, I agree with you. He specifically says the burning when applicable with content neutral laws, and he combines it with those acts of vandalism and harassment and what we're seeing on the campuses and at these protests that are the combined criminal or civil penalties that would be content neutral with respect to having the flag burned at the same time. So I don't disagree with you, but if you look at, as I said before, in the rest of that statement from the White House, he again recites U.S. Code 8, which is dealing with those trying to come into the country or those in the country as visitors on permits or attempting to get visas, and the discretion that DHS and the State Department have with respect to if those are acts of flag burning, they can use that discretion. So I think he defines the two. He also talks about how the Supreme Court never said that flag burning fits in the category that's not protected speech where it would cause imminent harm, which are those cases where you are fighting words or things that you don't have First Amendment protection. He specifically says that in his statement. So he's restating the law as what you pointed out, but he's also making it very clear that there is law in place where they have discretion if someone is burning it and they're attempting to visit the country.
Yes, well, I said that. I said the new area is basically, in terms of visa, people who are in the country who are not citizens.
That's not new law, Kira. That's, I mean,
no.
that's
The
a
new area. No. He is. You don't have to do that. In other words, he's choosing to say, we will now say if anybody is caught doing these acts, we will take away their visas, throw them out, do things like that, right? That he is basically emphasizing that. He didn't have to do that. There's no obligation for the government to get rid of a visa if someone burns an American flag, correct?
Well, there's some of that's a discretion, and if you look at
discretionary.
Yeah, totally. And you look at that law that Rubio was relying on when they pulled that guy out in New York and put him in Louisiana. It was specifically their ability, the Secretary of State, and I believe the words were reasonable. It's reasonable decision or reasonable. It was not a high standard that the Secretary of State has to have. I have to find the exact two words. I know reasonable was one of them. She in the Matrix?
She's in the Matrix. I don't think, listen, if you're immigrant.
Right.
Tara, you were in the Matrix. You were in the Matrix. Did you repeat your statement before Thomas goes full?
I think I'm still in it. Am I still in it?
No, you sound like
you're fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that was Khalil, right? That's the kid, the guy, right? The green card holder you're talking about. But the court did not actually agree with Rubio on that, if I remember the case correctly. So
it never went all the way. That one.
Well, I was trying to use that section, but I don't necessarily think that was ever adjudicated the right way. But yes, I believe, look, visa holders have no rights, okay? If you have a visa and you're here and you do something we don't like, we can get rid of you. So Trump is prioritizing that, that is actually within his discretion.
Well, yeah. So I want him, hold on a second. I want him, listen, not just Trump, I think any president should be able to do this. If you're here and you're burning American flags and you're here on a visa, they should get you up out of here immediately. I mean, most of these people are literally fleeing countries that if they burn their own flag, they would be, punished pretty severely. Okay? And they come here. This is why I say I don't like the ideology. Because they come here and they want to sit back and push certain ideologies that they couldn't get away with in their own countries, that they're born residents, and they come here and try to infect our country with certain ideologies, and I don't like it. And I'll land here. I honestly really do want Trump to go into not California, I'm sorry, but Chicago. I want to see screaming and gnashing of teeth. It's got to go. I mean, if it was up to me, I would be dropping napalm on some of these places. So, I'll end.
That's a while, but I'm curious if you want freedom or do you want this oppression, this oppressive, forced nationalism and patriotism? Because I don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. And then as far as I hate when y'all bring up Chicago, bro, because if you look at crime statistics, Chicago ain't even in the top 20, bro.
That's
Why is Chicago always the topic of discussion when it comes to violent cities in this country?
Because Fox News says it every 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's not even the top 20, as far as violent cities in this country. Places like Milwaukee, Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Memphis, Birmingham, Alabama, those are the places. But you know why he won't go there? Because those are Republican states.
Chicago's highlighted because out of the major cities as far as crime rates, and this would be top 2 cities, so it would be Dallas, Fort Worth, LA, Chicago, New York City, DC is actually when he's doing something about DC. But Chicago's often do have I think they have the loudest voice, at least on the south side. You have the residents screaming for the loudest voices for something to be done in their neighborhoods. They're not happy. They're not happy having to organize organized safety events to get gas. Like, this is some of the extreme levels there. You have to admit, like, yeah, it's highlighting Chicago, but Chicago has a long history of being not a nice, like the Valentine's Day Massacre, El fucking Capone. Like, it's not a nice city. It doesn't have a historic, like, eminence of, like, hey, it's been a great, safe city. It's always been a halfway point for moonshiners, gangsters, mafias to the west, to LA, or Las Vegas. It's always had that kind of savvy, salted image of an element there. And the residents on the south side, they're kind of upset. Like, I mean, have you been to a White Sox game? Have you seen the fans in the White Sox baseball games? Just click it on one day when you're scrolling through. Look at a White Sox home game. The 12 people that are there, and they have an amazing security system around the whole park. Like, this is the Chicago White Sox, a historic club, old world baseball. Not that they were like great or anything in their past history. Kaminsky was a jerk, but these guys, like, it should be fun. It should be a family event. And yes, they suck as a team, but I mean, it's not safe.
But Brad, you're talking about the White Sox. The Chicago people, this is like LA Clippers versus the Lakers. They're not at the Clippers games, but they're at the Lakers game. In Chicago, they're not at the White Sox games, but they're at the Cubs games.
But it's where the stadium is. It's not a safe neighborhood. That's what the businesses are saying. And it's the same. It's similar dynamic that's going on in San Francisco right now. Like, I wouldn't call San Francisco a safe. We're not all like San Francisco's in the news because, I mean, you had a fecal matter map attributed to San Francisco. That is an image that I'm pissed that it's an American city. It's an icon. I ate at the restaurant that Humphrey Bogart used to go and get his steak and tomatoes at. I had the same exact fucking meal he did, and I was ecstatic about it. I went on up here 59. I took the tour of Alcatraz. By the way, that place is creepy. It's one of the creepiest places I've ever been to. But I did all that, and I can tell you it's beautiful. San Francisco architecturally is beautiful. It's stunning.
But you know what, Brad?
I wouldn't live there.
And here's the thing. Here's the reality, I think. At the end of the day, crime is an industry, bro. Trump is about to really fuck up a lot of people money, bro. Like,
as he should.
Crime is an industry in a lot of these major cities, bro. Without crime, the probation officers don't get paid, the lawyers don't get paid, you would need less judges, less police officers. Like, it's all an industry, bro. And maybe it's a good thing that Trump is not a part of that industrial complex. That's not his thing. Real estate is his thing, so I can see why, he wants to clean up the cities. But to a lot of other people, that prison industrial complex, that shit is a real thing, bro. Just like how our military needs war, that prison industrial complex needs criminals.
I am completely okay with that. I'm completely okay with like judges and lawyers losing money if it means that I don't gotta sit back and watch a nigga getting his brains blown out on IG Live. Okay, I'm happy for that. I'm completely fine with that. And the reason I brought up Chicago, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, because allegedly it has the highest raw numbers of murder compared to other cities. But regardless, again, it's because it's the city concentration. We see some of the most heinous shit take place, especially within our community, because I'm a part of the Black community, and it disgusts me. Whether it's even I don't care where it is, Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis, I don't give a fuck. Okay, but when I see that type of degeneracy, when I see the crying families, where I see our elders sitting back terrified because we got motherfuckers running shit again, I want him to go in there and clean that shit up the way he's doing Washington, D.C. I don't want young niggas running around. I don't care if it's black or white, whoever. I don't give a fuck. Get it off the streets. People should not be fucking terrorized. Chicago is highlighted for reasons. It may not be the worst place in the country, but it's highlighted for reasons, and the shit needs to be fixed regardless. Okay? Then move on to wherever else you gotta fucking move on to. I don't give a fuck what's a red or blue state. Get these motherfuckers out of here.
Well, that brings me to my major topic.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, very good.
No, you can go right after me. That brings me right into the next topic I was going to change the title of the room to. Is something else occurred today, like Tira mentioned. There was a lot of different dynamics if you read the EOs and his statements. And in cash bail, That's going to be a heated topic. You're going to hear that more and more, particularly around the midterms. And I understand people's sentiment. Like, how do I put this? It was relayed to me, and Finley maybe. When we have these political debates, even from left to right, we'll hear like, oh, we should do things like Finland. We should do things like Germany. We should do it like Mars. We have all of these different, like, we'll do these comparative analysis. But I've always questioned this of myself. We are the preeminent empire today. We sit atop. We are the ruling nation of the world. We are Rome. We are the Ottoman Empire. We are, I don't know, we were the Russian dynasty, the Tsars. We are England. Oh God, help me! I can't believe that just uttered out of my mouth. We were the British Empire. We are them right now. We are the controlling factor. Why should we have to say, well, we should do things more like England, we should do things more like Sweden, or more like Germany, or more like etc., or whoever you want to put in place? But I'm going, we're the ruling empire. Why shouldn't we expect better? Why should those nations be comparing themselves to us and saying, why can't we get this done? And I'm looking at our bail system, I'm looking at our crime waves, I'm looking at certain things that Trump has done, and I thought there was going to be a bigger push on the DC. I thought Democrats were going to go all in and go ballistic on it. But I guess maybe there was some truth to what Trump said. And there's been a large positive reaction. And the timing couldn't have been more perfect to support Trump's theory in adding officers, military, National Guard, and people to the streets because of Bowser's Send Kids to School Safe campaign. I forget the actual name of it, but there's an actual program like that they attribute extra officers, they ask for extra volunteers to help make sure that the kids can get to school in a safe manner through DC. This is a program she implemented. I think it's going on in Philadelphia and Abby's state. So I'm confused that these two cases are in there, and Trump actually timed it to go in there a little bit earlier, clean up some of the areas, and then he's actually bringing more in to enforce or reinforce that safe passage to school program that was enacted by DC. And the people on the ground, the parents, the families, the other officers, other interagencies, even the homeless, are saying, we really appreciate them doing this. We actually are having a positive experience. The outcome has been positive. So I'm confused as to why we're what seems to be the age.
Yeah, Brad. So hold on a second. I want to say this with respect to like Chicago. Chicago's the third biggest city in the country, so of course, in terms of raw numbers, you have more murders than a lot of other places, right? Because like you can only compare them to like New York or Los Angeles, right? And so that doesn't make any sense. That's why they're the talking point of Fox News, because even though the '90s were like horrible, right? I think people forget that. The '90s were horrible for crime and murders specifically, and we've come way down. We have like 60% less murders in the '90s, but Americans have believed, even as crime has been dropping over the decades, Americans still believe that crime is on the rise. Why? Because you know what's big business? Reporting crime on the freaking news. Like if you talk about a crime, you're right, they're gonna watch it, right? In my neighborhood, now I live in a very posh freaking neighborhood in Central Florida, right, where the freaking average house price is freaking double the national average, right? So there was one incident, and it wasn't a crime necessarily. The guy ran over a couple signs coming into our community, and everybody freaked out and said we should hire police, we should get the community. Like, that's how people respond to stuff, and it's not real, right? And so I hate that we have this idea that they run a crime wave when in cities like Baltimore, the crime has dropped, like murders have dropped like 50%. There's a problem in Montgomery, Birmingham, freaking Alabama, same thing. But people that crime still happens to don't feel that way, and people watching the news, even though in their neighborhood crimes don't happen, they think that they're the crime street. Because again, my opinion, I think we have an amazing sheriff here in Polk County, Florida. I think he's amazing. He does a great job of law enforcement, right? And like, we don't have high crime in this county, but some of the residents think that we do. And so that perception is not the reality.
I think to some points. Let me
everybody act like Atlanta is just off the chain, brother.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Let me respond to Mr. Finley. And I respect his points, and I respect your points, DJ. Too.
Thomas, who's the young lady that wanted to chime in as well?
It was Tira.
That was Tira.
So Tira, go ahead after Thomas, and you'll be good.
After Thomas, okay, thanks.
I appreciate that. So here's my thing, and I hear where you guys are coming from. Now, my biggest issue with this is that it dismisses the individuals that feel like they are not safe. For example, I grew up in Tallahassee, Florida. I used to live on Bourbon Street. I saw niggas get their skulls kicked in on sidewalks, shaking and seizing and bleeding out. Not just one time. I'm talking about from elementary school to high school. And it wasn't just me. These people didn't feel safe within that community. I then moved to Duval County. I know what it's like over there, okay? All right? I've been to Miami-Dade as well multiple times. I've been partying out there. These people don't feel safe. And I understand that you people say crime has gone down, respectfully. Again, if that does not matter percentage-wise, when you're talking about people's lived experiences and what they're experiencing, you can't go up to a motherfucker that just had his brother or sister or cousin get blown the fuck away in broad daylight and nobody know what happened and then come up with crime has gone down. Why are people feeling this way? People are tired of seeing blood in the streets. It's not as if violent crime, especially within our communities. You have senior citizens or elders saying this, that crime, that even though people say crime in the globe has gone down, they don't feel it, especially in our communities. That's number two. Number three, if you're talking about other like well-to-do environments now, yes, that's true. But because of the sensationalism that is happening on the news, these people that are seeing this is not being necessarily made up. For example, so-and-so that got killed in broad daylight doing Facebook Live or whatever the fuck it was, that really happened. Whether or not it's happening as often within the quote-unquote well-to-do neighborhoods, they don't want to experience that at all. Point blank, period. I understand the 90s were rough. They had Uzis were on the streets at the time, okay? We understand that. And again, I'll land here. When we're talking about crime coming down, from what point? Okay? Was it that much of a shit show? Okay, back in the 90s, that it's come down, some people say 40, 60%, and people still feel afraid? I don't think it has I don't think it's all sensationalism, respectfully.
I'll go after Tyra.
So, in terms, the reason why Democrats have not pushed back in DC is because DC is a special entity. It is basically subject in many respects to federal control. I think it's the Home Rule Act or something like that. I can't remember. But basically, the federal government has authority to do lots of things in D.C., and the D.C. government doesn't have much authority to resist.
That's because DC is federal land. Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, that's why no one is pushing back, because there's very little you could do legally. Number two, however, that is not necessarily true of the states. So, for example, can Trump order active military into states? Well, that's sort of illegal under Posse Comitatus Act, but he can say there's an insurrection, but that's going to be challenged in court. Obviously, I think it was challenged in California, etc. He can't actually even federalize state National Guard without saying it's an emergency. These actions in various states will be challenged, and I think that's why, it's unclear how far he's going to go on that, because people are going to rush right into court on these things. It is true that basically in many of the states he's talking about, this crime has gone down, and I don't know what he plans to do, because crime will come back if he doesn't have troops in the streets all the time. And I personally don't want to live in a country where there are troops in the streets all the time. I don't feel that that's a really good way for a democracy to work. And I suspect a lot of even conservatives feel that way. This is not really what we want to do. We can't have this go on forever. I mean, what is the end game here? In terms of cash bail, I think it was Brad, I'm not sure who said it, but in terms of cash bail, Trump has said he wants to get rid of cash bail, but most criminal charges are state charges. Trump can't tell state courts what to do or state lawmakers exactly what to do. We have the 10th Amendment. He's not even supposed to. We do respect states' rights. What he's trying to do, I believe, in his executive order, is to say that he won't give money to states unless they get rid of their cash bail system. I don't think that's going to fly either. I think that's illegal, and it's once again one of these areas that Trump is just doing things, and the courts are going to eventually make these decisions. But think about it. You can't. Why is he telling a state court or a state law what to do about cash bail, which has nothing to do with the federal government? So I think that'll actually fall apart, and I don't think he'll actually be able to do these things. But that's what's going to happen with cash bail, because yes, he can do it for federal courts, but not for state courts. Thanks.
Steve, hold on. Steve wants to speak. Let Steve go. Rayaba next, and then Mr. Finley, you can go after Ray.
I'll make it very quick. The difference is that Washington D.C. is federal land, as the prior speaker just said. It is not under the jurisdiction of the states or the municipalities. It's federal land. That's why it's different.
All right, Ray, let's hear from you.
All right, can you hear me good?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I'm just making sure. But so here's the problem. Mind you, we're supposed to be at peacetime, right? I was kind of supposed to be peacetime. Why are they still here sending the national guard straight down there when, they've been talking about this for like 20, 30 years about, BC being the murder capital or whatnot, right? And not only that, they've been talking about all these particular states, like somebody referenced Chicago, and I'm glad somebody did put out the actual statistic because, Chicago gets bad rap. Not to say that there's things that don't go on as far as the crime rate, the different gangs, and different criminal organizations that are out there, no doubt about it. But my thing is, why now? Why were, these things done back in 2020? Because that's mainly what they're doing. They're doing for the riots, for political purposes, speaking of the current president right now. Why are they doing this authoritarian type style government type takeover right now? You know what I'm saying? My thing is it's to me, it's more of, if anything, inciting a fight with the civilians. You're not supposed to have Marines or the National Guard in places where it's populated, where people are just walking around, with their children and whatnot. This was going on. If anything, this is looking like a police state. Not only is it looking like a police state, it's looking like this is a fascist state. This man's trying to create anything. So I'm really trying to understand the logic in saying that this is something good, because it was good for the gander. If they're going to do this, then Uncle William, this dude who's acting like a goddamn child, they can do this off of William. Anything that how the fuck is that going to do this fucking thing? Please answer that for me.
I'll answer it. If nobody else is, I really don't. Can I say this?
Mr. Finley's next.
So Thomas, I'll let you answer because you answer. Is it Q longer? I don't know the mod name. Thundercat, is the Q longer than me, or am I the only one?
You're the only one. Then Thomas can go after you.
Okay. I was gonna let him jump in front of me so I can answer the question, and I'll go after him. You go ahead.
All right, appreciate you, brother. I was just gonna say, I honestly don't care. Respectfully, I say this is my opinion. If it means that people are going to be safer, and to be honest with you, if I want to take a deeper look at it, if we start doing this now, and we in certain places that need it, not all over the place, because everyone doesn't need it, and you start seeing that the level of safeness and people feeling safe in their own communities is on the rise, that behavior that want to go out there and be disruptive might end up deteriorating. Okay? Because again, that the culture has shifted. And because the culture has shifted, that means that they no longer have to have the National Guard or whoever out there. I'm worried about people being safe. I don't care about how it looks, as long as that means it's going to save people's lives. That's irrelevant to me, and I'll land there.
So Thomas, if we jailed speeders, right, just to throw them in jail, you think that would make the road safer?
Say it again. I'm sorry. Say it again. I missed it.
If we took speeders, people that were speeding on the roadways, and we threw them in jail, you think that would make the road
but sure, it would. Technically, it would. Right. If you took people that speed and throw them in jail, it would technically make the road safer. Absolutely.
It would. It absolutely would. Right. If you just start locking people up for speeding, right? But that would be rather draconian, right? And it would be an overcorrection to the problem. And it really wouldn't solve the problem because as soon as you roll that back, people will go back to speeding, which is the point that Tyra kind of made with respect to like militarizing the streets, right?
I disagree, but go ahead.
Temporary safety. Well, respectfully, I study criminal justice. This is kind of my thing, right? And I think we don't understand crime, and we don't understand how crime, like how it spreads. We think more police and being more aggressive is going to solve the problem, and that doesn't work anywhere, right? Unless you're in an oppressive place like, I don't know, Saudi Arabia, where they don't have any rights, right? Or maybe the wrong country choice, but you get what I'm trying to say. The problem because literally all the crime in Chicago is literally concentrated in maybe a 4 to 5 mile square area. It's a small area on the southwest side of the city that accounts for almost 90% of the violent crime, right? If you go there, there's a few things that you'll see. There's a lot of divestment in education, extracurricular activities, and so there's many parts of this. And what the mayors, and I point out again, Baltimore's mayor, Birmingham, there's another one I can't think of that has brought crime down dramatically. They noticed something, right? They looked at it from a nerd perspective, right? And they really got to the root of the problem, and they're dealing with it. And they didn't have to double the police force. They didn't have to get more aggressive with aggressive policing, right? Because it's not as simple as people think it is. And with respect to your comment about people dealing, say, I'm not downgrading, victims, right, or victim shaming or downplaying how they feel, because certainly they have a right to feel safe and be safe. But it's you have to be pragmatic in your approach. Again, I find planes for a living, right? People get out there all the time because they feel unsafe, but the reality is they are very, very safe, and that's what I'm saying about public perception versus reality. A lot of people that are dealing with crime, yes, they're dealing with it, but a lot of people that are responding to it don't deal with any of this stuff, and that's causing the overcorrection and overreaction.
Is anybody in the queue, or can I respond to?
No, you got
I don't want to overstep. Okay. Gotcha. So my thing is, and again, I hear what you're saying, and we brought up Saudi Arabia and so forth. I mean, I think Saudi Arabia could be used because they have very harsh punishments. They will cut a nigga's head off, and most niggas don't want their heads cut off. So again, I'm not saying we should do this. I'm just saying what they do works. Okay? For example, I know some of my thoughts are extreme when it comes to trying to fix certain things, and it may put a sour taste in some niggas' mouths. I get it. I understand. I don't have any power to implement this shit. I'm just saying that I do believe that some of this stuff will cause crime to go down because for example, when people commit crimes, a lot of times, especially individuals that feel like they have nothing to lose and they feel they might be better, whether if they're in jail anyways because they get 3 hots in a cot or whatever it is. They'll commit crimes because they know that U.S. jails are not that bad. You go to a jail in another country where shit gets real, a lot of people, it deters a lot of people. We got it very comfortable here, okay? If you start really, and again, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just, responding to what you're saying based off, saying that some of these things don't work. I'm like, well, some of these other countries where they fuck people up for committing crimes, it does deter motherfuckers from wanting to commit more crimes because they don't want to get fucked up. You really don't get fucked up out here in the U.S. Not like that, by going to jail, okay? But that was just kind of my point. I was like, I do think that if people are afraid of consequences, it does deter other people from committing certain crimes.
So again, we're comparing a monarchy where they have like very few freedoms to a country where you have freedoms. I mean, we want to be under an absolute monarchy where one person calls the shots. I mean, if that's what we're advocating for, then fine, right? But this idea of being harsh does not work. Like there are Latin countries, right, that have harsh and terrible prisons, and they set up crime problems. Why? Because poverty. Corruption. Because poverty is a big driver in that. And corruption is another, right? But America's biggest problem, because our safest times
to rise and poverty began to rise. America's only problem during our prosperous time of racism. But like now, that's a problem. It's divestment. The neighborhoods and the areas that have high crime don't have investment. Simple things such as giving teenagers like activities and like clubs to do things brings down crime rates. I use an anecdotal example of myself. I grew up in a small town, and I was very mischievous. Got into a lot of trouble, and I stole an ATV. I didn't go to jail. The police were called, but the cop who knew my dad, being a small town, took me to my father, and they dealt with me accordingly. Now, if I were in the city, that would have escalated into something terrible. But my parents decided to take all that free time and energy, and they put it into programs. And I'm a straight A student. I was a straight A student then too, but straight A student did get in more trouble because, again, and this is a very oversimplified, explanation. I'm sure it's not a deal cheap crime, but that's how you deal with the problem. You don't deal with it with harsh punishments. Because again, if that were the case, because speeding fines are high, especially when you have multiple speeding tickets. If you look at the stats of people that speed over and over and over again, like tickets are not a deterrent and punishment is not a deterrent. States with the death penalty don't have lower murder rates than states without it.
Okay, so here's my thing. For example, again, I appreciate what you said. I'm saying, well, the difference is, well, let me start here. And again, I don't know all the information. I'm claiming ignorance to a certain extent. But throughout the corridors of time, niggas have been broke. Niggas have been poor. And based off that, I don't think the society, degraded into a point to where niggas were just causing chaos and committing crimes because they were fucked up. There's a lot of poor people. I grew up poor. So a lot of poor people that grew up in the trenches that do not engage in criminal activity. Lots of them, millions of them.
Like me.
Okay? So with that being said, I'm not going to sit back and say that poverty doesn't have any role to play, but I argue what size or what percentage that role is. Also, to your point, again, you're right. Your father dealt with your according. Mine did too. I remember when I was younger, I wasn't necessarily that bad, but I stole something. It was I stole a pack of some gum out the store when I was a lot younger, and my dad didn't pay for it. Not by bringing it back, but in other ways. I've had friends that, broke into people's houses and wanted me to come along with them, but I was afraid that if I got caught, because with my luck, I would be the nigga to get caught. So I didn't want to have to deal with my father and other people within my family for getting caught. The problem is, I think a lot of times when it comes to this crime stuff, these kids don't feel accountable to nobody. They're not scared of their parents. They probably don't even have fathers, okay? And if they do, they're not afraid of them, and they're not even afraid of the state itself by executing certain punishments. With that said, Mr. Finley, I do believe if you made certain crimes harsher, and I know this is un-American, I'm just simply having a conversation with you. If you start, for example, me personally, I think some of these niggas need to be strung up by two horses and pulled apart. I think some of them need to be beheaded in broad daylight for some of the heinous things that they do. Okay? I'm not saying if you get a speeding ticket that you need to be shot out of a fucking cannon into a brick wall. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is some of these situations, if you're killing people, if you're going out here, causing bloodshed and tears in your communities and things like that, there should be harsher punishments than sitting in jail, working out, and converting to Islam. All right? So, again, other countries, they will cut your fucking head off. And most people don't want to have their heads cut off. That's all I'm saying.
Well, before anybody goes on, there's a gentleman that's been trying to get in. Hold on, Finley, I'll go to you in a moment. But I want to let Alex offer his 2 cents on this topic because he's been trying to get in for a hot minute now. So go ahead, Mr. Alex.
Hey, Brad. Hello, everyone. It's been a long time since I've been on Clubhouse. I don't know the etiquette. I was for flashing mics, I guess, is a thing of the past.
Yeah, you just jumped in this room. You kind of have to get in, especially on smaller stages. If not, you just raise it and say, hey, can I get in after this?
Yeah. I mean, if people are on one, I let them go on one. This interesting topic for 4:30 on a Monday. I think a lot of people should look at history when it comes down to things that have been done within this country. When it talks about upheaval, I guess, within society, people that have the right to protest, but protest has always brought violence from the other side when people want to speak their minds about whatever they believe in, and that's kind of happened all across the country. I remember reading articles about the Bronx burning and how President Ford told New York to go to hell. So if you look at what New York looked like in the 70s, it was really, really bad. And then we've had a million different types of epidemics, like the AIDS epidemic, the crack epidemic, which have destroyed neighborhoods. But obviously, if people would look to see how that ended up happening, drugs were redistributed through poor neighborhoods, and then that created crime, which then made the police go in. And then obviously, like the gentleman was talking about crime being a business, that is absolutely a thing. But in regard to what's occurring now, with the action that's been taken by the federal government going into the cities with National Guard and whatnot, I believe it's a little troubling because the state should be held accountable to work within their own forces to handle the issues within the cities, and for the federal government to come into that is kind of an overreach of power in my belief. I understand that some of the areas obviously needed to have improvements, that there are police forces that are lacking with resources, whether it be manpower or equipment or anything else that they can use in order to fix these problems. They've been going on for a very long time. Maybe the federal government might be fed up and thinking this would make it better or fix it, but I don't believe that there is any right way to fix it. I believe that these things will continue to happen even if the federal government marches in these cities or not, but when they withdraw, things will just continue to go as they were before that they were there. I'm not exactly pleased with it. I feel like when they come for New York, I think New York is going to have its own answer to the federal government, because as what I know from living here for most of my life is that each borough can handle their own, and the NYPD is one of the most expensive police forces and most manned police forces in the country. It's not exactly something that I'm looking forward to, but the government's going to do what the government's going to do. The Republicans are in power, the Democrats are weak, and nothing that President Trump has put forward has been stopped. Obviously, when it comes down to the branches of government and checks and balances, it doesn't seem like there is any anymore. So what's going to happen? Well, I think we'll just kind of have to watch. If people want to be civically active, then they can go to the streets and protest, as is their right in this country. But the repercussions of that, of what can happen from the other side, will be seems to be peaceful. If not, then you mess around, you find out. Just make sure if you do get caught up, have a good lawyer. Be aware about what the ACLU can provide you, and protect yourself. And people that don't have the means to get a good lawyer and fight within the system that's already constructed, which is already corrupt, as has been proven many times over, you're going to get some real just desserts. And that's just, white collar crime and blue collar crime. Blue collar, sometimes if they don't have the money to handle it or get good representation, they get locked up, and white collar crime gets a slap on the wrist. And that's my 2 cents, and thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, let me just say, and that was a great commentary. I think that sort of the issue with what appears to be the militarization, and I'm a DC resident. I've lived in DC for 25 years. I'm a homeowner. I certainly have opinions about that whole thing, but I think that even a broader conversation that I'm not hearing from either side, whether liberals or Democrats, is really when it comes to crime and eradicating crime, with a militarized presence, either way, how you see it, is I think the thing that we need to have a real conversation about, and I think that it's a conversation that neither side really wants to have a conversation about, is anchored in wealth distribution, particularly when it comes to sort of the racial wealth gap in this country. I don't think that, quite honestly, and I'm just being real, I don't think that white liberals are more interested in tackling that issue than white conservatives. I see them as sort of
sort of different ways to say bird on the issue. But let me just finish. And I think that like sort of the core of like poverty, violence, crime is anchored in the fact that the reason that people do it is because they don't have the wealth. Like I think that if we as an American society were really interested in addressing like crime in this country, then I think that we'd be really open to entertaining like wealth distribution and specifically like reparations. And that's just what it is. And I just don't think that like white liberals, white conservatives are open to entertaining that conversation, because really what we're trying to do through sort of a militarized approach to addressing crime, it's like sort of like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. And that's really what it is. And I think that like white people in this country, I think you guys really need to sort of like look at yourselves internally on whichever side that you're on. If we want to address crime, if we redistribute wealth in this country, we'll see a change when it comes to crime overnight. Like people just don't do crime, because they just want to do crime. It's a function of poverty. And I think that America, given its caste system, has created a caste system where ultimately, traditionally, white people are at the top of that caste system. And that caste system is anchored in wealth. And black people, especially those that descend from slavery in this country, are anchored and tied to the bottom. And it's been very intentional. It's been very purposeful. So that's my 2 cents. I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to share my position. But yeah, that's what it's about.
Well, then where you're giving your submission that you were correct, I would say that's a fact with respect to white liberals and white conservatives. White liberals claim that they want, like, for example, in homelessness, when you propose to build like low income properties or homeless shelters in their neighborhoods, they're NIMBY fast as hell. Just wanted to say I agree with you 1,000%.
I think I actually agree with that point as well, because a lot of the white liberals, like in order to do this, you got to take food out of your family's mouth to do that. And most white liberals aren't willing to do that. They just want a virtue signal. But to the point about reparations and everything else, I am very curious. From what I've been reading, again, it's about 17, let's talk about the black community. 17% of the black community is considered poor, right? And of that 17%, I was very curious, what is the percentage of those that do commit crime? Because we're always saying that poverty and crime go hand in hand. And everything that I'm looking at, I want to see anywhere from 2 to 5%. 2 to 5% of the 17% of individuals that are considered poor. So why is it that we're always harping on, well, we just got to cut niggas checks. And if we cut niggas checks, that the whole, it's going to completely stop crime. And again, the vast majority of the black community is not committing crime, and the vast majority of the black community or the ones that are in poverty are not committing crime. So that's why I'm always confused on, like, why do we keep harping as if the magic? Again, we know about a lot of these entertainers that end up coming from nothing, getting a large sum of money, and continue to commit acts of degeneracy. So it's not just, getting a check cut that's supposed to be the magic, wand or bullet or whatever it is that you need to kind of fix the situations.
So I don't think
I wasn't maybe I missed it, to be honest. Not even sure what the question is, to be honest. Maybe it's... No, I was asking them. My question is why do we constantly equate crime with the fact that people are poor?
Well, because there is a somewhat of a correlation. It's more about the income inequality per se, but I also want to point out that I don't know who made the reparations argument. Maybe Hood did. I didn't hear it. I don't know who made it. Okay, my fault. But I'm not making it because it's a reparations argument is a separate argument. I'm making the argument that one of the reasons that crime is persistent in these areas because it is a cycle of young people not having anything to do, right?
this distinction, like that correlation between poverty and crime. Yeah, more people live in depressed area where crime is more prevalent because those are economically not viable homes. It doesn't mean that the poor are overwhelmingly committing the larger section of crime. That really doesn't equate well.
Yeah, I haven't been seeing the numbers to back that up. That's what I've been looking for.
Yeah, Epstein Island should teach you that stuff. I can point some other crimes too. Take stock floors, the New York Stock Exchange alone. I'm pretty sure I can point out. You guys should really watch The Wolf of Wall Street. That was pretty criminal there. But I'm going to say that just because there's a correlation does not actually mean there's a causation. For instance, I do not believe that all crime committed in America is done by black people. Now, can you find stats that say, hey, 55% or 50% more of violent crimes are committed by blah, blah, blah? Maybe. You could probably find a stat. I'm sure you can. You can find some narrative. Now, I can deep dive in and actually look at those numbers and say, all right, well, there's ambiguity here. 55% of all murders are not solved in the country. Also, we don't have states responding and reporting in any kind of unified framework. So these stats are already automatically off. And we have a problem correlating data and coalescing data to actually get it to a centralized source that we can actually be sure is stating that this is a direct problem or this is the direct cause. So, I mean, again, asking to redistribute people's wealth after a lifetime or even a multitude of people's wealth, you understand that taking that is not just coming from white people. That's coming from black. It's coming from Hispanic. It's coming from Muslims. It's coming from Indian. It's coming from Asians. It's coming from Native Americans. You're asking to take the wealth of America and every section and facet of society and say, here, I want to redistribute it for one political entity. And my belief is that once I redistribute this wealth, crime will immediately go down. Well, if everybody's equal, what makes you think crime would actually go down? Because that's statistically, I haven't found anything in history, and I can't recall anything in history that actually has happened. Like that doesn't go anywhere. There's always people going to commit crime, murder, rape. Like how does poverty fix rape? Like you don't have that. Like rape is rape. It is done by rich, it's done by poor. Sexual abuse to children. Rich, poor, middle income, happens. What else is there? Oh yeah. Theft, rich, poor. You have rich fucking kids that are stealing. Like trust me, we know they're out there. And in significant numbers too. It's just they may have better lawyers. So, I don't think redistribution has shown it, and you should look at that because the Bolshevik revolution was supposed to be redistribution. There was a whole lot of fucking murder going on during that time period.
Well, I think sort of the core of your argument against redistribution is, whether you know it or not, is sort of anchored in the fact that you think that redistribution is a handout. And that's sort of, based on your submission, your contributions, that you think that.
I'll tell you what I actually think.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
I call redistribution an actual theft. I don't call it a handout. I think it's theft.
Okay, so how do you define redistribution?
Well, things like affirmative action, I don't think you'd call that a handout, but that was to hopefully the concept could stop them talking. Well,
I don't even know what.
That concept 25 years ago when that came into the concept 25 years ago when that came in was the
shut the fuck up in here, town. I'm just asking, like, she's a mod. Hood, she's a mod. You have to agree, she's a mod. I don't care if she's a mod.
Yeah,
why?
Anyway, the concept of affirmative action, if you read when that came into play into through the court system and also into schools and used within our culture, was for exactly that purpose, to ultimately create a redistribution and the ability to to give opportunity. So, I mean, it's not necessarily, you want to call that a handout, I wouldn't call that a handout. That's not what its intention was.
So, and Thomas, was there something wrong with what I said or anybody else on the station?
No.
Both sides. I call redistribution based under the guise of what he said. And the framework was we take it from the wealthy and we redistribute. Am I missing something here? Is there something that I wasn't adding up?
No, not at all.
I can't read it. That's that. I'm stealing from one person, but I'm wrapping it up so my morals and my pillow at night feel better. So I'm stealing, like, I'm going to pick on Abby here because I can't pick on her. She's lovely and beautiful. I'm taking Abby's shit. I'm taking her stuff, and I'm saying, you know what, Abby? I'm giving you 20%. That's what you get. You get nothing more. Like, this is what I say. I am freaking king here. Like, first off. And then I'm going to give it to, I don't know, Hood. I'll give it to this guy, Hood. And he now gets to take, I don't know, 40% of what Abby did. Redistribution is literally theft. You're just trying to give yourself a moral framework and a nice word to hide it on.
Let me just say this. The issue, relax. Relax quickly. It's so crazy.
That you're not listening to me. I said Thomas and Finley, and then you can go after it. You advocated like whatever you think you have in this room. Thomas, Finley, then you would.
So and let me just say this. It vexes me, this type of behavior, because I want to hear his argument. But this is what I started to believe, because this happens all the time. The motherfuckers crash out. And I think the reason for this is when they realize they don't have an argument. So what they'll do is they'll try to basically redirect the argument to something that's irrelevant. Okay? He understands. Most people that come on stage understands that the mods can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want to. You're not going to win the battle. You're probably going to get blown from the stage. So why engage in a back and forth like that? I want to hear your argument. Why put yourself in a situation where you're not going to be able to have the argument and your point's not going to be able to be heard by crashing out that way? I don't understand this shit. It vexes me, it really does. But you know what? Go ahead, Philly, you got it.
Well, I agree with the argument. I don't agree that redistribution is theft because you can just taxes, right? Like do a better tax policy than the play for play and rate for the rich policies that we currently have that have caused this income inequality over the last 40 years. It's just trash policy, and I agree that there's no causation with poverty and crime, but there's some correlations there. But it's a lot of it is again lack of investment. And again, we see it. We see it starting very young. And I agree, there's no magic bullet to crime because even if like we were the rates in the 50s and the 40s when the economy was more equitable than everybody except black people. But I understand that the thought that you'll never get rid of all crime, and that's not the goal. The goal is to like address some of the causes of like some of these violent crimes, and I do think that it's a lack of investment clearly in a lot of places that are crime ridden. Well, let me strike that. A lot of places that are ridden with violent crime, there's this underinvestment because white collar crime exists throughout the whole of America, and we don't spend nearly as much time trying to prosecute it publicly or legislatively like we do violent crime. And the white collar crimes, in my opinion, has many more victims than violent crime does. But I'm gonna leave that there.
Yeah, let me just say real fast. And I'm gonna try to be as respectful, as I can. But it's really difficult when I hear people sort of argue about quote unquote reparations, quote unquote wealth distribution, because the way that you view it is completely ahistorical. Like you're completely erasing like 500-600 years of history that black slaves and sort of the sacrifices that their descendants made to create the greatest country in the world. Like they're literally erasing 300 years of fucking free labor in sort of your argument
comes to wealth distribution, that somehow the descendants of the people that provided 300 fucking years of free labor, the fucking slaves of this goddamn country that were the foundation of building this nation with fucking free labor, aren't entitled to anything. It's really, in my opinion, it's deeply anchored in white supremacy. It's deeply anchored in historical erasure, and it's deeply rooted in, for most of you white people, most all of you motherfuckers are fucking immigrants. Most all white people, unless you came on the goddamn Mayflower, you're immigrants. And it just really validates to me the egregiousness, the evil of white supremacy on the left and the fucking right. And I just think you guys are you're callous, evil people. And to sort of argue, and let me just finish, I'll land here. Let me just I'll land here. For you to have a position of like erasing history, that level of arrogance is completely baffling. And you really need to fucking check yourselves, because the descendants of slaves in this country are absolutely due reparations and redress, given the 300 years of free labor that we've contributed to building this nation. And I'll land there. Thank you.
Okay, so it's weird. I love these. I really do. I love these reparations, like, because usually they're espoused by people who can't really correlate history. You went from 500, 400 to 300 years. I believe the United States is only 250 years. Maybe you should start with fucking England, France, Spain, Portugal,
Brazil, my guy. Brazil, and that's some 1888. Like, this is great.
Your fact that black people built the fucking nation? No, you did not. The primary fucking thing that you're going to categorize yourself is that you somehow had fucking Wakanda, and then the Americans came over here and fucking ripped Wakanda from you and then put you in a cotton field. That didn't fucking happen that way. Your fucking land was taken over by other black people who then deemed you or your ancestors unworthy to exist. So they either killed your asses, or they said, hey, you're going to be slaves and we're going to sell you for fucking trinkets and fucking whatever the fuck it was. Shiny pieces of eight. I don't fucking know. And the white European nations didn't send an entire army to invade Africa. They tried that. They got their asses killed. They couldn't even get past certain regions because of the interior. They died from malaria, dysentery. They were eaten. That fucking terrain in Africa was horrendous for Northern Europeans. They didn't bother to approach it because they knew only water sources, and their biomes were vastly different than the biomes down there. They didn't succeed. So your historical relevance is also kind of bullshit. And if you really wanted to go for the tit for tat, I mean, you've got 300 years of actual slavery where black Africans and Muslims, which, depending on the day of week, a lot of you like flip-flop and say Muslims are the black when they add to your cause, and then they're not black when they don't add to your cause. But those guys actually had a huge slave trade enslaving white people. There's a song, I forget who did it. There's a whole song about some of the stuff that goes on a little bit. You should look up some more history on this. And they had it, and white people were enslaved. So I guess, white people should ask for their 300 years of pounds of flesh from all of the aspects of Africa doing that fuck shit. But anyway, when you come to America, the fact that you articulate and say, we built it. No, you didn't design cities. You didn't do central planning. Yes, you were chorus. Yes, you worked alongside other impoverished white people, Irish Gaelic, people deemed unworthy in society, not even deemed to be classified as humans, and had to go through similar oppressions, similar restrictions, and similar rejections. You don't give accounts for the Asians. We literally had anti-Asian policies and huge Asian discriminations going on way prior to, guess what? The expansion of black people into California, because you weren't fucking there. And for the record, the majority of the time that you quote this country, you act like it's, we're getting California reparations. Mind you, that the United States wasn't even the United States it is today in 1865 when slavery
civil rights bills that was passed, or one of the other fucking land grants and all of this stuff. Now, there are egregious actions that the U.S. is taking place, and there have been things that I would agree with in redressing harms. But you economists that want to come up here and go reparations and we need to redistribute wealth, you are the wrong people to talk to. You're not sitting at the table. You're not invited to the table. You're not on the legislation. You're not even on the panels with that. And you're not being accepted in the room because you don't know the actual historical facts. You don't know about the trademark.
You're literally sorry. Let me jump in real quick.
No, you don't get to jump in my fucking room. Who the fuck are you?
I'm JR, bro. Fuck you.
I don't care who you are.
I just want to jump in because you're saying a whole bunch, bro. I got a couple questions for you.
You can wait. So again,
so you just gonna talk wild too?
I talk any way I want to. That's the whole point of this. Like, I am tired of people coming on stage saying, until reparations, we don't have a functioning government. You had a functioning government. You had all this shit prior. I'm sorry you were deemed inferior by a continent of people who didn't look like me. I'm sorry you may have some fucking ancestor that was a slave. Your asses weren't fighting for Irish lives when Ireland was getting starved, when children were getting raped, when they were getting boot stomped, they were getting murdered, when they were made to work the fields, when they were made to fuck each other for fucking entertainment, when the fucking English lords were doing that. They've been doing that for 1,000 years. That's where my ancestors come from.
The Irish are enslaved too, Brad. The Irish.
I know. The Mexicans too. They went through that shit too. Like, they had their own. They had a whole point. You're not bitching about Polk going in and taking Mexican territory and fucking ostracizing the Mexican native or Americans or the Indians or whatever you in Washington, Arizona. You don't condemn President Polk for doing that with John Kennedy and all of those other fucking mutineers creating a secession and then telling the people you're now American citizens. You just have to act right. And oh, by the way, we're not helping you with anything. And Mexico cutting off their food supplies and killing them and taking their children, taking their stocks. You didn't do shit about that. Spare me your outrage, because yours is just fake. You're full of shit and you don't even know the questions, let alone the answers to. Now, who wants next?
Well, the irony, I just always ask this people that push for reparations, who do you think's paying for these reparations? It'll be taxpayers. And I wonder if the people that are asking for it also pay taxes, because they're going to be paying for their own reparations. Like, do they understand where the money comes out of? It's going to come out of their pockets. And are they comfortable with that, or do they pay taxes?
I think my argument is never. I don't argue with the U.S. Treasury.
Civics. Let's get back to civics.
I don't argue the slavery reparations.
But who pays into it?
My argument would be for reparations from Jim Crow, because I think that's an easier argument to make. It's more traceable. You can certainly make the argument with redlining, segregated schools. Like, there's a ton of arguments to be made there. Freeways being bulldozing through black neighborhoods and destroying black wealth. You can make that argument a lot clearer. And yes, I would argue that the government that wrote these laws is responsible for paying these people back, because they were building. It comes from the government, the same government that did the harm.
Wait, I understand, but just basically, just get me there. So
I'm a taxpayer.
The government, you do, right?
Yes. My tax dollars will go back to pay back the people whose property and wealth was stolen from them. I'm good with that, because when police brutalize people and they get sued, guess who has to pay for that crap? I do. I gotta pay for it.
Okay, so
right, when a teacher sexually assaults a kid, in the school system, the school gets sued, right? I have to pay for that.
But did you feel that when I was bringing up affirmative action before, did you feel that was a form of compensation to try to create programs to overly extend opportunity?
Did I feel the affirmative action was that type of program?
When that came into law, when Justice O'Connor wrote that famous opinion, did you feel that was something also in line with what you're talking about, where the redlining caused the harm, that was to undo that harm by giving opportunity?
Kinda. It was an attempt.
It was an attempt.
I don't know that it was a sufficient attempt, but it was an attempt.
I always, again, the slavery argument always again baffles me. A lot of these arguments baffle me because I understand it, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around it. For example, like Brad said earlier, for whatever reason, we always hyperfixate on the U.S. as if U.S. was the only place that harbored slaves, and as if the U.S. is the only one that treated their slaves badly. First and foremost, slaves are very expensive in the United States. Even though we see a lot of movies of terrible things happen to slaves, in which they did, the vast majority of slaves were very expensive. You couldn't just slaughter them, okay? They were very expensive to get and to maintain. With that being said, also, some of these places had slavery for thousands of years, that helped build their civilizations for thousands of years. Do you think in 2025 or even in the 20th century, they said, you know what? For the thousands, for 1500 years that we had you motherfuckers slaving, okay, in a hot sun, here's a check for $1 million. Nobody's doing that. Nobody. So again, even if we were to even look to try to do something like that, listen, DNA test, I think there's stuff within the DNA test that say that this is for entertainment purposes only or some shit like that. I don't know, but my point is this. How are we going to legitimately trace back to whose parents were affected by this, to what percent, et cetera, to be able to even decide who gets what? And all that's going to do at the end of the day, and they're going to say this is racist too, if they were to cut everybody a fucking check in my community for whatever amount of money, they're just going to raise prices of shit. That's all they're going to do. They're just going to raise fucking prices of shit. And then you're going to say, well, it's racist now because the house I was looking at for buying for $700,000 is now at $1.2 million. So again, I don't understand where this goes.
But let me just say, it's sort of weird. Let me just finish like your position that, sort of like tracing, like, I guess your ancestry back to slavery, like literally, like that shit was not that long ago. I'm a Gen Xer. My parents, thank God, are silent gens. They're still alive in their late 80s. My dad's father, grandfather, was actually born into slavery. So, like, this sort of belief that, like, our connection as the descendants of slaves was, like, thousands and centuries ago. No, we're talking literally, like, 3 generations back. Like, we can fucking easily trace, like, and my parents, as a matter of fact, are also survivors of Jim Crow. And again, that's the thing that people think that, like, that would, this reparations claim, it's not limited to slavery. But it brings forward all of the very targeted policies, discriminatory policies of the U.S. federal government against a specific group of people. And that's a claim. Like, when we look at, like, the California Task Force in their 2-year study, AB 3121, which was signed into law by Gavin Newsom, Camilla Moore was the chair of that commission that studied reparations over 2 years and made recommendations. Okay, what's the point? Let me just finish. First off, you don't tell me what to do. Oh my God. Brad, you're just a fucking racist, bro. Like, I just don't like you. You're just a racist.
Okay. Look, I don't like this bullshit. Like, you can call me racist. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. I've been on this step 5 years. I've held rooms and clearly have held content and had discussions far deeper than you have. I've actually been in legislative service. I've sat at the tables. I've listened to this. I've been to the meetings. I've read the books, read the pamphlets, saw the movie rights. Your fucking 12 years of slave fucking narrative and coming on stage saying what you owe when you weren't there. You're leaving out the fact that only 3 to 5% of the population pretty much at the start of the Civil War had slaves. So then we're looking at an agricultural aspect. Yeah, slavery was existing out here, mostly in, guess where, farming rich areas where
the overwhelming wealth, they didn't have it. Don't come up, Ali. Don't do it to me because I'm not into that. I don't like good rats, and I don't like people who are really fucking didn't read history. And you just fucking quoted movie lines. That's fine. I don't. You literally started quoting 12 years of fucking slave, and then told me let me land. Fuck you. Get out of my room. Go do your own thing. That's why nobody comes to it and listens to it, because your shit is stupid. You don't have any historical references. You don't talk about the patents, copyrights, art. You don't even go after the Met. The fucking Met Gala has fucking black artwork, black American artwork hanging right fucking now. There's literally a fucking exhibit on it, and guess what? 60 to 75% of that artwork that's hanging in the fucking Met, guess where it came from? Oh yeah, Jim Crow era and post-Civil War artists, and it was just taken from them. It wasn't asked, it wasn't given, it was just seized. Many times it was stolen from them, and somehow the Met got it through the black market, which a lot of fucking art actually gets up there through the black market because these people had it. And you're not fucking standing up there going, hey, we should have that artwork returned. You didn't even fucking know about it until I fucking told you. Again, you don't even go down to the Smithsonian. How about the Black Museum of History, slave history in fucking D.C. that everybody was bitching about? Oh, those artifacts, Trump pulled them out. You're right, he should have. He should have fucking returned them to the original families, because a lot of those exhibits that went up there to have this natural museum were stolen from fucking families. But you had no rationale. You didn't know about these certain things. So when you were kind of like, which I'm going to call you that, and I wish Gerard was there because he would have packed you up a lot sooner than I would have. But he and I are under the same assumption. There are people who can articulate reparations, and they can articulate an argument, and I'd be willing to listen to them. But then there are those like you who sit there and watch 12 Years a Slave come up on stages, and you fucking read From Here to Equality. You didn't even read the whole fucking book. You read the fucking Cliff Notes version, and now you want to act like you actually have some historical connection. You forgot about black slave owners. You forgot about black shippers. You forgot about black businessmen who profited off of slavery, intercontinental. You forgot literally all the Caribbean, Mexico, and fucking South America, which had overwhelmingly more than any other part. The majority of slaves from Africa went to fucking Brazil. Get your facts right. And oh, by the way, we're 250 years old, not 300. Jesus fucking Christ. It was England before that. So get your reparations from England before you come to me and ask me for a handout. And call me racist. Ali, or whoever's next, go ahead.
Yeah, Brad, quickly, actually, I'm out of the gym. I'm like audible. I want to make a couple of quick comments.
Yes, I think you can go ahead.
Okay, two things. And the both things are almost pretty shady by now. Number one, the black fatigue. We're all tired of this discussion going on, particularly the last topic that's coming down. Number two, to the black community, there is no help on the way. No category is coming. You have to be moving the entirety of the community of black people. They have to help themselves like all others immigrant to this country. And I fully recognize this slavery and the history of it. But then again, it's been almost 450 years, 400 years. It's about time. And let's, they can do what needs to be done for themselves. Again, I land with this. No further help is coming. The Calgary is not on the way. You've got to do it yourself. Thank you very much.
You know what? If they really want, listen, if they really want reparations, why don't we do this? Listen, to your white compatriots on the left, respectfully, that agree with you, that believe that you should be given reparations, why don't you have them all cut checks? Okay? Have them all cut checks in California, New York, whatever. Have them cut the checks for you. Don't ask it from the people that don't agree with you, like the conservatives or anybody else, or whoever. Ask the white liberal to cut you a check. Okay? That's all you have to do.
Yeah, just to be clear, because I know you guys, it's hard for you guys to keep up with the argument. Nobody's asking you to personally cut checks. It's a stupid argument. I don't know where you guys got this from. It's the government. The government did a crime. They paid for the crime. It's that simple. No person, especially black people, are asking for individual.
Oh, Jesus Christ, stop.
What do you... You said the
dumb shit.
Who
You're wrong. You were fucking wrong.
The government just cut the check. Where does the government get?
You were fucking wrong. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
Screaming you're wrong doesn't change anything, bro.
Yes, it does. It means you're stupid. Because you said you.
Oh, Jesus.
Bro, this is
check from the government. Who pays the government?
He doesn't know. You know what? Listen,
Here's my problem, Thomas. This is the part. That motherfucker, I can promise you, does not pay fucking taxes. What the fuck you want me to redistribute out? I'm not taking money from Thomas and giving it to, what is this ass name? Fucking Klingon, whatever your fucking name is. I'm not taking Thomas's money and giving it to you. You clearly don't pay fucking taxes. Why? You get tax-free. You're an EBT warrior. I'm not fucking giving you more money. You've already suckled at the government that you swallowed it. I'm not giving you more. Cutting a government check is akin to saying, let me tax the people, let me create more money, let me print more, let me cause inflation, let me cause a whole bunch of other issues that you haven't even accounted for. So your dumb fucking hood rat ass can get a check. Spare me with it. Not happening. We'll vote for it hands down. And oh, by the way, even the people that are in the fucking reparations argument don't want you to have a fucking check. The black people who are arguing for reparations are wanting you, Klingon, fucking whatever your name is, to have a fucking check from the government. How does that make you feel? The ones that are actually pushing legislation don't want you to have your fucking check. You're a moron for screaming, I want a check from the government.
Can I ask how this conversation went from is burning the flag, free speech, cash bill, ban to slavery reparation?
Yeah, so what happened?
I've been on this app for 6 years now, getting ready to be 2026 in 6 years. You know, brothers have been talking about reparations and slavery for fucking can you please just shut the fuck up about it? Like, at this point, right, who the fuck cares, bro? Like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. And the only thing I disagree with, to be quite honest with everyone in the room, like, my tax dollars are going to fucking trans surgeries and fucking goddamn overseas and for gay ass fucking Sesame Street fucking plays. So if we want to talk about what taxes are being spent on, we can really have that conversation. As far as is burning the flag, free speech, absolutely the fuck is not. We don't have the right to burn our fucking flag that our soldiers fought for the fabric of our fucking country, or you can say country. You people in here scream about slavery, well, let's have the conversation. Didn't your so-called ancestors fight for that very flag? So why would you be advocating for it to be burned? I don't understand it. And lately I've been seeing it burn in defense of illegal immigration. That is 100% where I draw the fucking line. I don't give a fuck about these illegals. They all need to be fucking deported. All of them. I don't give a fuck if you've been here 20, 30, or 50 fucking years illegally. You need to go. Right? That's just a side note. But that's why this conversation came up anyways, because we're seeing this at protests. As far as cash bail goes, I mean, if you got enough money to get yourself out of fucking trouble, I guess go ahead and handle your business. Most of those people are going to reoffend anyway. The universe knew not to make me a fucking judge or a magistrate or a police, because a lot of you motherfuckers would be under the jail. The prison system would love me, because I would literally just get mandatory minimums for everything, and you all would just rot in fucking prison, honestly. So, I don't know. These conversations to me are just getting fucking old, honestly, because, I mean, how many more years are you guys going to keep talking about reparations? Like, the Clubhouse is not going to help you get reparations. And the other question I have is, how close have you gotten to those reparations since the first year I heard you guys talking about it on this app? Again, like I said, 2026 is in 6 months. Where's the progress? I don't see any movement. I don't see what's going up. FBA is essentially labeled to me personally as a bunch of fucking domestic terrorists. You all sound like the fucking Klan member. You know, you tell me just because I have a Jamaican father who came from Jamaica who also fought for this fucking country that I'm not black. So, you know, the question I have is, why would I give a fuck if you get reparations or not when you don't even deem me to be you? So I'll land there. And, you know, Brad, good to hear you. And I hope that's
nice to see you.
Yeah, I don't make that say. Go ahead.
Go ahead, family. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead. No, you good.
Yeah, and I concur. So again, we got to this point because a gentleman came on stage and decided to take the aspect of, because we started talking about crime and poverty, and then he started talking about how we need to look at it from the perspective of people committing crime because of racial inequality. That's how it got there. Now, again, I said earlier, some of these niggas need their heads cut off. Again, at the end of the day, like I was trying to bring up earlier before homeboy came off his mic and started crashing out, was if you really want it that bad, hold these liberal compatriots to the feet to the fire. Have them start dropping donations like Dr. Umar Johnson, asking for donations, okay? Start asking, I'm an FBA member technically, but have your compatriots that agree with your ideology start asking for donations from your white liberal compatriots. And let's see how many of them really believe and stand with you. And that includes the ones that you vote into office, Gavin Newsom or anybody else. Let's see who's all willing to put their money where their mouth is. And the government trying to cut you a check is stupid. Because I don't even want to address it because that was fucking retarded.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Thomas. That's the one argument that I fucking hate, right? That somehow because people are racial inequality or poverty or whatever is why people are committing crimes, and it's why, like, that is the stupidest fucking argument that I've ever heard in my life. You're broke and dusty, so you want to go pick up a gun and kill people.
I've never. Listen. I know you haven't. Where in that argument? I've been trying to think. Listen, let me ask you one thing. I've been asking that question
of the argument, though.
I've been asking this question since the jump.
I'm willing to take out.
I've been asking the question because all the studies that I've been reading, when it talks about poverty and crime, I was looking at specifically the black community because I'm a part of it. Out of the 17% of the black community that's considered to be in poverty, only 2 or 5% are the ones that commit crime. So where is this correlation coming from to such a degree that we think that if we just, I'm not saying Mr. Philly's saying this, I'm saying in general because I heard this argument over and over again, that if we start cutting niggas checks, then crime would just miraculously disappear. You know, so I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, so I think there's some correlation. Drills in $2,000 Supreme Chief Bezos. That doesn't sound like a group that's impoverished to me, right? A lot of these fucking killings are personal, right? They're not because of poverty. I'm going to be completely honest with you, a lot of it stems from, you guys are going to believe me, this sounds cliche, but it's music. It's not music. Internal beats. It's not music. That flooded the streets. It's not music. Yes, off of the top.
It's not music.
Okay, well, go ahead.
So that crime is a very complex conversation, right? But the crime that we talk about the most is violent crime, right? We never talk about white collar crime ever. And I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe there's more white collar crime than there is violent crime.
I think white collar crime affects more people is what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Right. No, I'm saying, but I think there's more though. Like physical number of crimes is more white collar than but even I digress to that point. I wanted to address the point about music because there's this belief, right, that music causes the crime, and that's just not true. Violent crime in this country began an uptick in the 70s, right? It peaked. In 1991 was like the worst year ever, right, for crime, and then it began to drop. Gangsta rap, which is the culprit, as we like to often call, did not go mainstream in America until like the early 90s, and so it doesn't correlate because as gangsta rap got its rise to early mid 90s, crime was on the decline. Violent crime was on the decline, a sharp decline. So it doesn't follow. Violent crime was on the rise.
Hold on. So like, I hate when we do this because like when we talk violent crime, we're talking specifically violent crime. It's usually murder, rape, and what is the other one? Assault. And so we often categorize anything with that type of crime in it. But you can't do the direct comparison to white collar crime, which is wage theft, like fraud, art forgery, copyright infringement, like that's all.
Yeah, you don't see people's brains splattered all over the concrete in white collar crime.
And they say like crime went down. I'm like,
I always say from where? From what point? I want to remember.
So people will often like the 80s, the late 80s and the early 90s, they'll say, oh, it went down from that point. Well, it did to a point. You have it, but there was a reason why it went down. There was like a reaction. The pendulum swung the other way, and the people of this country said, I don't give a shit. I want motherfuckers either iced out or I want them locked up. And that was pretty much what they did. Remember, they all went to Clinton, said, give me the 94 crime bill. They cheered that shit on all sides of the aisle. They pushed that through. There was no, oh my God, this is going to disprepare. Nope, they wanted stop and frisk in New York City. You forget that shit. Like now you're calling back Trump's like ladder going, oh, he's going after the Central Park 5. But Trump was a private citizen at the time. He was responding to news reports that were coming out of the city. Those were your leaders at the time. They're saying, we can't do this. And the people wanted this push. So now when you let up and now you're saying, oh, hey, we're starting to see another spike in crime, which definitely occurred 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, you're still seeing a spike. Yes, it has gone down in certain areas. And overall, I would say, yes, it's depending on how we're reporting and cataloging it, because apparently now we just fucking play with stats in the FBI and apparently the federal government. That's on both sides of the aisle, but you can't slam it and say, hey, this is proof positive it's really going up, because people are seeing it increase in their neighborhoods. They're seeing the theft, the shoplifting. They're no longer just standing by and watching. They're seeing this shit go on right in front of them. And the reason they're feeling the impact is because those stores are leaving the neighborhood. So now those citizens are saying, fuck no, I feel it. My Target left. I have to now go 10 miles further just to get a loaf of fucking bread. I don't want this shit going on. Lock the motherfuckers up. And then you have people on the left screaming, well, this is unfair. This is targeting. And the people, their own constituencies are saying, I don't have a place to go. You have to do something about this. You have to correct this. So I'm kind of looking at the stats going, white collar crime not the same as violent crime.
So on the point of it, right? I'm not saying it's the same as crime. I'm saying I made the point earlier. We're not as aggressive with it as we are with violent crime. And if you want to include like theft, we're more aggressive with like petty theft than we are with like corporate theft. We're way more aggressive. They serve way more time for stealing like a radio versus someone that freaking stole half a pigeon farm.
So, mister, I will agree on your point earlier, halfway, that it's not about music, right? In the earlier times, your argument would have flown, right? But I'll use examples, right? We have Jacksonville, Chicago. These places today where the murder rate is super high all stem from rap music. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's like literally.
That's just not true.
And we have proof of this from the sheriff's department in Jacksonville. He's gotten on press conferences on numerous occasions and has admitted that is the reason why street beef has, uptick is because of the music. Now, yes, back in the day, I'll say, no, it really had nothing to do with it. But today, in 2025, yes, a lot of it does stem from the music, 100%.
Do you think it was more so? The quick response, real quick. Real quick. So, respectfully, and I have great respect for sheriffs in Florida, great respect for the law enforcement. I'm former law enforcement, great respect for law enforcement. I have two siblings that are law enforcement, great respect for them. But sheriffs, respectfully, are political. They are political. They don't want to say what sounds good, right? But if you I wish I could think of some links to put in the chat just to kind of where your whistle to study criminal justice. It's not that black and white. And to Brian's point, yes, there was an overcorrection with locking everybody up, right? And it had a negative effect, but that wasn't the key thing. The only thing that brought down crime. The economy during the 90s also exploded during the 90s. And so two things happened at the same time. You had a lot of economic development, and you had an over-aggressive like police force. And like those two, which shows that the economics are necessary to kind of stop the cycle, but that Holocaust you did with like black men and men of color kind of hurt because a lot of the crime now is youth crime, which is a whole nother conversation.
Mr. Finley, if it's something you'd like me to look up to give the Brad, I'd be happy to.
I'm trying to send you to the back channel. So here's my problem, Marshall. Because I still do study a lot of criminal justice. I listen to a lot of podcasts by people that do it. I read a lot of like articles and stuff like that. So I can't think off the top of my head like a particular study that I've read. Because a lot of stuff that I did in college, I don't remember that stuff. I remember excerpts from it, but I don't remember like specifically like this study that versus that study. The Innocence Project puts out a lot of stuff as well, and they're Southern Poverty Law Center does put out a lot of stuff as well with respect to this particular subject.
I think that here's my thing. Again, I'm having to study. I'm not a scholar in this at all. I'm just kind of trying to put pieces together here. So bear with me. When you think about the influences, especially of the youth, and we'll say either it does, like music does affect them, and it doesn't affect them. I believe that it does, and I think because of the era that we live in, it does a lot more than it did prior. For example, look at social media.
That's what I was saying.
We all can agree that social media affects the mental health of a lot of individuals. Even though social media back in the 90s was in its infancy. So now, currently, when we got TikTok, X, and everything else, when people are living on social media, a lot of people have conformed their lives to social media. For example, if you look at some of the kids coming up now in like first grade, et cetera, they ask them, what do you want to do when you grow up? I don't want to be an astronaut anymore. I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be Kai Cenat. Okay? I want to be a streamer. I want to be Ninja, that's a gamer making millions of dollars. QVC, whatever the nigga's name is. I want to do these things. So I think there is an influence to some degree. I remember coming up, and when I would hear certain things on the radio and hang out in certain environments, a lot of the individuals, and again, we've heard this some other argument that people say, I identify with, the reason I like this song is because I identify with that. It resonates with me. Okay? I really never liked drill rap. Why? Because it doesn't resonate with me. I can't relate to none of that shit them niggas are talking about. I'm sorry, I can't. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't care about it. But at the end of the day, I do think it does have an influence to a certain degree, especially now since you have an easier access to it than you had back in the early 2000s and the 90s. Okay?
No, like today, in our generation, no. Like it's all influenced on social media and our music, right? Like, and I'm not saying what Mr. is saying is completely wrong, right? There are points there, but because it is true that I guess certain deputies are political, but bro, today it's like we've evolved from Bloods and Crips to now everybody is beefing over blocks, like especially here in LA. Like it used to be just Bloods and Crips, and now it's what block do you live on? Blocks that they don't even own. That's blocks that they don't even own. That's always around seeing people that's claiming to be impoverished. And again, this is a stupid argument, right? But it's just like you guys don't look impoverished to me. I know looks can be deceiving, right? But a lot of these guys that are doing the crimes and doing all this stuff, they have opportunities to change their lives and fix their lives, right? Like, so I don't buy the arguments that because we're broke, we're putting switches on the back of our guns and going out here committing crime. Like, no, the judges are not telling you guys to go out here and commit crimes for you to live in the court. You're doing that yourself. Yeah, but so like I don't buy the argument that poverty is why these people are doing this, and the judicial system is against us. Well, I mean, I've managed for 28 years to stay out of criminal trouble. So, I mean, again, I'm an anomaly, right? Or it's anecdotal. But I'm black. If I can do it, why? I don't know.
So my first point, it's not the music, right? Music, people make this idea, people pretend as if wanting to do something outside of quote unquote mainstream is new. Right? Wanting to be a gamer is new. If gamers existed in the 60s, there would have been kids that would have wanted to be gamers. If rap existed in the 60s, there would be kids who wanted to rap because people wanted to sing. My daddy, who's a freaking military guy, he didn't want to sing. He wanted to be a freaking singer. You know what I'm saying? But he had to go to the military and start a family. Right? But that's like y'all, I think that we simplify, dramatize.
We just put out a study like the other day.
Let me make this point. But that has always existed, especially in a capitalistic society in which you have an opportunity to make money. But here's why rap music isn't the problem. Because do you know why rappers now make tens of millions of dollars? And they're worth, like these guys are worth insane amounts of money.
Because the music's really good.
That too, but who buys it and who has always bought it the most?
White people.
There you go. Yes, they buy more. And with the exception of always, I put an asterisk there. I want to say when it went mainstream in the 90s, they bought more than black people did, and that's when the money started to skyrocket. Because they buy it. If we're not saying the same thing in their community. don't see that in their communities. So, which means there is another problem.
And the will of the people is not being used to govern our nation, then the fundamental cause for our chaos is the Constitution. We need to rip it up and write another one. Does that make sense?
I don't think so at all.
Of course, I'm not advocating it.
I know you're not. But I think to Joseph's point about like the symbiotic relationship between the government and to some extent, like we the people have to hold ourselves accountable because we fall for these divisions. We fall for these radicalizations, and we put our people in Congress, in the government, to work for us, and we have systematically done nothing to change it. We all play into those radicalizations, and so to that point, like we should be held accountable to a certain level.
Exactly. There are certain pillars of virtue that it's incumbent upon every person to develop within themselves to make it so that they are less susceptible to the manipulations of the media, the manipulations of the government, the organized criminals that inject and themselves and insinuate themselves into those systems, as a way of trying to line their own pockets. There's always going to be some sort of trickster little playbook that's being played against the people as a way of trying to make them lose sight of the fact that we have the power to move the needle, and because if you think about it, let's say that there's a group of people that are in power, right, and they want to stay in power, right, and now imagine you're looking out at a sea of billions of other people, all of whom are a threat to that power. I feel I can understand how on a pathological level, certain people who are in those positions of power would feel the need to try and what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of mow the lawn a little bit every once in a while. You know what I mean? Because it's you have all these fucking people, all of whom have this infinite, or infused with this infinite potential to rise up to a position of leadership and influence and power in this world. You would feel threatened by that because it's you never know. I mean, that's why people were so afraid of things like rock and roll when it started to come into fruition and stuff like that, because it was they were afraid of where is this wave going to take us? We don't. I think even the hippie movement and stuff like that with psychedelics and stuff, and then punk rock and then grunge. It's there's these constant upsurgence of the people finding a voice and having a leader who has the strength of will to represent that voice artistically or otherwise, and then they cap them. You know what I mean? You see it all throughout history. Eventually that person gets capped, and one way or another. And I forgot exactly what point I was trying to make. I kind of started rambling off there. But so I'll just land my plane for now. I'll let somebody else.
Let me give my take. I think I don't agree with John. The people are responsible for the Democrats being extreme right now, Republicans being extremists right now. The media, where they're consumers of their products, and we keep consuming, so they keep delivering it. We're 100% responsible for this. We have turned our heads away from patriotism. We've turned our heads away from religion. We've become greedy and self-centered and materialistic and selfish. We can force a change if we want, and we're the only ones that choose to stop consuming the media. If we weren't happy with what we were being given, but we don't. We just give in. We're lazy, and we only care care about ourselves. And so I would say that the correct answer, what's causing the chaos, is selfishness and greed among the people of the United States of America.
That's the same everywhere. We're all outsourcing our responsibility, and I think that's the core issue in the room, is a recognition of that. And that act alone, when we recognize that we're outsourcing that responsibility, which then puts the mirror back on us. There's a saying about that that act of defiance, I think it was a 1984 quote, somebody can probably remember it, but this is in many views, especially in the main media, this would be deemed as perhaps a dangerous conversation.
I want to invite Tiger to weigh in, and if for those of you that might not know Tiger, he is sinocentric. He focuses on what is good for the Chinese nation, and he looks with critical eye at some of the things that are going on in America. Contrary to my earlier accusations, was that he was a paid agent of the Chinese Communist Party. Whether he is or isn't, he has some very valid observations. And he made a comment in the chat, and that's why I invited him to the stage. He said nobody's in charge. So, Tiger, you want to weigh in and comment on who is causing the chaos and what we the people in America should be able to do to calm down the chaos?
Yes, and thank you for the invitation. And as always, thanks for opening this room. And I have nothing but respect for you, regardless of whether you think of me as a CCP spy or not. But the reason I said nobody's in charge,
that has long been a joke between the two of us. I do not accuse you of being a paid spy, because if you were, you'd be in jail. No, that is a joke, but some people still think you are.
Yeah, I don't mind that. But the thing is, the reason that I said nobody's in charge is that this is by design. And I think I was listening to another podcast by another, Chinese American person by the name of Wang Dan, I think. And he was saying the Chinese government, for example, is a Leninist party, meaning that they believe a small group of people should behave as vanguard to basically watch over the development trajectory of the country and make sure it goes into in the original context, is to go towards a dictatorship of was it pro-terrorist or something like that? Basically the laborers, right? They need to take control of how the policies unfold inside China. And I think there is some truth to that, because when I look at the American government, it's fundamentally different. The American government is not a government of a single entity that tries to determine what is good for the American people. I don't think he has. It may have functions in a similar capacity in the past during certain stages of history. But as of today, there's no singular entity in the American government doing the planning, doing the forward policy making, and probably not even foreign policy, right? So what I see in America is a conglomerate of, or actually not, it's a battlefield of multiple interest groups, all trying to carve out a space for themselves and their capital, mostly capital interests, and a somewhat detached masses of people who do have some shared interests with these capitalists, mostly in the form of employment and 401ks, but it's largely both outside of the decision making and also being heavily manipulated by the media, which are often under control of one or a few of these interest groups. And I think that is, I describe it and you might interpret it as a bad thing, but I think it's a neutral thing. I think it's by design that the American political philosophy is that nobody should place any trust into a singular entity that does the planning. Instead, the philosophy is to let multiple forces to compete for the narratives and the policy making, which is happening today, right? So if we could, agree with the assumption that this is by design and the chaos is part of the design, then we should probably be asking who's causing the chaos in this country, right? In the global stage, I think that's a different matter. But in this country, this chaos is what Americans prefer, as a political culture to that of, say, communist China. You would still call it communist, maybe. But in the Chinese philosophy, right, we rely on the central authority and even the competition between different levels of authority. But it was never questioned that a smaller portion of the people actually have the power to do the decision making and the planning, and the rest of the people, while do not have input into the system, will score the government authority based on their performance. So it's a very different philosophy, right? And from the Chinese perspective, yes, there are a lot of chaos in the United States, and I personally believe, the Chinese system today is functioning better than the American system. But I think that's by choice. Americans have given up some of the rationality and the certainty in the decision-making process, and in return they gained a security of mind, let's put it that way, that the powers will not be abused to the extent, too severely. I should just put it this way. I don't mean to say that there is no abuse of power in the American system, and I think that's quite rampant. And I think the system also has, despite the chaos, it also has a huge amount of stability in that, power is firmly grasped by the elites, mostly the capital interests. Even that among the capitalists, there is a degree of competition, which is, I think all that the American people could rely on to say that there is enough balance in the power that our interests are still being taken into consideration because they still want us to elect their representatives. But is that enough? I don't think that's enough for the good of the American people. And I don't think it's good enough for having a stable, rational, forward-looking American national policy. But hey, I think this is very deep ingrained in American culture. And as an outsider, I don't seek to change it, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. That's my observation.
I hope everybody listened very carefully to that, because there is what Tiger, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but Tiger showed the difference between an Motors succeed. The workers at Ford have to tighten up a little bit to rejoin the competition, and maybe 10 years later, Ford regains the upper hand, and that internal competition stimulates innovation, creativity, and when freedom is allowed, when people can freely innovate and create within certain boundaries that prevent anarchy, my argument would be that in the long term, that kind of system will prevail over, even if it's an autocrat, it could be Jesus Christ could be the autocrat, or Confucius, or whoever you want to put up there. But without that freedom of competition to allow some to succeed and some not to succeed, that's a dynamic that's been going on in this country ever since its founding. And we've been able to hold it together for the last 250 years. Now, some people think that competition has become so chaotic and so imbalanced. Now we're talking about the argument of the distribution of equality, particularly financial equality, and all those kinds of things. But my point is, over the course of time, good ideas prevail and bad ideas wilt on the vine. And that would suggest that this chaos that we're doing right now is a blip on the historic screen. And just like the chaos that we had throughout our history in raging political debates, ultimately that sense of competition will prevail. And then we can get into the Marxist philosophy, the socialist philosophy. Is it right for Europe to spend 40% of their GDP on social programs and only 17% on defense versus whatever it is? You know, those kinds of things are subservient to the fundamental idea that intense competition, football teams win the Super Bowl because of intense competition, and it's very rare that we have a continuous Super Bowl winner, because competition, and yet the level of the sport, my God, the level of athleticism, compare a football team of 50 years ago to a football team today, there's no comparison. But I think Tiger was able to make that kind of a distinction. And note that he said he's not advocating for change to our system. He's just observing the differences between the Chinese system today and the American. And I agree with him. If I look at the trend of power, the trend of ability, to prevail, the trends for America are headed down, the trends for China are headed up, in my view. And I'm not talking about our ability to win a war against China. I'm talking about the competition between China and America, which is an intense competition. And it's two distinctly different systems that are competing. And I'm still putting my bet on our system. Despite how chaotic it is today, I think it will prevail in the long run over a more autocratic form of government.
But Anson, if what you're saying is true, then we have a lot more to worry about than you're making it sound like, because the government has its thumb on all kinds of free trade in America. Too big to fail, bringing back, trade competition, you even mentioned Ford. Some of those American auto companies wouldn't exist right now if the government didn't interfere with capitalism. right? Look at how the government is allowing monopolies to dominate certain industries. And just because it benefits their 401ks, they're totally fine with that. Look at how, like, Time Warner gobbles up all the media entities, and how AT&T, gobbles up all the communications, and look at how healthcare is split between the states, where we don't have interstate competition between providers. And look at how cable providers for television are split up into neighborhoods, where you don't have competition within neighborhoods. The government is interfering with all kinds of business now. The government is so involved now that we don't have capitalism at all. We have complete crony capitalism, and we don't have true competition.
And how is that any different to China? Is the elephant in the room that statement, isn't it?
Exactly. It's not. It's not.
If I may, I want to respond to something else about competition. Again, this is also a difference in mentality. When Americans, they have a very liberal education, and when they think about the political system, and when they debate about the battles of isms and ideology, right, it's a very metaphysical exercise. People say that because we're freer, we allow the ingenuity of the people to function in a competitive, fair environment, and that should maximize our innovation and our creativity and unleash our productivity. When the Chinese people look at this, they don't look at this way, right? They look at, we believe that the fundamental strengths of a nation comes from industrialization. We believe that your industrial capacity is what determines, how much leverage you have, globally speaking. We believe that in order for people to be prosperous, there is a responsibility of the state, and we see this in data, right? We see that if your state, your government, provisions for good amounts of public goods, meaning a secure environment, a framework of law, a breakup of monopoly, which, by the way, is definitely a government intervention in the capitalist market. But we think on the data, it shows that these things are good for both the economy and the well-being of the people, right? So and this is one thing that I would hope that American, political discourse will turn toward, which is to do less of the metaphysical debate, but actually try to correlate it with different hypotheses, assumptions, and measurable data. And this is something that I think China does extremely well, and it does take, a minority of people who have power. And this is where the vanguard party comes in, right? It takes that sort of oversight, that sort of rational decision making, to safeguard that you have this level of thinking in your policy making. Whereas in contrast, I think this also speaks over time, right? Because of the widespread of technology, the explosion of information, especially social media, right? And in America's case, a lackluster of more STEM-focused education. It makes American voters fall for, this is something that previous speakers touched on, right? The responsibility of the American people to take about the chaos that is in America right now. But I also think this is not only the responsibility of the people, right? It's true. Like, nobody's born with rational mind that knows economics, knows political science, knows, engineering. They have to
learn it, which is hard to do.
A public good that, you have positive externalities to provide for society, that the state is willing to spend money so that the people being educated will lead to, a easier to govern but also prosperity kind of society, right? Whereas in America, yes, I think in theory, competition between ideas and capital interest could lead to prosperity. But what's happening today is that it does not, because I think on the broader sense, most of the public discourse in America when it comes to policy making has basically is no longer based on reality. It's no longer based on the laws of science or the draconian laws of mathematics that tells you, how much stats you can sustain, how much investment you need, and how much you need to lower your cost to be competitive globally, right? Those topics are no longer being discussed in American political discourse. Rather, it's about whether Trump is abusing power by issuing the executive orders. Should we send, a national guards into policing the DC? These issues, while sensational and institutionally important in terms of, from the lawyer's perspective, they are kind of far away from the actual competitiveness of this nation. They're kind of far away from the far-reaching. I mean, it has legal implications down the line, yes, but it doesn't change what, say, we, the Chinese people, identify as what your nation's strengths lie within. From our perspective, right, we look at the deindustrialization of this country, while the people who used to own the factories still have a healthy profit margin because of the financial markets that the United States is so invested in, playing games with. For a rational person, we could see that this leads to not only chaos, because we could tolerate chaos as long as the chaos provides for a positive feedback that eventually leads the country back into the right path, right? From my perspective, personally, I do not see that in today's America. I think the designs for chaos is still there, but the chaos is no longer a good kind of chaos. It's not addressing what I think are the real problems in America. So I think this is where the assumption that the free market, both in terms of capital and in terms of, ideas, is always going to lead the country or lead the society to a positive direction. I don't see that anymore.
I got a question. Tiger, how much of that do you think is due to, because I agree with what you're saying in terms of the fact that, the free market place of ideas, public discourse and stuff like that, it can be beneficial in certain ways, like socioeconomically and stuff like that, but at the same time, it's kind of like a double-edged sword in that it can simultaneously have detrimental effects because it's like, especially in the age of the internet, because it's like we're operating from this position where like every idea that exists is being tackled 24/7 from pretty much every level of analysis like imaginable, right? From like, the highest order of like, ivory tower, academics to like the most ghetto ass fucking ignorant motherfucker you can think of, right? Like they all have a say, So there are so many different ideas being thrown into the pool from so many different points of view that it's really hard to kind of eventually what's going to happen is that it's going to create an effect of like eventually people are going to just kind of look for like an echo chamber, basically. I think that's the effect that it's going to have on how it is that these people are engaging with the internet, which is basically the main means by which people interface with the world that exists beyond their direct sphere of personal experience. I think these days most people base their ideas of the world at large on how it is that they're interfacing with the internet and the ideas that they're interfacing with on the internet on a daily basis. I think that's a safe assumption to make. But it just so happens that the way that the user interface of the internet has been developed, it makes it so that there's like almost like an inevitability that people are going to end up gravitating toward ideas that
what is that called? Like when people they gravitate toward ideas that validate what they believe. I think there's a term for that. I can't think of what it is. Thank you. Cognitive bias. And unless you have the level of self-awareness and the level of understanding of psychology and things like that to be able to catch yourself when you're falling into those types of cycles, and to kind of stop yourself and try to think more objectively, to snap yourself out of that if you recognize that you're doing it, most people are going to be just fall right into that pit trap, and I think that's what we're seeing happen in the world, in the world at large on a mass scale. So would you say that the manipulation that's occurring, do you think that it's a trickle down effect that's taking place, or do you think that the reason we're seeing that those types of more degenerate forms of manipulation manifest in the higher systems of order in our country and around the world is a result of the fact that that's where the people are at? You know what I mean? Are the people at where they're at because it's trickling down from the manipulation and the subversion that campaigns that we're constantly under the effect of? Or do you think that it's that the reason that the fact that everyone is so fucked up in the head is why we're seeing that manifest in the government and in the media, etc.?
Well, I think it's really the same effect, right? If you are the elite in this country, and I have a very controversial argument. Well, first of all, the assumption of the argument is I think people in general, on average, are idiotic, right? I'm not saying I'm better than them. I also have my biases. But you are pointing out that there are traps that we all fall into, right? Confirmation bias is one of them. Echoing chamber is another thing we fall for. And this is why, earlier, this is not my, central argument, by the way. I said I don't believe in democracy as a concept, like the Western idea of democracy being carried out by ballots. I don't believe that fundamentally because I have this assumption that on average humans are pretty idiotic, and I don't just say the Americans are. I think the Chinese people on average too. The common medium person on the street you can pull off. They are probably idiotic in certain ways, myself also included, right? But I would say the difference between today's China and today's United States is that in America, the idiots basically have the ballot, they have the vote, and the outcome of that election, although the elites are trying to manipulate, determines a lot of the policy making, which, of course, when you have too much idiocracy in the system, you probably have suboptimal policy making. And in fact, then I would argue that the fact that the idiots in China do not vote is the strength of the Chinese system. And my controversial argument is this, right? The reason why in many of the past cases where the United States functioned rather well compared to, say, the Soviet Union. I mean, the Soviet Union, yes, the people in power, if we also make that comparison, I think some of the people in power in the Soviet Union are also idiots, right? Like this, we should take it for granted that humans tend to be idiots. The problem is, I think it works, the American system worked well in the past precisely because there was a monopoly, or I say oligarchy, whereas the American people's ideas come from certain narratives that are carefully designed to, the bad term would be to brainwash them. But in effect, it's actually making the country stronger because that's a way of building consensus, right? In today's America, what we're seeing since the explosion of the internet age was actually the elites in this country are gradually losing the power to frame narratives for the American people. Compare this to, say, back when the Red Scare was happening, right? American government basically framed, certain individuals as the enemy of the state, and people believed in them. and voted on the basis that we need to have a strong government to counter the threat of communism, and communism is going to, otherwise it will come here and destroy everything that we hold dear, right? It's kind of irrational when you think about it, but it was effective in that there was a consensus building. There was a sense of direction, on the global stage vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. So it was somewhat functioning, and there was less, bickering between the Democrats and the Republicans and the different branches of the government like there are today. So as to who's ultimately responsible, I think the system just worked itself out. The reason why there was so much stupidity in the people and the political elites in this country capitalize on that stupidity is because that's the direction of the least friction, right? The system automatically go in that direction because the elites will realize that the cost to educate the American people is far higher than just throwing them some fake news and have them bicker about themselves. And we just partitioning our voters along, fissile issues to maximize our chances of re-election. And they realize the system continue to function whether you educate Americans or not, whether Americans think critically or not. It doesn't matter to the political elites. But I think it's gotten so bad to the point that many of the political elites coming out of the system, because they also have to be educated, right? They also have to rely on, think tanks and previous, knowledge accumulation. The knowledge has already been so polluted in this country that we're seeing the new generation of political leaders are becoming rather, I would say, somewhat idiotic. Like, I firmly believe there are a lot of talents in America, right? And I know from history that the rise of China owed to many American entrepreneurs, bankers, brilliant people. I know for a fact that the Communist Party, when it was growing really fast back in the end of the 90s, regularly held meetings with Western, especially investment institution, to try to design Chinese policy, right? I know this for a fact. And I believe the same people, based on, the podcasts and the YouTube that I view in today's America, I believe there's still rational thinkers in America who are very talented and have access to rather accurate information. But what I'm not seeing is that these people end up in position of political power, either as a career choice because it's more lucrative to go into the private business and do investments. And many of the investments involve putting American money into, emerging markets like China. They are very well off doing that. Whereas the political leaders, even the think tanks, right, the CSIS, I don't know, a lot of that are weaving a self-perpetuating net of lies that they have begun to rely upon. And the lies themselves have been accepted as, foundations of American political thoughts, especially in foreign policy, for example, in the lack of industrial policy or the attempt to do industrial policy in this country. Like, it baffles me that how come a mixture of such brilliant people, and often from all around the world, could come up with policies that are so counterproductive even to the stated goals of this country, right? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, thanks, Tiger. I could listen to you the rest of the evening, but I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get ready to close the room here. We had a very rational discussion. And I want to go back to the beginning of the room. And I'm not going to pick on a guy that's not here. I'm not trying to demean him in any way. But when we cannot even begin a discussion causing the chaos and how do we mitigate it? And I find it very interesting that there's almost unanimity in the poll that we, the people, are the cause. That sort of surprised me, but I'm pleased to see it. But at any rate, we were immediately confronted with TDS, Trump bashing. And we've got to get beyond that, just like we have to get beyond Biden bashing, or Obama bashing, or any GOP versus Democrat bashing. And we've got to get down to the substance of the specifics of the arguments and use our intellect, use the scientific principle. Argue, debate, experiment, let the cream rise to the top, and there's unanimity, I think, that E is equal to MC squared today, at least for this period of time in this universe. And we didn't have scientists lobbing 34 felonies across the aisle at each other. We've got to get beyond that. The polemics between we the people is causing the chaos. And we've got to get down to the specifics of the arguments and use our best intellectual and political skills to come to the right conclusions in those arguments. And the only way to do that, in my view, is through rational discussion. So I appreciate everybody participating in the room. Mods, anybody else want to add anything? I don't mean to. What do you think now? You go ahead and close out, Nine, and I'll shut up. But again, I really appreciate it. It's a small room, but I really learn from these discussions myself, and I hope we can continue to do it. Thanks.
I just want to quickly say, yes, this was a great room, another great discussion. Anson, thank you for hosting the space. And thank you for everybody who contributed, Serendipity, PJ, Tiger, Joseph. I know Mike was here earlier, so thanks to him, and thanks to everybody in the audience for staying with us during this hour and almost a half.
PJ, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to land with the core question that Tiger rounded off with, which was, given the immense amount of talent that's available, and this is true for all of our countries, why isn't it working? I'm sorry to say, but it's greed and corruption. If the interests were more balanced and less self-serving, then that talent would be better used, I think. So I'll land with that. But thank you for the room. It was very interesting.
Well, now I've got to close another observation. I think that we would all agree that the Industrial Revolution caused great political upheaval, but it was a tremendous advancement in the course of history for all human beings. I don't think there's much disagreement at all that within our lifetime, certainly within mine, and I don't know when to start it. Maybe we could start it with in the 1950s with Turning or something, but the information age, the computer age, whatever we want to call it, is far more revolutionary than the Industrial Revolution ever was when it was confronted by human beings. And the pace of change during this information age is so dramatic. I mean, how long did the Industrial Revolution take before things settled out, so to speak? 200 years maybe. I mean, hell, we're measuring in decades the revolutionary advances that we're making. And part of the problem why the people are so chaotic is because there's so much information out there that nobody can sort through it all and finally separate the wheat from the chaff. Not yet. And we can. It'll be. I would love to have a discussion sometime about AI and the advances of computers, and read a little bit of Yuval Harari and his predictions as to what's going to happen by the end of this century. That would be a fascinating debate, but we're certainly not going to have that today. But again, thanks everybody.
knock against her. And the other thing about, I think you made some comment about the money. I don't recall that it was nearly that may be.
It was nowhere near that.
And with the campaign as short as hers, with the runway as short as hers, it makes sense that she would have to expend more just to catch up, like just to be competitive. So the money thing is not a knock against her either. There are lots of things to critique about her candidacy. There are lots of things you can critique about, her as a potential president. But I mean, they should be substantive things and not these sort of petty points.
And the reason they are, Dr. AJ, is because there are no...
Excuse me. I just want to know, why are we even talking about Kamala right now when we got the world on fire? Why are we even going backwards? That's how we waste our energy. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I'm saying you gotta stop chasing your ass. The dog that chases his tail doesn't win. He doesn't. He exerts his energy. I don't know why we talk about Kamala.
I think the reason why we talk about Kamala is because we have people that come and try to assert things about her character, about her, and what that does is and more specifically for women, is it sort of presents that women aren't qualified to be able to run, and not only run for presidency, but shouldn't try to do the same things that men do. I know this is a bit of a far cry, but what this speaks to...
I think that's a stretch.
No, it's not. Because
I personally think it's a stretch. Just like how you have a personal opinion, I got a personal opinion.
No, that's fine.
And I'm giving you my personal opinion about what you're saying.
No,
the FCO had come up and placed something on somebody who has said what their points are, and you're going to still argue them down and say, no, the fuck it's not. I'm telling you what the fuck your thoughts are. That's crazy.
Nah, what I was telling you, not with Q, because what we were attempting to do with him is when you have people, and what we perceive that he was doing, First Lady, the perceptions that he was trying to present in a very slick way by bringing up Willie Brown, by talking about her qualifications. This is what people do. Let me be more specific. This is what men do when they're trying to disqualify women in some way. And at every opportunity we get to knock that shit down, we should always do it.
I'm going to stop talking so much though, because he was trying to play me. I know. Everybody up in there asked him a question that he still ain't answered. He just went to another topic. That was some rhetoric.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. I don't understand why y'all keep talking to him, and then he's going to let him respond. We're talking about him.
No, I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to you, and I'm talking about him. It's relevant, but still, he didn't answer the question, so I just completely stopped talking to him altogether.
No, she doesn't want you to ask. She doesn't want to ask again. She doesn't want to ask. That's fine. Oh, Jesus Christ. No.
I don't want to hear nothing else. Everybody else.
I'm a person of color. I don't have anything negative to say about her.
And I understand what you don't want, Brooklyn, but at the end of the day, I'm a fair person, and I'm going to be fair. I already said, when CO was still talking about him, I said, now, y'all going to let him respond. So it's already been said that that's what's going to happen. So he's going to respond. Okay?
If I could say this.
Is that Ultra?
Hey, First Lady, it's my birthday. Shama.
Hey, babe. Happy birthday.
I'm sorry for calling you a bitch. I love you. I love y'all.
Every day is not your birthday.
Yes, it is. That's cool according to Prince, ma'am. So you mute up, ma'am, with that beautiful smile.
I was just gonna say this. It got kind of personal. Don't come to my productions and this and that, whatever. As I've been talking, I have not personally attacked Ms. Harris at all. I don't have anything personal against her. I disagree with her politics. But as First Lady was saying, I just presented the points of what the people had spoken. She lost the electoral college. She lost the popular vote. The people had spoken.
Again. Go ahead.
Okay, so we understand. We do know that it was over $1 billion that for whatever reason. Here's my point. My point is this. It's not Ms. Harris that I have a problem with. It's that the fact that the democratic process, that they lied about who Biden really was
unjust to us because then we could have made an adjustment.
Oh,
She wouldn't have been trying to have a 90-day campaign had they told us the truth. This man was incapacitated. It was axiomatic that he could not run the country. This should have been solved, you know what I'm saying, before the second term ever even started, and that's where the real problem is.
All right, nobody respond. No, nobody, please. Yeah, where you gonna respond?
No, let's go to Donald Trump. Let's talk about his qualifications. And,
all right, cool.
Okay, Ryan. Wow. Like, that don't get the memo.
Don't they
They
have
are fools. They are fucking retarded. It makes no sense talking to retarded people.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking to you. Say something to him.
I said, listen.
You should have.
That's what I said. What are you talking about? I said, let's talk about him.
Just catching up. I got a question. Is it true that they had actual guns on the street today, like the military people in DC?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I want to talk about. Yeah, let's talk about that. I agree. Because if they claim that the crime is going down and that everything is going okie dokie smoky, then why do you need to get the guns out? Huh? What's going on? Why? What do you know?
And they're in a support role, so a support role doesn't require you to have guns. So.
It's almost like it's about intimidation, not about law enforcement. It's crazy.
It is.
But, do they have the power to detain and put somebody in a cell?
No.
It's largely performative.
I mean, it's more than it is performative, but it's also about the creep, right? It's about a bigger, longer term project.
Exactly.
It's about people accepting having the military on the streets of American cities, right? I mean, it's so that when he doesn't open in San Francisco and the other cities that have been named, which I'm not as familiar with because they're not mine, that it's going to be okay. And it's like, oh, that's just what happens. Like nothing happened in DC. Like why did it happen in Oakland? There's going to be stuff like that that's going to go down, and this playbook is so stale. Like it's so common, and like if you just literally, there's a book by Ruth Ben-Ghiat called Strongman, which lays out this playbook like page by page. Like you can, you literally can see everything that's going to happen next.
And they're not even doing it.
Kind of terrifying. I mean, depends on which part we're talking about, but yeah.
Right.
Herbal, you can go fuck yourself. How about that?
Well, we got some guardrails on. We got to be honest. I'm disingenuous to not state, and I think Patty stated, and this is a fact, that the governors do have to participate. You can't just bring it in. National Guard requires governor participation, so that's number one. I think we also
without the governor, it just has to be certain. He has to have justification.
Correct. Absolutely. I think that when we have statements like no murders for the first time in 4.5 years in DC in a week, I think all of us should be looking at that like there has to be some type of solution. I lived in that area, called Big Chair in Southeast DC off Alabama Avenue, and until you live in it, it's you can talk about it, you can go off the numbers all you want to, but until you live in it on a day-to-day basis, people really don't understand. And most people who live there are happy to have the help. We were talking about them being deployed only to areas like Georgetown and the high, Blair, Montgomery Blair, and all the up kind of.
So don't you think that's a little disingenuous, though?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I mean, you have a military presence. I'm asking, don't you think that's a little disingenuous? You have a military presence that's not sustainable on the streets of D.C. Of course, there's not going to be any crime. Of course, there's going to be for that time period, for the time that they're doing their occupation or whatever you want to call it. There's not going to be any crime. So what you're lending to is not necessarily it's disingenuous. You don't think?
No.
You think that when they leave that business won't resume as normal?
Only because I'm from living in that area and I work a lot. And
no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you specifically. Do you think that when that military occupation leaves that area in however many preset days that they can be there, do you think that business will resume as normal? So you're asking us to acknowledge the fact that there's no crime in that time period and that should be looked at
a sustainable effort. You're not going to continue to have the military in that area for good.
Let me tell you why. And being from having come from that community, what we're not factoring in is not just the military, not just Trump. People are still people, and there's plenty of pastors, there's plenty of nonprofits, whatever, that just need a canopy of cover, just a moment of respite to be able to implement some programs, policies about 90 days. Right? You're not going to get 90 days though. It's illegal. Just to, 90 days, wrap it up 90 days. Mention that. That's not 90 days I'm talking about.
So what he's saying. So he's talking about 90 days. Let's think that 30 days. Let's go to 30 days.
And like I said, if you haven't lived there, the pressure is unbelievable. I've lived there through the regentrification. You know, unfortunately, when in my older days, I've been locked up in 70. That's my community. I'm from there, right? We just needed a breath, just a moment, so we could put a plan, put a strategy together. I know guys who are boots on the ground right now who are trying to make a difference. So when this 30 days is up, the community will be different. So some of this point is just going to be wait and see, but there are people who are there on the ground who needed this covered.
Well, I don't know what you mean. The crime has been trending. The crime has been trending downward, Q. I don't understand what you're saying. They've had this process has been that.
What you all living there, so I'm trying to get you to see, this might be a little anecdotal, but living there, what you all call downward, just going by the numbers, it's still unbearable. It's unbearable. Going down from, 150 murders to
120. From what year? Because nigga, if this is unbearable, then everybody was dead in the 90s and 80s. If you think that this is unbearable, then the whole we're not even existing right now. Is my point, stupid. That's my point. You see how dumb you sound? With that concept of reality, we wouldn't even exist right now if that was the case. If it's unbearable to that extent, we wouldn't be here right now. Because the 90s and the 80s were way worse than it is right now.
You just made my point.
You made my fucking point, stupid.
The black family, and black culture in Washington, D.C. don't exist. We've been gentrified. We've been moved to Prince George's County. You're not from the area. I'm from the area. We don't exist. We don't have nothing left.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the crime, though, brother. I mean,
let's bring it back. Focus. We're talking about a solution. Wait a minute. We're talking about a 30-day solution. You're saying that the National Guard comes in, and then you're saying that we're going to start putting things in place.
It gives the pastors, community organizations, it gives them a chance. We didn't even have a chance before.
So you don't have a chance. Okay. Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick, and then I'll be more than happy to say, after the destruction that happened with Rayford in the 80s and all the crack that came in, and we had a mayor that was on crack. That's how bad DC was, right? It's been bad for a long time.
Go ahead.
I'm not coming from, I'm just telling the facts. You from the area, you know what happened. So anyway, it's been like this for a long time. We finally got 30 days of cover, right? Where the community leaders who want to make a change, who refuse to move, had our houses broken in, been mugged, everything else. We can get out in the community, knock on doors, put some summer programs together, and see if we can make a change. I can't guarantee it, but I know there's people on the ground who are working through this program and through this 30 days to try to make a difference in the community. That's all we do.
Yeah, but let me ask. So let me say this. From everything you just said, right? You know what could have been put into place, right? Everything that you say that the pastors are doing, you're talking about social programming. That's what you're talking about. When the government, when we're talking about the U.S. government, cuts things that will lead to social programming, or even social programming that was already there, and they cut that, don't you think that policing is like the wrong step? Because you're talking about after the fact situation. Mind you, if the crime is trending down, right, and then they cut social programming, wouldn't that help tick the crime back up? You're trying to find this quick solution, and look at what you're saying, 30 days. Bruh, that's not it. That's not going to help the social well-being of the community. You want to help the social well-being of the community? You pay for it. You go
One second. So I think both are good solutions. I just don't understand why we need an extra guard for the churches to do that. Maybe we can answer that the next go around. Omar, are you trying to get in there?
Yeah.
I see you off mute. Are you okay, bro?
Hey, no, first lady, I got my headphones muted.
Okay, baby.
Yeah, so that's all it is. I ain't got my phone out here.
No,
what's up with Omar?
So the one thing, and again, I hear what everyone's saying, what you saying, Quinn, Brooklyn, but when people say crime is going down, that's like saying, I had a fever of 104 yesterday. Today I'm 101. Yes, it's went down, but am I healthy? Am I better? No. I don't get why we're okay with 187, because they went from 274 murders in 2023 to 187. Crime is down. Yes, you could say crime is down. It's trending downwards. Okay, that's still a lot. But the thing is, we're trying to get it down so that it could be sort of like, let's say, a normal city. You know what I'm saying? Where crime, maybe you have less than 100.
Here's the thing that makes absolutely no sense about this. Like, if your fever is at 103, okay, and they're like, oh my God, the pressure in this man's brain is so bad, we might have to do brain surgery. And then it goes down to 101, and they're like, oh, he's getting better, let's do the brain surgery now. Exactly. That makes no sense. So that is the actual, like, to use your not great analogy, that would be the equivalent of what is being done now. And the worst thing is that it isn't even the right thing to do.
They're not doing brain surgery to reduce crime.
So your analogy was torture to start with. I'm taking it down a weird path. But let's make it less bad. So if things are getting better, first off, if you're trying to make them even better than that, which is, I think, by the way, a very worthy goal. Like, as someone who lives in a community that is both safer than it was, but still not safe enough, I would love to see crime go down further in my community. I think that would be fantastic. That said, there is no evidence that putting the military on the street, especially when you put it on the street in Georgetown, of all places, or in, like, Lafayette Square in these places, like, that isn't proven as a method for actually reducing crime. Like, first off, yes, it has. All around the world, a million times.
When did you see someone put the guards inside the AC?
I'm from California, like you. I remember. I don't know how old you are. I think you're almost as old as I am. So
I'm 47. I'm probably older than you.
Oh, you're older than me. Okay, cool. So you remember the Rodney King riots, for example?
Right. We remember the Rodney King riots. Yeah.
So the actual only equation is.
So to quell something that's ongoing, there can be some value to that. But when you're talking about long-term, what sometimes they call structural crime, where basically people are in such desperate, people go traveling, that there's a cycle of violence that is ongoing and sustained. That when those things happen, when that's what's going down, that the actual answer is not to put more police on the streets. It's that there's
Amari, any of y'all that's from like the crack era, man, from any major city has probably experienced a low key occupation in your neighborhood, and you've seen and you've seen that when the laws was hot for them couple days, everything went down, man. The mere presence of the police or whatever, of course, is gonna keep criminals out of that. That's not deterring crime, man. What that is doing, that's a political statement for politicians to go out and say, hey, we put a stamp on crime, and as soon as we left, the Democrats couldn't do what they supposed to do. The fucking military is not supposed to be deployed on United States citizens. What's happening in Washington, D.C. could be justified to happen in any place in America.
What's wrong with that?
No, it's not a good thing. And to try to splice it as a good thing is showing bad precedents. Show me in the history of the United States where we've had a precedent of deploying the military on our citizens when they weren't actually rioting, when they actually weren't like.
That's answer to your question, Rob, is actually following the Civil War, when we were basically quelling the Confederacy, and we were basically forcing the traitors to not be traitorous any longer. Like that's the best example of when we actually did that.
So go with that.
But hold on a second. The thing that's actually the most important about, in my opinion, about what Trump is doing right now is that there's people like Amari who are buying the idea, and this is really important, who are buying the idea that military on the streets make us safer, not less safe. Let me say that again. He is trying to indoctrinate you with the idea that military on the street makes you safer, and not that it makes you less safe. Which is shifting. I thought you were in LA. They were there recently.
I'm in LA County.
LA County. Okay, so in your county,
there's no.
In your county.
Stop fucking up the conversation.
Yeah. So the point is that he is trying to make it so that we accept the idea that military makes us safer. And that is in fact not the case. Which is why our whole government is set up and there's opposition makes us safer. The idea of putting military as an occupying force as part of the Fourth Amendment and other parts of our founding thing.
The reason why you're wrong, let me say this, and I'll pass it to you, Mark. The reason why you're wrong is there's also been a policy implemented, like reversing the cash bill, etc. Roy, you were talking about social programs and stuff, but you can't social program where there is no safety. Like y'all haven't had. I do what I do. Oh my God, you haven't had to do it. You haven't had to do it. Oh my God, they have to put people on the corner with AKs so rival gangs don't come and snatch the body out of the funeral. You haven't been able to do that. You can't social program where there is no safety. The reason why I think this will be effective is because there's policy being added, there's police presence being added, and community programs. When you put all of those things amalgamated together, then that's when you start seeing the long-term change that you actually want to do. And lastly, I want to say this. Some of y'all don't understand DC because you've never been locked up there, whatever, but everything in DC is federal. So you have to understand that from that particular standpoint. And if you know anything about the history of DC, it's very true. If you know anything about the history of DC and the drug trade, the government brought those drugs in there to our community, so they should, show up and help us get it out. I yield the mic.
Thank you. It held up funding for the Metropolitan Police. Do you realize that? Like, do you realize that the federal government you're talking about that's supposedly coming into help is the one that's withholding funds? Do you understand that? That was a serious question. And they got $38 billion on the. Hold on. Do you understand that that's the case? I think it was Q who was talking.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. What are you saying?
Do you understand that they've been withholding funds from the Metropolitan Police?
Who's been withholding funds?
The federal government. The people who appropriate money to the Metropolitan Police.
But on what basis?
Okay, I'm gonna put an article in the chat. I'm gonna take this in good faith. It's like you just haven't heard this, so I'm gonna find it for you. I'm gonna put it. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to keep the temperature right, and like I think you're coming to it earnestly, and I want to come to it earnestly. So I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna share it with you and come back on.
It's a mandate on the point about Georgetown.
It's not a mandate, Quinn. I think it's a cause. I wouldn't call it.
It's still stupid. If it's a cause, it's stupid. I mean, to follow your example, to follow the hypothetical that you gave, if someone has a fever of 104, this would be the equivalent of submerging them in ice cold water to get rid of the fever.
Right, but you do know what.
But that's not the way that you cure fevers. You have to cure the infection or the fucking problem.
See, the thing what you guys are missing is what was the catalyst? What was the genesis of all this? You had a Jewish person. You had two Jewish people that get shot at an event, and then you had the guy. I'm not gonna say his name, but BB, right, trying to protect the girl, get beat up, right? If that never happened, if those two things were, DC would be fine. You can't. People are not safe in the capital. People come there from all over the world to come to our capital. They need to feel safe.
Well, they need to feel safe.
People ain't safe in America, bro.
And that's
we're talking about America. We're talking about our capital. I mean, but listen. This is what I'm saying, though. Bro. This DC is easy to do that because of the fact that it's not safe. What's the problem? Man, the problem is the precedent that it sets. When the
deploying the military on people, and it's not a military, it's not a war zone like condition. Now, I do understand from the brother that's on the ground. I actually understand his point of view. You feel me? I know a lot of y'all against this point of view, but I can't be against nobody who's actually in the belly of the beast of what we discussing. If that's what his viewpoint is, and he's from there, and he living there, who am I to say that his perspective is wrong? Now, just from a general perception, I'm not gonna stand with the military being deployed on cities. And if they were really about doing that, why not start with St. Louis? That's the worst city in America. This crime rate is on par with the second fund.
That wasn't even the catalyst for him actually. So it had everything to do with the crime data. So if you actually understood what ended up happening, he was saying that the city was manipulating crime data. So he had the House Oversight Committee. So I don't know where the fuck you get this because somebody got attacked. He had so if you were paying attention to the news, which we talk about every fucking morning, he had the House Oversight Committee like doing inquiry on what was happening. Like, was the data skewed? It had everything to do with that. It had nothing to do with what the fuck you're talking about.
Everything that our Aaron said is exactly what's happening. It's a testing ground to do in other places. They're just starting in D.C. It's nothing more than that. There's nothing from an emergency standpoint that's happening in D.C. that require this effort at all. There's nothing that requires this effort, and you're just parroting that nonsense.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. You can fucking read it, and you can pick it up.
You can read what I sent first.
I'm gonna.
Cool. Okay, so since we're doing articles, let me start with the one I just put up top. So Q, this is definitely the thing that I would encourage you to read. That basically talks about how because they're incompetent, they cut $1 billion out of the budget for DC, including a lot of funds for the Metropolitan Police. So the idea, and I'm just assuming you didn't know this, but I hope that you recognize the dissonance in them trying to say they're trying to crack down on crime while they've reduced the budget, not just for policing, but for other city services as well, which contribute to crime reduction. They basically cut the budget and then put tanks in Georgetown. Like, make it make sense. This is not about that. That's why it doesn't make sense.
I wouldn't need you to make it make sense. We just left 4 years of an administration that ran on defund the police. So all he did, that was just
not on the police. They ran against defund the police.
This nigga cannot be a real person. What the fuck do you be talking about, Q, for real? Oh, Margaret, you just
honestly say that the Biden administration wasn't for BLM and defund the police.
You making me look bad, Q. I just tried to give you a pass. You making me look bad now, my nigga. You making me look bad, man. That's not a good look.
Even worse, Omari shared his same sentiments.
We shouldn't even be discussing.
Only cares about DC because of Big Ball. Like this is the first time I've heard anyone on the far left not put the timeline and connect the dots. He didn't give a shit about DC.
Who's on the far left, Mark? There's no one here on the far left. Who are you talking about?
What the fuck is the far left got to do with it?
That's a very specific thing. So who are you talking about? Who here represented the far left's
and it's not. That's
what you said.
I believe like you guys believe on MAGA. I believe you guys are far left. I don't. And that's just
you believe you're MAGA. You admitted it. Like
I never admitted I was MAGA. I said I'm trying to vote for Trump. Y'all don't know the difference. That's the problem. You don't care to learn the difference. You guys just take anybody who voted for Trump as MAGA.
You mean like you perceive everyone's position to be far left?
It all stemmed behind the dam, and it all stemmed behind the dam. Yeah, I released it for you because Amari, because this is like
what we're talking about.
I'm so fucking sick of him.
First time.
The reality is that we know this, and
the third time that means you're out, right? So that means drop your ass to the good.
What does that mean? I'm sorry, Patty. I know we're just having debate, but
yeah,
no, I don't mean anything.
Come on, guys. You're smarter than this, right? Like, pay attention attention to what's going on in the world. Maybe, and I told you this, I told Q this earlier, so I'm going to tell you the same. Do a fucking Google search first before you open your phone.
I stand by. He did not care about. I stand by.
Well, that's what they use as the justification. It's not safe. The crime data was false.
They used that.
That was what was used. You cannot just activate a National Guard at the president's discretion without. Well, you can in DC. You got it. But he activated it for a reason.
He activated him after the Doge employee, because that's what people was on.
What's his name, Mari?
I don't know his real name. I just know him as Big Balls.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
Let's just consider how seriously we should take this. But okay.
Right.
He got so bad.
It's not what we
Okay, wait. One second, Omar. Okay, you brought up a different point. And you're talking about the Doge situation, right? So this Doge situation, are we going to say that this had to be taken care of? Are we not going to talk about how he enticed the situation, how he was the one who said something to them, like how he agitated the situation? Like, you're only looking at it from one side. You're not looking at it from all angles. That's why people get frustrated because we constantly had like these conversations, right? And it's just that he's over there and he tells girl, like, get in the car before these niggas come over here, something or whatever. And then of course somebody's gonna say something bad to him. They don't know who this guy is, right? We don't know the full facts of it. But instead of investigating, we go full-fledged, we're gonna send the National Guard in because this guy got beat up. Come on. And you're looking at your argument.
It's not crime until white people are duped. Our community's been bad for years. For the last 30, 40 years. But it had nothing to do with no data. The data's been terrible. We were number one in murders for like 5 years in a row. The data had nothing to do with it. It's not a crime until white folks are duped. The white folks are duped, get affected. Now all of a sudden, and that's what this is about.
And that's all I'm trying to say.
Lies and they keep talking.
But why can't y'all see that?
In real time. They just send the guard in to help with the crack they can deal with now.
Why can't you see that?
White dudes, because they re-gentrified our neighborhood. I lived there. They re-gentrified our neighborhood, kicked all of us out, moved us to PG County, moved the white folks in. They found that it was still unsafe. Now when white folks and Jews, now it's crime. Now it's crime.
Okay, so you're making that point. That's a good point.
Right.
Like,
he's the one that's supportive of it, though.
Imagine how
So what the fuck are you talking about?
what's the point of keeping black people?
Imagine being so confused that you're saying that Trump sending the military in is good.
That's fine. No, go ahead.
I didn't get to hear your point. All right, go ahead.
He's a mod.
Coming off the mic.
What are you trying to say to you? It doesn't make sense to say that, first off, that it only matters when white people and Jews get killed. When the guy who decided that it started to matter is Donald Trump, who didn't send the military in when crime was higher, frankly, during his first term. He didn't send the military in during those 4 years. He didn't. Well, that's a whole other thing. Absolutely. He didn't send the military in on January 30th, a week into his presidential, the second presidential term. And he's the one who only did it after some guy named Big Balls got beat up by some teenagers. And as sorry as we should all feel for Big Balls, it's really deeply upsetting to me that he was beat up. The idea that is allegedly is exactly right. That is exactly the kind of nonsense pretext for militarizing the streets of DC that we should be worried about. He didn't say, in Anacostia, the crime rate's been too high for so many years, and I want to give these people a reprieve because I really deeply care about the people of Anacostia. This is not for them. It's not for them. How could you possibly believe that?
But Aaron, what happened was when you started watching Fox News round the clock, you had the Laura Ingrams, you had the Hannitys, you had the Will Canes, all the way from 10 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night, around the clock saying somebody has to do something about DC after Big Balls. Then you had Elon Musk coming on, tweeting to his 200+ million saying the military has to come, or this
something has to happen after this. Shortly after that, that's when they said, oh, they lied on the DC, the crime stuff. Then now they have now they're able to now go in to use the military. Now they're able to fire this individual, but the EA chief in charge. I'm just connecting the dots. I'm not
following dots to connect it. Bullshit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not bullshit.
All you're telling me is that a bunch of MAGA smooth brains are easily fooled.
That's all you're saying. That's it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that it wasn't fair. He put the police, the military in there. I didn't like it, but what I'm hearing from people like the Q and other people in DC, I got a family who works in DC as well. And we're hearing people feel safer. People feel a lot safer. Like when Kathy Hogan put the guards inside the subway stations, they felt safer. I don't know why we can't say balls and strike. Why can't we just call balls and strike?
I've heard the opposite. I've heard people from DC on the news, social media, on Clubhouse, saying that they don't feel safe. So we got to figure out who's more important at this point, because there's more than just those people that you heard on Fox News that said that they feel safe. It's much more people saying that they feel unsafe, and that those people are black.
And we also know that that's not how you remedy crime, Omari. You remedy crime by giving opportunities, by employing people, by giving better education to people, by making your society better for the people that live there and not ostracizing those people. And then at some point when they start doing the things that people do, when they're hopeless and when they have no opportunities, when they start doing those things, then you start trying to militarize them to keep them from doing those things. So that's not how, and we at no point in our history has policing of any kind, military or local, has ever deterred crime. So to believe that you are a foolish man.
When we started, I live in New York. I'm saying that you cannot be on a platform. Like, it's perception. It's strictly a media perception place. Like, that's not like the reality of it. And I live here. I take the subway all the time. Like, that was a stunt. It didn't change anything. That's not how you do it.
Yeah, I think we're losing the fact that two things could be true at once, right? And I'm telling you the answer from doing this for a while, y'all, we need everything. Just ask people, let's just put our politics down the side. We need policing, we need policy, and we need program, we need social programs and people making a difference. It's going to be a 3-4 chord of everybody braided together that can actually change a community. We're trying to point to one factor and think that this is going to do it by itself. No policing won't. No one is pointing to any one factor, brother. We have said down. We were talking about the states. I never interrupt you, brother. You always come in and interrupt me. I thought you were done. I'm sorry. Go ahead. When we had a crack epidemic, we had plenty of programs. I was in the city when you could make $18, $20 an hour as an A-frame. Right, we had plenty of opportunity, but we still had a crack epidemic. So opportunity alone, the program's not alone. It takes the policies, it takes the policing, it takes the people all working together in conglomerate to really change and turn the community around. I hope that we will. But no one is contesting. That's what I'm saying.
If I gotta come off this mic one more time, I swear to God, I'm gonna boom this room.
I'm gonna let my mic right here.
Try. Sorry. Don't interrupt me while I'm controlling this piece. Thank you.
I thought you would give me the space to speak.
When I say it is, it's okay. Just 1 second, sir. Here, let's just let each other finish, please. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead. Continue. Carry on. And then CEO, are you trying to get in there?
Whenever you finish.
All right, go.
Thank you. So, like you said, from being boots on the ground, y'all, this is bigger than bipartisan politics. This is about our people, and we need a lot of help. Our kids are suffering from COVID. Kids are 2, 3, 4, 5 years behind. They may never recover. And Quinn is right. They need opportunity. They need programs. From just COVID, from being out of school, what we were able to do.
Well, one of the things that we did during COVID was we actually opened our own school.
This is for you, or what kind of machine do you have?
Brooklyn. What's going on? Brooklyn. Okay, y'all want me to boom the room, right? That's what you want to do. Y'all want to blame me?
No.
Because Brooklyn is the person that's interrupting right now. Stop. Just let me finish. We can argue.
I was just saying, from being on the ground, Quinn is 100% right. Everybody's got a piece of the answer, a piece of the antidote. But if you bring your piece with my piece and this piece, some of the crime that you're seeing in Brooklyn is because we have kids who were displaced in high school, etc., that are what Quinn was talking about, that are without opportunity. A lot of these kids, if they're not going to go to college, they need certifications, they need trades. Y'all, it's a lot that has to happen for this community to turn around. The policing is only one part, and we need it. Because we've been overrun with drugs, we have a broken family structure. There's so many things that order and policing is required because of where we are at this point. And so, in order to say, I'm just saying this, and everybody, we have to understand that law enforcement, the reason why they're in Georgetown is because so that the local law enforcement can localize and centralize on the areas that are most crime-ridden, so they can be policed by the people who actually live there, not the federal government. So it's smart. It's actually smart to think that the areas that are more suburban or more affluent, and that the local police officers who know the people
Time's up.
they haven't been able to focus on their needs.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you, sir.
If I could add, okay, is it my turn, First Lady?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I could add, your points, Q, I would agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be contentious, but I stand where I stand. But you said we need policing. We do need policing to serve and protect the people. We don't need a military in these cities. And the reason he's putting the military there is not about just making the city safe because it's not sustainable. And Governor Pritzker in Illinois had a press conference today with a big group of people talking about the lawsuits that he's going to file as the military prepares to go into Illinois. So what the government needs to be doing is partnering with cities and partnering with states, strategically trying to work the crime down instead of trying to steal credit. But I think it's worth mentioning as we talk about the multiple tiers and how to comprehensively approach upgrading and changing our cities. I think it's worth mentioning that neighbor to D.C., Mayor Brandon Scott, who just recently is responsible, gets credit for reducing the Baltimore's homicide rate by 62%. And it was said that it hadn't been that low in Baltimore since 1978. How did he do it? By investing in the youth and putting resources in the community. And he said it's scientifically proven that if you do that, crime goes down. So shouts out to Mayor Brandon Scott over there in Baltimore, right next to D.C., for doing it the right way.
See, and that's the point that I was trying to make earlier about all types of social programming. At the end of the day, like you brought up, or someone brought up, what are you supposed to do with the gang members? Well, the gang members wouldn't exist if social programming opportunities were in place. Like they just wouldn't exist. The reason why they're gangs is because they're doing illegal activity, mostly to do with monetary gains. That's what it's for. So you get rid of that aspect of it, right? Then there won't be any games, or there'll be little games. The only people who be doing crimes are people who actually want to do crimes, and I don't think most people want to actually do crimes. So, this is just like a simple thing that we know across the board it works. Just like someone else said, I think it was QC said it's scientific. At the same time, you have areas in the United States, suburbs, rural areas, who are not policed. The police only come out when something happens or they're called, right? And at the same time, and somebody brought this up, police really don't deter much. They only come after the fact, after a crime has happened. So they come mostly in investigative situations, right? The police you might see standing on a corner, right? Yeah, they're there, their presence, and that's cool, but that's not where the crime is going to happen. The crime is going to happen where they're not standing. And that's a lot of space. So again, the way they fix this is social.
and I also, it needs to be said, because I think it's ridiculous and it has to be, but because someone asserts that crime is going down does not imply that you're not going to see crime at all. So if crime at 0% is what the anticipation is or the goal, then you have already failed. You will never ever see crime at 0% anywhere. So if that is the metric that some of you are using, then it's disingenuous, it is foolish, and you've already lost, and you're setting the bar at a place where there can be no argument. Crime trending downwards means that you have less crime happening in the area. Can we actually keep the mentally deficient people in the audience or keep them quiet? That would be helpful. So I mean, it just is summarizing. Like that's an unrealistic goal. It's not something we should shoot for. Not even something we should even talk about because it's foolish. If it's saying crime is trending downward, that means something's being done to make it so that we're having less crime than we've had at different instances.
This is probably reporting properly as well. The concern, I think we need better metrics on how we collect crime data. I don't know. Quinn, I think crime going down, but 187 murders, to me, is not going down. So,
if there was 200 last year, 187 this year, it's just go up or down. Like, what are we doing?
Good God, man.
I'm arguing with numbers now. Like, I'm just ready for 1984 in 2025.
I'm not saying that you're proud of Amari. It's trending downward, which means whatever's being done, we should continue to do because
we don't even know if it's reported either.
Well, you don't know that, but the point is, why
don't we? For murders, we do. To be fair, there are things like rape is notoriously undercounted for a bunch of reasons that I'm not even going to bother explaining right now. But murder, there's a dead body, y'all. Like there's someone that we know about. Like it's not hard to count dead bodies, unfortunately. Not in DC anyway.
You know, I want to say and start earlier that when it comes to the National Guard going to certain cities and being, federalized or, for, like I said, certain cities, it would be a genuine conversation if certain cities weren't being targeted. Earlier, I believe, either it was earlier today or yesterday, or I want to say last week sometime, Trump was asked by a reporter, is he going to send troops to, red states or, red cities? And his answer was, sure. But majority of, he said, if you look at he said sure, but it's not a lot of them. He said, if you look at the top 25 states, he said most of them are basically Democratic. And so I researched it myself because I love researching things and, fact checking or whatever have you. And on the top 25 most, violent states, 13 of them were Republican and 12 of them were Democrat. So if we were actually having a genuine talk to fight crime here in America, he would not be targeting blue cities. He would be targeting both red and blue cities or red and blue states that actually have high crime rates and not just I was not done talking. I actually haven't said anything all day. So for anyone to try to come off a mic while, even though I had not landed my plane, it's giving that you are listening to respond and not listening to comprehend. So with that being said, I'm going to say this again. If you were actually having a genuine...
No, you're not going to repeat yourself. Just continue your thoughts.
Patty, thank you so much. So just with that being said, if we were actually having a genuine conversation on violent crime, we would be targeting cities with or states with violent crime, not certain cities or states that did not vote or are currently in favor of the sitting president. And I land it.
Anyways, but like I hear your point, but the problem that you're missing, he doesn't like Democrats. Democrats have been trying to trigger him, troll him, and guess what? He's going to make your life happen. He's what they call flood the zone. That's why they're going into LA, bringing ICE in there while the governor's speaking. What part that you don't understand? No, you guys have been. You guys
brought it on himself.
Let's let Amari finish. I want to hear the insanity.
The insanity is this: when you guys spent the last almost decade trolling this man, you don't think he didn't come back to get his lick? You didn't think like y'all was really gonna say like he was gonna say like, wait, is that the job of a president to go back and get lick? But we're talking about child. He's a petulant child. Like we all know that already. So the fact that you guys didn't know that, you guys don't actually know him.
The fact that you don't place for him was an adult. That's an adult. The adult man, the leader of the free world. So you're making space for him to get his leg back. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't hold a grown man accountable. Like you wouldn't allow a grown man to come to your job and say, I'm going to get my leg back. He would be fired immediately. But we're letting a white man, this is the epitome of white privilege, because he's got to get his leg back. He doesn't like y'all. He doesn't fuck who he likes. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is the childishness that you're willing to accept, that you're willing to excuse as a grown man. Listen, the childishness that you're willing to excuse as a grown man. Oh, so what? You don't think he's gonna get? Why is that even a conversation? Sir, he didn't put nobody. He's a billionaire, a fat ass white billionaire. He didn't get nobody. Nobody put him through hell. You are a grown man. You are a grown man making way for another grown. Can you stop interrupting me, please? You're a grown man making excuses for another grown man to get his lick back as the leader of the free world. This is where we're at, and y'all think like somebody is gonna respect y'all. Somebody's looking for your respect. Like, are you serious? They wouldn't even allow this at McDonald's. You can't go to McDonald's and say, hey, yeah, I worked here 4 years ago, and y'all pissed me off, and I'm here to get my lick back. You would get fired from McDonald's for doing that. You would get fired from any other job. But the leader of the free world is allowed to do this. And you get grown-ass black men who back him and cheerlead for him. Right. Like, this is where we're at.
The crazy part about this is that, guess what? All these red states, let's talk about St. Louis, Missouri. Let's talk about Birmingham, Alabama. Let's talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Those places got high-ass crime rates, but he ain't in none of those. He's been in LA. He's been in DC. He wants to go to Chicago. Wonder why? But these red fucking states, they out here murdering people left and right. What the fuck are we talking about? But you out here caping for this motherfucker.
Yeah, look at Omaha, Nebraska. They had like a 50% rise in crime. Indianapolis, one of the most terrible cities on the map. He's not doing any of that, but he's gonna continue to do it to black people because you have coons like Omar or Axel, whatever his name is, that is gonna say, oh, they're going to figure out an excuse for anything that he does. Instead of just being able to say, yeah, I don't like that. This is, you don't even have the balls to do that. You niggas are sad, bro.
Amari also, like, dude, I remember being on this app with you and you defending what's her name who got shot at the Capitol on January 6th. Now we're talking about
that's because I knew her prior. So I doesn't think she was. Doesn't matter if you knew her or not. She was trying to climb. She was trying to climb through a window in the U.S. Capitol.
That was her personal decision.
She was trying to climb through a window at the U.S. Capitol, going towards in the middle of a riot, trying to go where there were people.
and like lick back politics. Like, you know what the Democrats should have done after fucking January 6th? Like, oh my God, they should have been sending should have been martial law in every Republican town in the country, you know? Like, it should have been, like open war against, any of these communities that sent more than one person to January 6th. And the thing that's so crazy about this is that it was supposedly the right that were the constitutionalists and the ones who embraced American history and the founding fathers and all this shit. But you don't give a fuck. Like, you're basically saying, like, fuck the Fourth Amendment, he had to get his lick back. And that's just anti-American as fuck, and you should just own that.
Yeah, Amari, I think one bar we cannot go below is that the president is not supposed to be getting revenge, right? That's just like the line in the sand. We cannot be okay. We cannot go below that line. Like, you go bad, I mean, you might as well just give up everything. So I hope you'll reconsider that statement. But hold on one second. The thing you could have said, which would have been a bit more reasonable, would be if that he's playing the politics, right? Like, he's going after blue states because that's going to help him in the midterms. Like, that would be, I think, a more measured way of going about it. But saying, like, you're good with him getting revenge.
And listen, I'm good with it. I'm speaking what we all knew he was going to do prior to election. Even every Democrat said he's going to be the president of revenge. He's going to enact revenge. Everybody knew this was happening. That's why when I come in these spaces, I'm like,
but you can't sound comfortable. But you can't sound comfortable with that.
You want me to put sprinkles on it?
I want you to fight fascism. That's what I want you to do. I want you to resist fascism.
It's not that you just stating it. You backed it. Just like earlier when you were saying what he should do to these cities or whatever. It's so funny how y'all have all these these suggestions, but none of y'all had suggestions, or none of y'all cared about when he took let the niggas out that slumped the police in the head, that had the guy kill himself, all those violent offenders that he said J.D. Vance said that they weren't going to let any of the violent people out. They let them all out. But now y'all care about law and order. You motherfuckers this is why I treat y'all like y'all do. Everybody else can play with y'all, but I'm not.
That's fine.
You're right. So, like, while you sit up here and talk about what should be done to black people, while all these fucking hillbillies ran up there and stomped out police officers, fought cops, ran all over, your patriotic liberties and all of that, all of the shit that you're supposed to care about. But you only care about getting the cops to run through Chicago, Atlanta, and Detroit and jump on niggas. You're the first one that didn't know.
Not just that, the DC police officers that were trying to defend were trying to grab their guns from them, calling them niggas. But he's out here defending this fucking coon.
Yeah, but they also let them in the Capitol as well.
That's why we gotta call you out on your bullshit. We gotta call you on your bullshit, man.
Yeah, it's so excusable, bro. You just was walking. Sucking on dick is just not a good look.
Well, sorry.
And there was a reason why they was like, fuck it, you gotta let them through, because it was overrun. So you wanted them to be stomped on and fucking more of those police officers killed, right? That's what you wanted.
Yeah, what would your pussy ass do if you were overrun?
Are you fucking crazy, dude?
Have you known the White House down? What you think you do? You need to protect the Capitol. Like, that's embarrassing.
That's crazy, because Trump's defending the Capitol now, but couldn't do it then.
Man, the police should never. This is the reason why the police can't do nothing in D.C. You couldn't even protect the Capitol. They can't even protect the Capitol.
Shouldn't the National Guard been people? It was like Capitol called the National Guard been called in, Mario.
They both have struggled to keep people safe. They struggle.
Y'all niggas is the victims. Honestly, y'all be the ones. Amari, I want to see one. Hey, Amari, I want to know.
You said that Democrats troll. Prior to Trump saying about the birtherism of the Obama, point to me.
Why are we going back to Obama? I thought we said we weren't going to do that.
No, listen to what listen to what I'm saying. You said that the Democrats started trolling him first. Prior to the birtherism, show me a time when we were picking on him because he didn't deserve it by something that he said on his own. Show a time. Like, he brings it on himself. And you're like, he didn't lick back. He brings it on himself. That's what everyone's trying to tell you, bro.
We're talking about actual where he had to be, where his first presidency, the first 600 plus days was Molotov. I'm not saying anyone in this room, I don't see anyone in this room who had that stupid beer can with that fucking retard Robert Mueller on as their PTRs. You basically, he's getting back. And that's what it is. I don't know what to tell you. What you want me to do?
That was all Republicans. Amari.
And you
It was a Republican AG who put it out in place. It wasn't Democrats. It was Trump's Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III. He's a famous Republican. He's a famous Republican. He was a Republican senator from the South. Rod Rosenstein was.
And he was like the first person to support Trump. Was he the first Republican?
Act like established Republicans are Trump supporters. There's plenty of
because you keep bringing up shit and you don't even know what you're talking about. This now is strike 3. What did I tell you on strike 3?
Can I get 4 strikes?
Hold on, real quick before you get another strike. Patty, you want me to drop the link? Put it in the chat.
Can I get a 4th one, please, Patty?
Well, Amari, I just want there's no. I know who Jeff Sessions is, though. Okay, he's super conservative. He ain't establishment, and he was the first Republican senator, I believe, who came out and endorsed Trump. That's the guy who appointed Mueller special.
Let me go as far as to say this. Beauregard Sessions was so fucking diabolical that Coretta Scott King, when they were trying to confirm him the first time, wrote a letter and told them not to confirm his goofy ass. That's how fucking far right that dude.
We found out
he had to get away from Trump. Imagine that. He said, I don't want to be bothered with Trump. But y'all still rocking for him. Y'all black people are sad, bro.
They did keep Stephen Miller.
Shut up. Like, why? Stephen Miller, a goofy motherfucker like you are. That's why they kept him on.
Wait, Amari, you like Stephen Miller?
Nah, but he do be making me laugh, though. when he does his talk. Democrats.
What the fuck is going on there?
He said the Democrats are responsible for the murder. You know, y'all can see it with his hand up.
So you're entertained by his goofiness? Because that's exactly what he is. He's goofy.
You literally I'm entertained by Hunter Biden. I think Hunter Biden. I'm not listening to that. Like Hunter Biden, I'm listening to that. I love his podcast. Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden, when he did that podcast, that was the man right there. I was like, Hunter's all right in my book.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
Hunter's all right. When he was like, fuck this person, Hunter's all right.
He does sound like
he does.
Niggas.
Bro, I love y'all niggas.
What you know me or say, nigga, around here?
You sound like Trent and articulate.
Yeah, you sound like oh my god. I love Hunter.
No, he was like, makes me laugh. Say, I'm like, fuck that.
You're not black.
Wow, I'm not black. Okay, Joe Biden.
Okay, I'll be Joe Biden. Joe Biden is blacker than you. Hoe ass nigga.
Skin folk ain't your kin folk. Let's keep it real.
One pop. Okay.
You just come in here blowing dick like, yo, but that's what he did. But so what? I'm just telling you guys. I'm just telling you guys. I hope they set your big goofy greasy ass up out of a car and beat the fuck out you.
They're gonna do that to you first, though.
We're not.
And you gonna hit him with in a part of your palm?
And you broke. I got a little money.
Okay.
This is the worst part about this, like, with this phase right now, is that there's all these people who think like fascism's gonna skip them over, which it definitely won't.
Definitely. They love to get cold.
Like, what are we doing?
They got the man who had the Trump restaurant. They definitely get your coon ass with that badass lineup.
They think if they bathe in the coonery, that like fascism is just gonna pass them over.
I don't get it. Like you wake up thinking about it. I wake up thinking about
that song that they played a couple months ago on here.
I'm sure you do.
They all got deported.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I will vote for Donald Trump, and then they all got deported.
That one. That's the one.
I could care less if Donald Trump died today.
Crazy.
I would not lose sleep. But you voted for what he said. I'm allowed to vote for whoever. Yeah, I don't. I want.
We're allowed to hold you accountable.
Right, we're allowed to hold you accountable for your fucking. What are you guys? What is it? Dark Night? You guys gonna hold me in court? Absolutely. Nice. And call me fucking Shane. Absolutely.
We're gonna say mean things to you on the internet tomorrow. That's what you're gonna get.
Yeah, I want to hold you accountable. Good. Do it.
I mean, there's no reason why people should hear you say this kind of stuff, which, by the way, like, threatens lots of people I love. Like, the idea that he's president is not without an consequence. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Like, there's already lots of examples of that in my own life. People who have lost their jobs, which they had worked long and fucking hard for, and have done all kinds of amazing work in the federal government, or you name it, like all kinds of stuff that people have been impacted, people's businesses have shut down because of the logistical nightmares he created as a terrorist. And it's gonna get worse. Like, I know people have been deported. There's no
people were shut down whatsoever. COVID. Like, people lost their businesses and their jobs. You were the one person that was saying, well, because they can't get the vaccine. Like, you were the one that was the vaccine. What's going on here? Like, you actually
never actually talked about vaccines. Because you know why? Because the conversation on this app about vaccines is actually the worst conversation that's ever.
The military people, you should have financially don't have the space to talk to me about anything. Because you guys were okay with
a million and how many people died of COVID? How many? A million and what?
Probably 1.8 million.
1.8 million people died. Okay, so 1.8 million people died. So a response to something that killed almost 2 million people is something that actually has some kind of reason to maybe push back on it. There's no 1.8 million people who are dying right now that Trump is saving, or at least attempting to save in good faith.
There's not 1.8 million people dying.
You can disagree with what the president did, but or most presidents did under with COVID, but there's still a rationale. The rationale for this is just Trump-like power. Like, that's it. That's it. He just likes power. He just wants more power. And the MAGA smooth brains are very, very happy to go like, oh, he's our savior. We're going to just do whatever he wants. He's so beautiful and strong and powerful. But he's, too weak-minded to take an insult from a political opponent. But, the strongest man.
Hey, Your Honor, I just want to add, I don't want to belabor the COVID thing, but, I mean, like, as if they didn't have enough of his fuckery in his first term, watching that clown damn near collapse on the balcony of the White House because he was suffering from COVID. Also telling Americans, I'm like, if this is not a national security or public health issue, that COVID was a Democrat hoax. Like, specifically, it was a Democrat hoax, and it was just going to fade away by Easter. Like, all of that misinformation and disinformation, putting the lives of millions of Americans in jeopardy. And 1.8 million Americans are no longer here because of his incompetence.
What's wrong with that?
But that's the shit that they wanted again.
Yeah, so what's wrong with that?
I'm not gonna have that conversation with you, Point.
Well, I'm making a bigger point than you.
You're not making a bigger point. You should just shut the fuck up, respectfully.
You're the one faced with the Constitution wiped in Trump's ass and thrown out your feet.
Won't you just face the reality that you get on people's fucking nerves and shut the fuck up?
I'll beat your ass.
No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna be the bigger man.
Come on, Point. We're not trying.
Yeah, but you saw him attack me and you didn't say come on to him.
I just got back to my phone. I'm sorry.
Oh, so anyway, like I was saying.
Like you were saying nothing. That's what you were saying.
Could you control that monkey of yours?
Who you calling a monkey?
Yeah, control your
little monkey.
Who you calling a monkey? Don't make me come find you. Don't make me come point and find you, bitch.
Control your little ape. Okay,
Cappuccino, come on now.
Yo, fuck around.
But again, let me
finish. You want to FAMO? Okay, keep it on. You got it.
You get to the point.
You got it.
Or I'm going to drop you in the goose. So go ahead.
Yeah. So the point that I was making is obviously triggering. So therefore, they resort to ad hominem. which shows low IQ. So getting back to what we're discussing, it's in your face that an orange Cheeto wiped the Constitution in his ass and threw it at your feet. That's a fact. Violation of Amendment 4, 5, and 6 is in your face as an American who's so agitated about not agitated about the country you say you claim. So, you're talking about MAGites who are so confused and in a cult, of course. And you're wondering why they're in power?
Can you land, please?
Can you understand the bigger point? The point is it's in your face and you're mad. And you have no defense. That's why you're angry.
I'm not angry, Point.
Oh, you're just doing ad hominems because you're triggered.
I'm not doing ad hominems.
I rest myself.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll beat your ass.
Okay, sure. You want me to send you my address? We can find out when I will.
Let's not do it. No.
Definitely.
No.
You go. Yeah, I want to pull up. I welcome pull-ups. Well, me and Point will go out to lunch. I got no problem with Point.
Yeah, you have a problem with the dictator in your face. That's the problem.
Point, do you have a problem with the dictator?
But rather than focus on that, right? Because you're so steeped in democracy and the United States of America, rather than focus on what I raised, you want to focus on what? Court gestures, people in a cult. That's not the issue right now. The issue's even bigger than red and blue. I raised that yesterday.
I wasn't here yesterday, Point. What was your point yesterday, Point?
Wow, that's the problem. That's what you're focused on.
What was your point yesterday? Point, I missed it. I wasn't here yesterday.
Replays.
Okay, I'll check the replays. Thank you, Patty, for indulging us. Painfully indulging us.
Think you're gonna insult me and I don't pull up and beat your ass?
Point, cut it out, Point.
Come on, Point, let it go.
Point, no, I don't got no problem with her or him or whoever. Point.
Which is also part of the problem in the delusion.
Right, Coy.
So now let's get back to DC. That's where I wanted to talk.
Back on DC. So go ahead. What's your point on DC? So
DC is too goddamn. DC is twofold. For those with small mindsets, you can only focus on one at a time. Not my problem. But DC is twofold. Because some of us are steeped in DC for more than 20 years, and it's the absence of the black father who are not supervising kids for a month.
All right. We're going to set this up. Go ahead, Pat. You got this one.
You see my point? And then the second part of DC is yes, you have an orange Cheeto inflicting martial law. We get it. But I said to myself, let's really discuss the whole issue. Not just the part of it. Yeah, it wasn't serious when your mayor was smoking crack. Right?
You're right. Let's move on. Go get your
First, he's never been my mayor, but go ahead.
Do we want to talk about it? The black father in DC?
We absolutely do now. We don't want to talk about that.
Wait, you're not giving a black person so, but I do want to talk about that.
No, you don't want to talk.
No, I want to talk about you're not giving being a black person, but that's a whole nother conversation. But you're trying to lecture black people. Come on,
I mean, if it is an issue, why are we sitting here acting like it's an issue?
Hold on, CEO. It's not an issue.
77% of the households are fatherless.
But CEO, what? And just in DC?
In DC, yeah. In DC. Please don't tell me that you're falling for this. I'm just saying that it is an issue. Like, it does play a role. It's not an issue. It's not a conversation at all. It is an issue.
A huge fucking issue for those of us that live in DC and know DC. Not only from Northeast, Southeast, South portions of Southwest. We know what's up. We know what's up before. Before Trump got in office, we knew what was up in DC with absent black fathers. So don't fuck around and find out and try me. Because I know what I'm talking about. You're triggered because you don't know. You're triggered on a string. Fuck out of here.
Do your children know that you walk around talking like a muppet for 6 hours?
They're triggered now.
behind a hat point.
They're triggered now. Let's talk about the mayor that set the culture for decadence in D.C. For drugs.
The mayor of DC did
and gangs. For drugs and gangs. So let's talk about it. You want to go back? You want to talk about it? No, you don't.
What is the mayor being on drugs?
You don't. You don't want to talk about it.
That mayor, bro. That mayor is the reason why black people have federal jobs and that shit right
and now you need the National Guard to help black men raise their kids. Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
I would get it if you were actually being serious and you coherently made a point, but you're not making any sense.
It's your kids.
I'm with Quinn.
National Guard needs to help you raise them. Now you're triggered. Now you get my point. You need the National Guard to help you raise your kids, black men.
Shut up, Ho.
Oh, I hit a nerve. Oh, I hit a nerve. That's why they goo me. The truth hurts so deep, so badly. But take that, motherfucker. Take that. That's why my name is Point Taken. Take that, take that, take that deep. Motherfucker, pause.
It don't be funny.
Yeah, that shit is corny as fuck.
But it was true. Yeah, but it was true. So
You can do better.
that's why you can't address it. Notice you won't address it.
Nothing to address.
Why was that right?
Yeah, why am I going to address it like lunacy?
It's true.
You say all this abstract, whatever the fuck you want. Like, nobody, come on, Point.
Why are they so triggered instead of addressing the issue? Ooh.
I mean, all y'all can do, protagonists, I hope you're the best dad you can be, because y'all be worried about other people's kids.
That's the issue. That the National Guard will raise your kids.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas better not have no issues with y'all baby mother, no issues with y'all kid, because y'all always be in other parents' business. I like the parents, I like that. Nigga, you go get them. Y'all the ones who be hanging out with them.
Right. Yeah, that's what's wrong. The National Guard.
And none of y'all niggas better not hang out with no niggas that's not. See, that'd be the whole thing. Y'all be saying all of this and all that. I bet you if I go on your group of friends, it's a deadbeat dad or two. Y'all be y'all homeboy, yo.
The National Guard will help you raise your kids, black men.
This really, we can move on from this.
And Point, so you know I'm married to my baby's mama.
Shout out to you for marriage.
And points also that you know that there are places where you can go and get help. I'm not even being funny.
I'm a model. I'm a model and a TV actress. What do you do, big boy?
Well, I've been doing that for quite some time. What I don't do is talk like a muppet for 12 hours. That's what I don't do. My role is ended. So.
Yeah, what you do is hold the mic and deflect from the black men not raising their kids.
I think Quinn was telling you he lives a real life in these streets. Unlike you, Quinn.
I'm outside, motherfuckers.
Outside sounded like a muppet.
I'm outside, motherfuckers, and I know what I'm talking about.
You must be in a phone booth. You must be in the last phone booth left in New York or wherever the fuck you are.
You got mad. You got mad when one said, my point is correct. When CEO said, my point is correct. You haven't focused on the point yet.
Why would
you know why?
I'm not mad, Point. Like,
Do you have any friends that do not live in the home?
Do you have any friends that don't sound like a muppet?
I don't have any friends that are deadbeat dads.
No. That wasn't the question. I said, do you have any friends that do not live in the home with their child?
Yes.
Okay, well, so you finna get the works for them.
So CEO, you should be.
Because that's what y'all be talking
about that. CEO says that's a
problem. Marry your baby's mom.
Well, no, I mean I'm talking about people who are divorced.
But that's what things single mothers raising kids. It's plenty of that going on, and the fathers are all.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that
And the fathers are great fathers. They co-parent. They get so that's the statistic y'all are using.
all I'm saying is that in cities that have done fatherhood initiatives, they've seen crime go down. So fatherhood initiatives have.
What cities did they do that fatherhood initiative in?
New York is one. The SUNY Fatherhood Academy.
See, there's so much built into that critique that you're not acknowledging. It's ridiculous for you to even raise the question, brother. You're too smart to raise that question.
No. I mean, can we just be logical for a second?
No, that's not logical.
For a father to be in the home, you don't think? Is there a difference between a father being in the home and not being in the home? Okay. So then what is the harm to
one to just point. One doesn't imply that because that father doesn't physically live in the home, which is true. This is so stupid.
It does on an individual level. Of course, it does on an individual level. But if you look at it in the aggregate,
no, it doesn't. Not in the aggregate either.
Because 9 times out of 10, the parent, the mother would be awarded custody of the children, and the father is still ever so present in that child's life. But you played it as if, hey, well, the problem is that because there's a fatherless home, that's why we have a problem. But you never accounted for all the fathers that are still very present in their children's lives.
I never said it
What
that
are we
way.
talking?
Well, I never said it that way, so you just been a word.
No, you did. Hold on, you did not preface it by saying, no, because hold on. Because Point was coming at it like, well, the problem is that there's a fatherless home, and you're like, well, yeah, that is an issue. Then you try to delineate and say, well, it's because of divorce. Now, so which one is it? Which one of those lines that we want to change?
You weren't even trying to hear what I was saying. Just asked me if I knew anybody who didn't live with her child, and I said, yeah, I have divorced friends.
Okay, got it. I heard that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you don't gotta have smoke with me for no reason.
No, I know. I'm glad we cleared it up. I didn't have smoke with you. I just kind of lost it because I was like, yo, why is he talking about divorced fathers? But no, when Just said, oh, do you have any divorced friends who don't have whose fathers or who kids don't have fathers at home? You said, yeah, divorced ones. Then that made sense. So I don't have smoke for you.
I'm just saying, y'all use this statistic that doesn't have that has no depth to it. Like, okay, so whatever the percentage is, don't live in the house with their kids. That does not mean that they're not good fathers or they don't have a relationship.
Here's the depth to it. So it is apparently about 47% nationwide in terms of black fathers, but 77% in DC. Can we agree that's a lot higher? And maybe that does play some sort of role, or you all think that's unimportant and it has no factor?
So do you have the numbers of out of that?
They're in denial. That's what it is. Denial.
Hold on. Let me answer the question. So CEO, how many of those out of that 78% are fathers that are still actively involved, like very present in their children's lives? You don't have those numbers.
I do not have those numbers, but
that's what I'm saying. So
I bet you would be the same ratio as a 47%.
Why would you bet that?
Because that's how statistics typically work. So if it's 47% nationwide and it's 77% in DC, then there's probably a 30% additional gap in terms of the ones who don't have anything to do with a child as well. That's just how statistics typically work. If you just think DC's a magical bubble, and even though it has a much higher rate, if that's not a factor, I don't know what to think.
Yeah, but you're not telling me, it doesn't tell the entire story.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
I wasn't trying to tell the entire story.
I'm not saying that you weren't, but the data points are, let's be honest, if we can. Because first of all, a mental patient is the one who raised this question. That's number one. Number two is that when you introduce this, it's meant to diminish black men in general, black people in general.
That's not why I bring it up.
I'm not saying
saying that that's why I'm saying that the purpose for the stat. First of all, let's start from the very beginning. It's a Republican talking point that evolved out of conservative think tanks. That's where the bullshit came from, along with the disparities about Chicago and about Baltimore and about all the other states. So that's where it evolved from. That's where it started from. Number two, the reason why it gets raised is because people don't have the wherewithal and the information to be able to combat it. It starts to diminish black women, and black men. To suggest that they're not being responsible, that they're inherently irresponsible in not taking care of their children. That black women are being left 70% with black children, and black men are all doing God knows what and not taking care of their children. That stat does not speak. When you state it, it doesn't mean that was your intent. But even stating it in general is a reminder, and it speaks to people who don't have the information of the exact place where it started, CEO. That's my point. It doesn't give full context. It's meant to diminish. So when you say it without context, that's what it does.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's the thing. You led with 78%, but you didn't give the real true number on how, like what's the breakdown of that? Okay, if 78% is the number in DC, what's the percentage of those fathers that are still present in their child's lives? If that number is 46, if you said that it pans out to what it may be either nationally or just in other regions, then state that number. Don't state the number that's meant to just make black men look like that they're just out here just being complete deadbeats.
The number is to suggest that there is something unique going on in DC that is different than the average of the rest of the country. Is there something wrong with stating that?
Yeah, because why would it be? What's unique?
No.
The only thing unique about DC is that it's a black place.
Unemployment rates are higher than other places.
Okay, that could be a factor. There you go. That could be a factor. That could be a factor. But one way to go about it, as opposed to just arbitrarily debating about it, is maybe lifting up the hood and figuring out why. Yeah, well, that could be a useful exercise.
You're right. It's not even driving the conversation.
And it has to be
just supporting the narrative.
That's exactly it. And you have to do it. And listen, if you were to say that number, but this is the reason why this is the way it is. If it was a full conversation,
I don't know. Maybe we could discuss it together and figure it out.
Then you shouldn't, and you're smart enough to understand, you shouldn't repeat things you don't understand the complexity of.
I disagree with that. It is an important detail that on average black men are, if not in 47% of homes, but in DC it's 77%. That is worth talking about, absolutely.
If you were making comparisons to other places.
I am making comparisons to other places. 47% nationwide, 77% in DC.
So what do you like? What's your solution? What's your plan? Other than
fatherhood initiative.
Several people have a fatherhood initiative. How innovative. But several people have just mentioned it, and so this is the thing with that whole situation. If y'all gave a fuck for real, if it was genuine, then fine. Let's have the time. But y'all be just saying it to be shitting on people, and then it's not even a whole statistic. So
right, that's exactly what I'm saying, just if you're giving the stats for Oklahoma with the same kind of demographic and the same the earning capacity or the same economics as they would be reflective of DC, and they reflected the same thing. This is part of the full conversation. Not isolating a place where black people reside in the most amount of numbers. Of course, there's going to be more black people doing more things if most of the people in that region are black.
Right.
How is that? Does not account for a higher percentage. This is in group comparisons. We're taking in-group comparisons.
You just said
in-group comparison nationwide is 47%. In DC, it's 77%. In group.
Bro.
In group. So there's a larger concentration of black men. It means for every 100 black men, it's 77 in DC, 47 nationwide. What are we talking about?
Okay, see,
I don't understand the this kind of stuff.
So riddle me this, CEO. I mean, if you were so bold to just state the number, okay, so then what's the further conversation is, you said, well, there's something unique going on, so then, but you never brought any other supporting claims of what that uniqueness is. It's just
because we can discuss it. You said economics. Great. Like, economics may be a factor.
But there are two things. I didn't make that.
I was just giving the data point. Like, I didn't know we were having a discussion. Like, if you don't want to have a discussion about why is we can do that. We can do a discussion. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
So I don't understand why
Because
would you shut your ugly ass?
there's nowhere to run from reality. You should discuss reality.
So I don't think
Trying to have a serious conversation.
I'm not doing that, but that's what I'm saying. So like you said that, and that's why you keep hearing us kind of press, because it's like we want to have that engaging conversation. Like you threw out the number, want to unpack it? Let's unpack it.
I'm not interested in having that conversation, and the reason I'm not is because people don't have it in good faith. It's stupid, just like it started out in this conversation.
So I hear you. It was in good faith, but yeah, right.
It's not in good faith, especially when and then to try to act as if people shouldn't, like the blanket number should just spark conversation. The conversation's been had ad nauseum. The conversation's been had on a regular basis, and the general consensus is when you have that conversation, it's not being had in full. It's not being discussed in full because the point of it, my original point, is to diminish Black men and Black women, their role and responsibility in their children's lives. That's the point of it. So to start the conversation with that, and only that, means that you're also going to not trigger people, but it's going to elicit the response that we're getting. Unless it's being discussed in good faith, how it's introduced makes a big difference. Hey, guys, let's discuss, let's break down this Republican talking point. We can acknowledge that it's nonsense out of the gate, but let's talk about what's built into this. That's a good faith conversation, not one that's being introduced by a person who sounds like Janice from the fucking Muppets every time they come on the fucking app. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, well, all right. So why not just say that and let's have the conversation?
Well, because that wasn't the original conversation. It was introduced by someone named disingenuous. That's all.
Okay. Again, you're assuming that he's being disingenuous. That's what I'm talking about.
No. I didn't assume CEO was being disingenuous. I said the way it's being introduced. I didn't assume he was. But as the conversation goes on, and the more he adheres to it, it's just without acknowledging where it came from, is my point.
I don't think that none of y'all know how to communicate. I'm just going to keep my eyes on you. Including you culturally, including you, because at the end of the day, it's the fact you find that, no, the conversation part that I'm having a problem with when I'm coming into a conversation is hearing, right, complaining about a conversation instead of having the conversation. And even as just said, Andre, said, okay, well, let's have a conversation. We arguing about why not to have a conversation. And then when we sit here and then we're just talking amongst ourselves, we're putting ourselves. So, yeah, it might be opposition, and whatever reason it came about, let's just have a conversation.
Yeah, it's like if a white woman or an Asian woman comes and sits down in the middle of y'all and says, "What? Let's talk about Black women's wigs." No, let's seriously have a conversation. It's not being presented genuinely. It's not like, okay, let's break down why Black women had to, wear wigs and all that. You're bringing it up to be funny. First off, Point brought it up to be fucking funny. So we can have the conversation.
Points brought it up before.
But but we gave you the stats. You're talking about a city that is Black, a city that is expensive, and a city that has been hit with several different things. Crack and heroin being two of the most major things. So if you want to talk about why it's like that, then we can have that conversation. But to be saying shit like, or to be alluding to, something weird about these cities, there's got to be something going on. That's a very Republican talking point. And so when you hear Black men getting irritated about it, is because that's how they do us. And so it's irritating.
I've heard Point bring it up multiple times before. So I it's a meaningful point.
I think it's very healthy to express that, it's irritating. But why are we having the conversation? Okay, you're irritated about it. Now let's have a conversation.
Because
Why
he's a
is
big black man too,
Yeah,
and I shouldn't have to tell another big black man.
yeah. Well, but First Lady, I mean, respectfully, like I think, like what happened is, like, look, me and Point were having back and forth, friendly or just, shots fired at each other, and and I'll be honest with you, I just don't feel like the comment came from a good place. And no matter how many times Point has said a lot of things in this room that one couldn't quite take seriously, and that has that where he or she wants to kick it off like it's some comedic thing to be done. The conversation if it was presented in a serious manner, maybe we would be having a conversation. So I understand why other people don't want to engage because of just how it was presented in the first place. Not just that, but the number is skewed to the point where to make it seem as if black men and black women just ain't shit. Period. So
yeah, I didn't suggest that.
No, and I know. Yeah,
we can discuss it. Like, I found some other contributing reasons.
I'm not saying you weren't CEO. I'm not saying.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody said that you were. We were talking about where it originated. Now, if you're going to, even though I expressed that I was not interested in having it because I don't think it's worthy of conversation, especially when it's being introduced in the way that it has. But I mean, we actually did get into some of the points. Is that and really it's the things that it actually misses, that it does not encompass, what it doesn't talk about, and just the statement itself is what it's meant to do. But it doesn't expand the conversation and talk about the things that are built into the so-called stack. When it's all
so let's expand the conversation like First Lady was saying several times now.
Well, we've had that conversation ad nauseum, much like we talk to dumb people on a regular basis.
I've been listening for an hour. I've been listening for.
Tell me a real thing. Oh God, nothing. Y'all need to call me. Clearly, y'all don't have them inside of your heart.
You just be on.
Somebody want to be on.
Y'all know I'm not, because in 5 minutes you'll see. But go ahead.
The thing is, I don't mind having the conversation. Y'all are hesitant to have the conversation.
We don't mind having it either. We want to have it in good faith.
An ejaculation. Well, then say that. If you don't
That's what we said.
Okay. But and the person is agreeing to have it in good faith.
This is a new person. That's not how it was brought up. She brought it up trying to be funny. Or whoever.
Well, we already know. About point. I mean, y'all can't get triggered by Point. Because Point is crazy. It's a three-legged dog.
Well, I don't have a problem with having a proper conversation. I'm triggered by Point. The problem I have is what kind of conversation are we having? Like if we're having one in jest, that's different.
I don't know. We're having one serious thing. I'm responding to Andre, but Andre said, well, let's have the conversation. And then I heard people say, I heard you specifically say, no, I don't want to have a conversation.
Yeah, I was responding. Pointless. Yeah, I get it. Because I said that because of the way it was introduced, and discussing it is offensive. It almost feels like an explanation of sorts. And we had the conversation again ad nauseum. But the point is, if we're having a conversation,
well, that's what social audio has sometimes.
No, you're right. But having a conversation, but what kind of conversation are we
having? I don't know. Why don't we ask Andre?
Well, no. I wasn't asking you. I'm asking in general.
Okay, Andre, can you answer this question?
Well, no. Listen. So First Lady, I agree with her. When I even made the statement, I was like, if it's coming from a place of like honesty and a good place, then let's have the conversation. But to Quinn's point, this was all posed not coming from an honest place so that we could have a conversation. It was somebody out here just, being performative, trying to make a point. That was it. So, like, I can agree why people don't want to have a conversation.
Let me ask you a question on. Because I think everybody on this app know Point, is a jokester, and she does what she can. Hold on a second.
Are we
One second, Glenn. I'm not that. One second,
seriousness.
One second, Glenn.
Can you hear? Are you okay? He was sitting there talking. What's going on?
So the conversation was initially talking about DC, and like Point said, she called him the orange Cheeto, whatever the case may be. And she spoke about two things that's pivotal in DC. One being the fact that Trump released National Guards in DC, and the other being a statistical fact that 77% of households in DC, black families, have no fathers in them, right? There was 2 points. So I don't understand when y'all was like, oh, it wasn't brought up in good faith. It wasn't brought up in good faith. She literally preferenced the statement by saying there's 2 things going on in DC at the same time. So now for the last 5 or 10 minutes, CEO has been saying, and I've heard any of y'all said CEO brought it up, not in good faith. He has been saying for the last 10 minutes, let's have the conversation. And all y'all keep saying is, oh, it wasn't brought up in good faith. It wasn't brought up in good faith. Well, the conversation should be had right now. The statistics are out there. It's 40%, 46% nationwide, 77% in DC, 60% of households are single-parent households are black, and 22% are white. That's the stats. Now, can we discuss and break that down? We don't want to hear what y'all thought about what Point said and none of that. We just want to get into the meat and potatoes of why the homeless, the homes in DC, the fatherless homes in DC are the way they are.
Y'all are black. Y'all tell us. Y'all are black too. We're not. Hold on. I'm responding to him. So, yeah, the reason why people are saying this in bad faith, because y'all are black too. And all of y'all is fathers, but none of us father no kids in DC. So we know it's just as much as y'all know.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. We don't live in DC. You're right. So, but the thing is, we're not triggered or we're not, taken aback by having a conversation. Like as a black man, I don't feel offended that we're discussing why 77% of homes are fatherless. Like I don't know what it is to be offended about.
And I understand the human race to know that black people are not this alien form that we just do things that no one else does. I understand the history of America, and I understand, more importantly, the history of DC and its black history. So I understand all those components. And then on top of that, I understand math at a pivotal level. So I understand why all of these things go on. And I care about being black, and I don't want to when someone says something bad about the people that look like me, I don't just go, oh yeah, we are I don't do that. So when we have these conversations, I don't have a problem with having them. But when people present them as 77% of black fathers aren't in the home, okay, that's just a corner of the spectrum. Are the dads? Do they come and get them? Do they co-parent? That doesn't say anything about fathers. That just says they don't live there.
Let me give one of the data points, which is interesting.
All right, but wait a minute, hold on. Can we acknowledge that was a good point? That was a good point. Because the statistics don't show that. It might say that their fathers aren't in the home, but that doesn't mean that they're not being a father to the child. That is a
very valid point. It's a very valid point. But that's why we need to have the discussion, because I will argue, even if the father's not in the house and the father is involved in their child's life, right? Now let's just say, a lot of these young men are out on the streets, doing shit that they just shouldn't be doing, right? And they do have a father that doesn't live in the house but is active in their life. Well, I would argue that father is still failing his son. Like whether you live in the house or not, if you still have the connection with your son, and you're still parenting your son, and he's out here running around drilling and sliding on shit, then you being a fucking bad father. Like either way you slice it, you ain't doing your job as a man if you got your son out here running around here reckless as a young teenager.
I don't know that is strictly on the father. I think that there is a whole a culture, and I think that it's some things that are being promoted to our youth. But I also would like to say that go look at Omaha, Nebraska, and go look at Indianapolis. The crime rate rates are way higher there. And those is white kids. Those are black kids. So if we're going to talk about crime, we're going to talk about why YNs is wilding out. We got to talk about why YWs, why I's, why, A's, why everybody wilding out. What's going on?
So Jess, are we saying, and you said this, I just want to, before I go check it out, you said that the crime rate in Omaha, Nebraska is higher than the crime rate in Washington, D.C.? Is that what I heard?
Omaha, Nebraska, I think Indianapolis, and there's one other, they all Republican cities. While DC's crime rate, DC has always been it's always had crime. Like, that's just DC. If you know anything about DC, it's been like that. But over the years, DC's crime rate has gone down 30%. And if you know DC in the 90s or the early 2000s and you go there now, you know it's different. Same with New York. Meanwhile, while it's going down 30%, Omaha, Nebraska, and Indianapolis have jumped up 30%. And these are Republican-ran cities, so it doesn't make sense. If you're going to do it, if you're saying that it's crime, because I agree, look, my shit, I'm a car person, my car has been stolen, broken into, get these motherfuckers off the street. I agree with it, but send them to all these fucking cities. Send them to where they're needed most. Why are you sending National Guard to, DC should be down the list. They should be in Indianapolis first. Get them YNs and them YWs there, and then go to the place where, don't just go to the black cities that you know that black people go to, like DC, like Chicago, like Atlanta. Those are the only cities he's talking about. Baltimore, all those places.
So Joe, look.
CEO been trying to get in. I didn't hear from CEO. Nothing's made a lot of good points.
Yeah, yes. And there's one point that has nothing to do with race in terms of why the fatherhood of the story is so high in DC. So 69% of adults living in DC are unmarried. That's compared to 49% nationwide. So there's just something about the lifestyle people choose in DC that is different from the rest of the country as well.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
So I would like to bring up,
that's not a race-based thing.
Okay, but that doesn't help.
It helps explain some of the numbers.
It doesn't explain anything. We're talking about the problem. What I heard, and I could be wrong, I heard you personally say, I think it was you, you said that the reason why it is the way it is in DC is because her father was home. Did you make that claim?
I said that was a factor, not the driving factor. Point said that was one of the two reasons. I don't think that's one of the top two reasons.
Okay, but then you further down, if I double them down and saying, well, these people are living differently than other people outside the United States. Like, come on. Like, we're trying to come together now. Come on.
Yeah, so obviously the stats are skewed in a way, and it's a lot of variables. You got to add context to it. Because even when he says 69% of the households are unmarried, right? So that could be the determining factor to say that 69% of the households are fatherless. But we all know there's a lot of people that's not married but still live together, right? So a father can actually be in a house, but that household could be deemed as fatherless just because the parents aren't married. So there's a lot of context to it, but I wanted to go back to the cities, and a lot of things is why is Trump targeting certain cities? So I just Googled, not just Google, but I'm going back to something I've been checked out. It's the top 10 most violent cities in the U.S. for 2025, right? You got Memphis, Tennessee, St. Louis, Missouri, Detroit, Michigan, Baltimore, Maryland, Cleveland, Ohio, Little Rock, Arkansas, New Orleans, Louisiana, Birmingham, Alabama, Kansas City, Missouri, and Oakland, California. This is in order from 1 to 10. You know what all of these cities have in common? They are all Democratic cities. Every last one. I'm about to stop. You want me to tell you the mayor's name and their political party? Because I can run that too.
Just go ahead and finish what you said, sir.
So every last one of those cities, the top 10 worst cities in America, are all Democratic ran cities. Every last one of them. So
when we talk about why is he targeting these communities, why he targeting these communities are the fucking worst communities in America. Why wouldn't you target the worst communities in America when you're a president that's running your shit on law and order? Like, whether we subscribe to it, whether you agree with it or not, we know when he ran his campaign on, we know what he was going to do, we know what he stood for, he said he's going to be hard on crime. So if you're going to be hard on crime, wouldn't you go to the 10 worst city first? Like, come on, some of this shit is just like basic common sense.
None of the cities you said is the city season.
I didn't say DC, but DC is the capital. He's starting off with
none of the cities you said are cities he's mentioned.
Yeah, your point. Yeah, you didn't really.
He did mention Baltimore.
You didn't really support your point because he isn't going after any of the cities that are in red states. Did you notice that?
Say that again.
Among those cities that you named, which one in a red state is he going after?
Well, a few of them are in red states, but they're Democratic ran cities.
But is he going after any of it? It doesn't matter a Democratic run. Because they're in a red state, you notice he's not going after them, right? You do notice that, right? Do you know why?
I can't say that for sure.
Do you know why? Because he's doing this for the midterm. So he's going after the cities that are going to score him the most points.
Yeah, that may be a hell of a valid point. See, I'm not going to argue against that. You may be, it could be strategical. Maybe he's doing that for the midterms coming up. And then if he's really serious about what he's saying, he'll target those other cities after the midterm.
He won't target the midterms.
Almost every large city is run by a Democrat. Every large. So when y'all say this whole thing about like it's all Democrat rap cities, all of them are. The only one that's not is Dallas and Miami. That's the only large cities that don't have a Democratic mayor.
But Jack, that's why
a lot of them have white mayors, and you see he didn't mention Detroit. Because it just got a white mayor, so the crime is off glass. And why are you mentioning Baltimore? Baltimore has the lowest crime that they've ever had on right now.
He also didn't mention none of the cities that protagonist mentioned.
Right.
So, I'm wondering. Those cities, they have black people in common.
Can you repeat about why he was doing this and how?
Because when they run for the midterms, he's going to be able to say he cleaned up the blue states, right? So it's just a midterm play. He'll never go after St. Louis or anything that's in a red state because it doesn't harm political.
It's interesting.
So yeah, what do you have to say about that, bro? Come on, stop, girl. Will you stop? Get out my face.
What are we doing, First Lady?
My daughter is in the kitchen. Yeah, bro. So what do you say about that? Like, do you not see the inconsistency here, or are you just going to still ignore it? I mean, they have given a lot, so I'm not sure why they're not giving into the scenes. Oh, okay. Bro, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, sir.
You need to leave the room and come back.
It might just be that he's in shock that those facts are just too damn shocking for him. He can't really say.
Okay. That might be something, but I don't want to say it.
You know, we still got a room up, right?
Yeah. I guess,
You going over? Is Chuck still here? I think so. Yes, just
Yeah, I'm gonna go over.
I guess y'all couldn't hear me. The iPad, I don't know. I couldn't hear y'all either, so I don't know. I don't even know if y'all heard the last thing I said.
One thing about Trump, this whole term that's even different than his first term, is everything he does is hyper political or for his pocket, like 100%.
Well, we mentioned that all of those cities that you mentioned were not only Democratic cities, but they were heavily Black cities. That's number one. We also mentioned that those said cities were in Republican states. That's number two. And we also mentioned that those cities that you mentioned weren't the cities that he mentioned. He meaning Trump. I don't know if you heard that part, but that's what we were talking about.
No, I didn't hear that, but I wasn't bringing the cities up to say that Trump was talking about those cities. He was just, I think, just had mentioned something about Omaha, Nebraska, different cities saying that the crime rate was high. So what I looked at is the top 10, worst crime cities in America, and I was reading off that list of what came up. That had nothing to do with Trump. I just listed the top 10 cities.
Did you have a gear to it?
Chicago in the top 10, but thank
He was going up 2025 so far. I know the list.
Yeah, 2025. Chicago was not up there.
Yeah, so it's only for this year so far.
Correct.
I'm just concerned.
Chicago is not up there, you said?
No, Chicago's gonna
be. Chicago's not up there.
No, but Trump mentioned Chicago.
And did.
because it's a blue state, a Black mayor.
Well, let's be honest. Like,
no. Let's deal with that right there.
I'm about to deal with it. Like,
wait a minute, hold up. Let's make sure we got all the facts and we agree on the facts. Okay? I just want to make sure. You gave the list of the 10 states or cities that have the highest crime rate. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, Chicago was not on there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'll listen to it.
So I'm saying Chicago could potentially been mentioned because of how Chicago have been. So as of 2025, it's not top 10, but as of previous years, Chicago is definitely in the top 10. And we've seen Chicago drop. We've seen 600, 700 bodies in 1 year in Chicago. Like this is not. It's been going on since Obama was in office. Shit, even before Obama was in office.
I have a formula. I just want to give a formula real quick. So here is the formula. It's B plus B plus B equals National Guard. And here's what I mean by that. It is Black mayor plus Black population plus blue state equals National Guard. Can you find an instance that isn't in that equation?
I definitely can't tell you off the top of my head, but I do some research. I'll let you know if you're 100% correct or not.
Okay, so but for the sake of argument, since we're here, because we don't normally get a chance to, have a long conversation with you for whatever reason, but I appreciate the dialogue today. And let's say that his formula is the case. What say you then?
Yeah, it's a lot of goddamn crime going on in those areas, and he's targeting them for political reasons, just like the CEO said.
Wait a minute, babe, you missed something. I'm talking about the fact that we have a formula, right? Black mayor, Black populated state, right? That's the formula. Now, Chicago is not in that top 10, but yet still is being targeted. Where's the math and the common denominator? What's the common denominator?
you don't have the same formula, right? In this particular situation, when it comes down to the other part about being the part of the top 10, other than the fact that you say, oh, well, he's just going off of previous years. Well, then let's go back to previous years and look at the top 10. But we didn't do that. You did it for what's current right now. You see what I'm saying? You see how you try to make adjustments when it comes down to math, and when it comes down to your check. If you work X amount of hours, you want all the hours that you got for, right? Why are we? I mean, previously before, but that was the excuse you just gave, right?
No, I'm not giving no excuses. You asked me why, because I mentioned the top 10 cities. That ain't have nothing to do with Trump, right? That's just stats I pulled up for this year. And then you asked me if Chicago is not up there, then why did Trump mention Chicago? So I gave reasons on why possibly Trump mentioned Chicago. I wasn't making no excuse. I'm saying that this is probably the reason why.
I used the wrong word. I said excuse. You're saying the reason. Whatever it is, but you don't see that being problematic. I'm talking about the process here. That is still, you're making leeway for him to do this. Now, Baseball has asked an interesting question in the chat. Hey, Mr. Baseball, good to see you, brother. He said, why doesn't the mayors want Trump's help? Anybody want to answer that?
I would love to hear somebody answer that question. There was a lot of crime going on in my city, and I can't deter it, or my police force is not doing a good job. I wouldn't have no problem with the president sending in to help to clean up the crime, personally. But I would like to know other people answers.
All right, let's let Brooklyn talk. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
I believe, this is just a belief, I don't know, I haven't asked the black mayor in a black city why they don't want Trump's help with the National Guard, but I believe it may have something to do with those said black mayors having experienced America's war on crime in those same black neighborhoods. I think that might be it. Because said war on crime proved absolutely nothing. It actually hurt the community more than it helped. Now we're going to go from police brutality to that of brutality from federal agents and National Guardsmen. I don't think it's a good idea.
Well, I think they also may not want it because they've already been doing good work. They've already been doing good work reducing crime.
Yeah, exactly.
If he sends a National Guard there, he's going to end up taking the credit and say it was. Yeah, he's going to say it was.
It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Actually, it's going to get worse for the people.
Beyond that, see.
King.
So CEO,
yes,
you said that Trump do things for political reasons and for the primary and so on and so forth. And I concede to that. I would say that most politicians do things for political reasons, have some type of political aspiration before.
Hold
on, CEO. So my question to you is, with that being said, do you think that maybe these black mayors don't want Trump to come in there because if Trump come in there and actually stop and prevent crime and they drop drastically, that can hurt them in the primary because now Trump could be looked at like the savior or the hero that cleaned up their communities. So is that possible that they don't want him to come in there because they don't want him to possibly do a good job and get any credit for it?
Well, I'll just say I don't think that's the reason for the Baltimore mayor. So I haven't looked at the statements enough of the other mayors, but I will say with confidence that is not the case with the Baltimore.
Yeah. Can I be heard?
Yes, I can hear you. You keep cutting off, but we can hear you when you do not cut off.
Keep
for anything. So I don't know if credit maybe to.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Are you familiar with Project Comitatus or the 10th Amendment protagonists?
Damn, we ain't okay.
Protagonists, are you familiar with Posse Comitatus and the 10th Amendment? It's, the 10th Amendment states that the federal government does not have authority to override a state when it comes.
Once the authorization was authorized, and then then goes on, to play catch up. Yeah, exactly. Because Zimmer does not like him at all.
Who authorized the investigation?
The chief of the IDF, which is Wood. So he has authorization to do that, and so he did.
Yeah, but is that so-called investigation going to be transparent?
We need to think about getting more police. We need to think about what we're doing. We give a lot of money to Ukraine. We give a lot of money to a lot of different people. So maybe we need to give more money to our police departments in our municipalities.
That's a good point. We should get paid more, right? And you said that they probably welcome the guard. I guarantee you they're gonna be pretty pissed off about maybe 6 weeks from now when they realize that they're getting paid shit and the guards getting paid like 4 times they get paid.
I'll tell you what it shows when the National Guard leaves and the crime still is rampant in Washington, D.C., and people are complaining. It proves the point I think that the Republicans want to prove, and that is that the Democrats are too soft on crime, and they don't have the competent leadership to be able to run the country, and I think that's the whole goal.
It might be the opposite, because they're going to be putting these band-aids that are going to open up and bleed again after they leave it, and it's not really solving the fucking problem. So it's going to look bad on the Republicans, all right, they don't know how to fucking solve the problem. They just throw troops at it, and then they don't know that it's not even a long-term solution. So they're not even thinking end game.
Well, if the murders already went to zero, you're already seeing the results of the Republican implementation, right? So
that has been going
for
down.
For the next 30 days, if crime goes down, it's just proving that it can be done, right? So if they leave and crime spikes, it just proves the point that the Democrats have a hard time policing their own city.
Got it. Yeah. All it proves is